mentioned today is just a mascot for Melbourne, but they have a great day with us outdoors. Just to remind you, I was with a family or children. Must visit later on in the afternoon activation session, where we nursery ground, trying to put the skills and games and kids to take part in open to the start of the second. Scorecards, provided scorecards are free of charge from shops open or from normal size. Good morning and welcome to Lords.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to Lords, the Metro Bank One Day Cup. As you can see, the advertiser in the background there. It's back at the home of cricket for this one. Middlesex entertaining Lancashire. Lancashire having won the toss and electing to bat first here, which will be an interesting call on a Sunday morning at Lords with a little bit of grass out there on the surface, it would look like. I'm Kevin Hand, bringing you the live stream from Lords for this one. A host of guests with us throughout the day on the mic as well. Lancashire, 2 wins from 2 will secure their place in the knockout stages. 1 win may be enough. Their final game, though, is against Nottinghamshire, who are the team 1 place above them, having played 1 game more. So that one at Welbeck on Tuesday is the last for Lancs. They can still qualify. Middlesex can't. That defeat at Leicestershire ended any hopes Middlesex had of putting a little run together at the end of the competition. So out come the openers for Lancashire. A bold decision to win the toss and elect to bat first here. Not to say that it's wrong at all, but let's see how it goes. Middlesex are unchanged. There's 1 change for Lancashire. They've elected to play both Tom Bailey and Will Williams in this one. Bailey didn't play in the victory at Guildford just the other day against Surrey. An emphatic victory it was as well. Skittling the host for 153 and then knocking it off in no time whatsoever. But Lancashire line up with George Bell, Keaton Jennings, the skipper you can see in the foreground there, Josh Bohannon, Dane Villas, George Balderson, George Lavelle, Matty Hurst, the wicket-keeper, Tom Aspinwall, Tom Bailey, Will Williams and Jack Morley. There's Ethan Bamber, who will lead the attack for Middlesex. They are Stoneman, the skipper. Joe Cracknell, who will open with him. Sam Robson, who got a 50 at Leicestershire, is at 3. Jack Davis at 4. Ryan Higgins at 5. John Simpson, the wicket-keeper, at 6. Martin Anderson, scorer of his maiden century just the other day at Radlett, will come in at 7. Luke Holman at 8. Josh DeCary's at 9. Ethan Bamber will be the number 10. And Ishan Kaushal. Probably that middle order might mix up a little bit. We saw that at Radlett against Nottinghamshire, where Middlesex did Lancashire a favour. But Lancashire need to do themselves a favour. 2 from 2, and they will be through to the knockout stages. It's Bell on strike first up. Here's Ethan Bamber with the first ball. Guided away, and no run. There's a deep square and a deep third for Bamber, who will deploy it pretty much line and length. You can see the pitch there is pretty central. To be honest, that's about as central as you get for a Middlesex match here at Lords. Test track would be just a couple to the right. So reasonable sized boundaries on both sides, slightly bigger up towards the grandstand, the offside for the right-handed Bell. Solid line of length again for Bamber. That's what he'll look for with this field of a deep third and a deep square. The two allowed outside the circle in power play 1. There's a mid-off, a cover and a point slip in place, Sam Robson. Mid-on, mid-wicket and short fine leg is Ishan Kaushal, who'll, we think, take the new ball from the nursery end. His first bowl at Lords, having made his debut for Middlesex in this competition. Bamber once again immediately on the spot. So yeah, Jennings the star with the bat for Lancashire. In this, Williams got 4 wickets the other day for Lancashire at Guildford. Bailey, the big names. Bamber in bowls, and that's another solid defence from Bell. Mr. Economical, Ether Bamber for Middlesex. Usually first-class cricketer, doesn't get much of a look in T20. But this day last year, he settled into some good form as well, and he's done so again this year in the competition. Pace off slightly on that one. Bell checks the drive. So interesting to see how this track plays. Bamber from the pavilion end will be the best exponent of anything that there will be in this surface. So accustomed to running down that slope, running down from the pavilion end, nipping it in with the slope to a right-hander. And there is an example of that. Back down the slope it goes, beats the inside edge. Just brought the length back slightly. Bowled it into the track. Got a good bit of seam movement through to the keeper. Made it over to start up from Bamber. Pretty standard from him in all formats. Well, I say in all formats, he's not a T20 player, but in the 2 formats he plays at the top, so economical. Ishan Kaushal, youngster who's come through the ranks. See how he goes on his debut at Lords. You're watching the live stream in association with Fan Craze from here at Lords. Myself, Kevin Hand, delighted to say that the club psychologist at Middlesex, Richard Thelwell's alongside me, first up on the mic today, and the perfect man to speak about Ishan Kaushal and a few others that have come through the academy. I'll tell you why in a moment, but let's see how Kaushal goes first with a slip, a deep third, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square and short fine leg. Wide down the leg side first up, so he's got to have a go with the slope. Middlesex do get to have a go on the square in practice, so that the bowlers can at least have bowled on this surface before they make their debut. It's something over the years that's been a real problem for Middlesex at Lords, but Kaushal, I imagine, has had a chance to get the feel of the slope under his feet prior to this, even though this is his debut at the ground. Onto the spot with that one against Jennings. And he's impressed. Had a couple of overs at Chelmsford and was withdrawn from the attack, going for 25, came back and got a wicket right at the end. Well done Mark Stoneman for throwing the ball back to the youngster. And he's looked good, good pace. His accuracy's been pretty good. Interesting to see how he goes with this slope now to Jennings. To be wary of the shorter boundary on the onside. Jennings watchful. To get himself and Lancashire off the mark. First run off the bat. Lancashire 2 without loss with that wide first ball of the over. Yeah, Kaushal at Beckenham. At Grace Road, appeared to go pretty well. Grace Road was a tough start, went for 17 off his first over. Lancashire really went very hard at the top. Nice spell at Beckenham. It's a little nip back up the slope from Corshall there. Nicely bowled again. Bell will get off the mark. The single to deep thirds. Nice from Corshall. Good line and length sticking to here again. Glorious day here at Lords, which makes a nice change. It's been a tough month weather-wise for cricket. Not quite been the July that everybody would have wanted. For a cricketing perspective, wet weather welcome for some, of course, gardeners in particular. Onto the pads, but pitching outside the line of leg of fancy. So end of the over, 3 without loss, 2 done. So Richard Thirlwell, the club psychologist for Middlesex, is alongside me. Richard, good morning to you. And Ishan Corshall, another one through the academy ranks, which I think you said 20th season with Middlesex for you now, and you've seen a fair few come through the academy.
Yeah, morning everyone, and yes, Ishan is another product off the line, I suppose. So to see him here today making his debut at Lords is just brilliant for him. It's brilliant for the club, and it's another mark of recognition for the academy in terms of how they've been going about their business recently.
Beautiful first boundary for Lancashire. On the up from Bell, just a little bit of width from Bamba. Just leaned into that one, over the top of it, and well, it's the width as much as anything, not so much the length that was the problem there for Bamba. Tight lines, tight margins, batters happy to go at it a little bit more. The Championship Bell would have been leaving that well alone from the pavilion end at Lords. Standing up now, John Simpson. Bell may well have taken a shuffle or batted well outside of his crease for that last one. Better from Bamba. That's pretty much what he's got to stick to, and that's what he usually sticks to so very well. Another one, Richard, who came through the academy.
Yeah, it's great to just look out there today. Actually, I think 9 out of the 11, maybe 8 out of the 11 players have all come through the academy, which is a phenomenal achievement. I think if you look at players under the age of 28, there's 100% of them who have come through the academy.
Away again. That's a really good shot by Bell. 2 glorious drives either side of cover in the over. Mark Stoneman, the skipper, at cover, and Bamba, well, he's barely off on either of them. Let's have another look. Too much wrong with that delivery. We'll try and hit the gloves of Simpson just outside of off, and similarly with Corshall bowling to the left-hander from the nursery, and Bamba from the pavilion end, slope nipping back in to the right-hander. It's the shorter boundary to Old Father Time, and only deep square back on the 5-4 field. Bowls drag the length back slightly on that one. In the air for a moment, but fine. A backward point and 4 more. It's a really good over for Lancashire, really good over for Bell. Very unusual over for Ethan Bamber. Bit to think about for the bowler. Again, just a little bit too wide. Now Bell's throw the hands at that one. Good NTO for Bamber. 3 done here at Lords, 15 for no wicket. Lancashire having won the toss. So 3 out there who weren't Academy products. We've just gone through it off air quickly to double check. Stoneman, Simpson and Robson.
Yeah, that's right. And even if you look at others in the squad today, there are further examples of players who have come through the Academy. You look at the likes of Nathan Fernandez, who has obviously been in and around the white ball squad in both formats this year. So he's had some wonderful exposure as well, which is every young Academy player's dream.
Edgy from Jennings down to deep thirds. Luke Holman. So 20 years. So I think which one of them wasn't born when he started. What's Corshall now? He's turned 20, isn't
he? He was born when I started back in November 2003, the very first inception of the ECB Academy structure.
He's 21, turned 21 in February.
There you go. On the
Fernandez,
stats. On the stats.
Fernandez, 12th man. He's still a teenager, isn't he? Unless he's ticked over to 20 since his T20 debut.
And obviously, the last week, one of our very first Academy players announced his retirement from the game, Stephen Finn, who was always a pleasure to have been in and around.
Oh, that one slips out down the leg side from Corshall. Comfortable decision for the umpire of a wide. Really good take from Simpson. Running away up the slope towards the grandstand to collect. Yes, Stephen Finn, I sent him a message and I did his debut and said thanks for making me feel old, Finney, retiring.
I think a few of us have said something very similar to him in terms of being able to go back, and it's bizarre when you see a player starting out and then see them all the way through to retirement.
So yeah, Chris Wright, there was another name we mentioned.
Chris Wright, yes. So Chris has obviously been here at Middlesex. I think he was at Warwickshire, Essex, and still plying his trade at Leicester.
Indeed, part of that winning side the other night.
Yeah, thinking back, we've had a number of international players. Some people might be aware of the Pointer brothers, Andrew and Stuart, who both play for Ireland.
Is Balbirnie Academy?
I think he only came over as a young pro, to be honest.
Paul Sterling as well.
So yes, same with Paul and Owen Morgan as well. Put David Milan into that equation as well. Players who have probably turned out for some of the age group sides, but weren't necessarily members of the academy system as such.
Right up there, that one, and whipped away by Bell. Just a single, deep square, deep third, those 2 fielders back still. Billy Godwin was that other name, wasn't it? Chris Wright, Stephen Finn and Billy Godwin, that was the first batch.
That was kind of the first cohort. Of,
what a cohort it was.
Well, yeah, they were an interesting group, let's say. Lots of fun, hard working, and have all had very, very good careers.
Leg side from Corshall on this one to Jennings and put away. It's boundary. Corshall concedes. Just over pitched. 2-stroke, we mentioned shorter boundary to the onside for the left-hander, and it's made a drink for Keaton Jennings. 6 from 6 for Jennings. Bell 14 from 18 to have strike, and 4 done here at Lords. 22 without loss. Lancashire. Interesting thing that strikes me, actually, saying, it's your 20th season, talking about Finn, Godalman and Wright. Actually, the psychology was introduced 20 years ago with the inception, as you say, of the academies.
Yeah, very much so. And the academy director then was Toby Radford, who you may recall.
Very well, went on to be first team coach.
That's right, yes.
Often tuned in indeed, so good morning to you if you are, Toby.
And
Say something nice about him.
Well, I wouldn't have anything bad said about Toby, to be honest. Incredibly hard worker, and to set up the academy in the way that he did back then, a lot of that foundation work is testament to how he went about his activities back then. Kind of that very much a no stone unturned mantra.
Oh, uppish from Bell, but safe. May well get the boundary for it as well. Up to the pavilion it goes. Just into that lip. The turf meets the pavilion wall. There you go. We saw him check one earlier off Bamba. This one he was well through it. But timing remained true, even though he wasn't over the top of the ball. 18 from 20 for Bell now. You see that seam movement again from Bamba. So if you can keep it on a spot, then even with the white ball, so pronounced a seam, doesn't do as much as the Duke's ball. But certainly in the early stages here, Middlesex will hope for a breakthrough or two. That's his job, try and pick up a couple in power play one. Edge again. They slip now. Robson deployed to backward point. Those couple of drives in the last Bamba over sending slip to backward point and what was backward point around to a cover point. Josh De Carey's. Left-hander on to strike though, Jennings, and this, I think I'm right in saying, is Bamba's first bowl to the left-hander. He's going to come immediately around the wicket. Jennings, I think he's bowled exclusively to Bell so far. Yeah, it was a maiden first up for Bamba. In the last over, he was hit for 3 fours. So he's none for 12 at the end of his second, and now 5 off this to 17. So that is indeed the first ball to Jennings. And the two main men, really. Certainly the main man with the ball for Middlesex. Main man with the bat for Lancashire, Keaton Jennings. Amazing what a crucial role he plays for Middlesex already at a young age, heavily relied upon. Unerring accuracy and consistency from Bamba, which again is something he's had from a very, very early age. There's the scene at Lords, looks gorgeous. 5 done, Lancashire winning the toss, so they're 27 without loss. Richard Thelwell, the club psychologist for Middlesex, is alongside me. We're harking back to 20 years ago, and Toby Radford and the team that came through under him.
Well, that's right, and just reflecting on that for a second while the over finished up there from Ethan, I suppose the mission of the academy is not just to provide an oversupply of players to the first team, it's also to provide development opportunities for the staff. And you think Toby obviously has performed incredibly well at a county and also an international level. Graham West, who followed Toby, headed up the West Indies Academy out there and is doing very well.
Beautiful from Corshall to start up.
And then of course more recently we've had Rory Coots, who's now with the first team, and Alan Coleman, who's obviously now Director of Cricket, in reverse order, sorry. And more recently the current incumbent is Mark Lane. So I've managed to see off 4. Just Laney to go at the moment.
I did greet Daniel Vittori when he took over as T20 coach. I was alongside Don Shelley, who became the Middlesex scorer the same year that I started commentating on Middlesex, and turned to Don and said, we've seen off a few of these, haven't we, Don, over the years? Good man, Danny Vittori. It was only a short-term contract he had with Middlesex's T20. Oh, that's good from Corshall again. Just died a little on Bell, that one. Should be of note. You see Ryan Higgins suggesting exactly that, watching square on it. Cover points. Just a little signal from his hand. That one just skidded through, just kicked through, didn't quite bounce as much as everyone would have expected, and he'd have had the perfect vantage watching square on ball after ball. Lift on the next one for Corshall, a wide signal. He's a little unlucky there because that felt like a good ball. Let's have a look again. Again with the slope, could have straightened. Shorter ball actually went off the surface down the leg side. So he's very unlucky there, Corshall, because that was a pretty decent short ball. That was wafty outside the off stump from Bell, and a single out to deep square through the onside. 20-26. It's white ball cricket at the top though, and a power play. Just 12 off 2.4 from Corshall. It's good from him. Bamber going for 12. He's done for 17 from 3 with a maiden in there as well. Pretty standard what we see from One Day Cup power plays in this country now. It can be a mixed bag. 2 new balls from either end, evening up that power play. That's just hurt for Jennings. He's on his haunches at the moment. Where exactly did it hit? Somewhere fleshy. Don't think the worst place of all. However, his adjustments at the moment suggest quite possibly. Tries to put it on the same spot. Shane Corshall guided for a single by Jennings. He's on to 7 from 10. It's the end of the 6th. Bell has 20. Jennings will keep the strike, 30 without loss after 6, Lancashire. So yeah, seen off a few academy directors, Richard, but it's it's been a pecking order not just for the players but for the coaches as well.
Well, very much so, and the problem is when you reflect back over the last 20 years and you start naming a couple of people that have come through the system, you're always then going to start missing out people. So I'm just trying to rack my brain at the moment to think who else was there, and every time you go into the academy at Finchley you look at the honours board and see the number of players who've progressed through, and it's unbelievably impressive.
That's an impressive shot from Jennings. With the slope, he'd have detected that little bit of width early. Wasn't that wide. Point of contact for Jennings there. It's just outside the line of off, but around the wicket he was obviously content. The angle of delivery. It's a slip in place, which is Sam Robson. Took a stunner the other night, Robson at Leicestershire, as good as you'll see. One-handed catch. Slightly wide at slip, wider of Simpson, the wicket keeper, as it was a one-day game, so he's trying to cover it. A bit of extra ground to the other side, towards where second would be. As a result, it meant there was a bigger gap than usual in between the slip and keeper, so he had to go a long way. Standing one-hand grab from Robson. Off the bowling of this man Bamber, if I'm right in thinking. Oh, that's a beaut. And he's got him! Simpson standing up with the gloves, and there's another example of it. Simpson doing a great job behind the stumps for Bamber. The metronome, Bamber, keeps it on that spot. The glovesman faultless as ever behind the stumps. Jennings gone for 11. It's a huge wicket. 2 main men, as we say. The main man with the bat, Jennings. The main man with the ball, Bamber. And it's the Middlesex man who comes out on top. Lovely line and length. Angled in towards the stump. Just straightened off the surface on Jennings. Walks off. Not much you can do about that. Just looking to stay inside the line of it, wary of LBW. Good length, good line. Simpson delighted. And that man too. Simpson immediately ran to Stoneman there, interestingly. Another Stoneman had a little something to say on Jennings, a little ploy. Paid off perhaps. Jennings makes way. There's a little bit of sea movement out there, I'd imagine, what he's saying. It's not excessive, but be wary. So, Josh Bohannon, promising player. For some time he's been a now consistent quality player for Lancashire, coming out at 3. 34 for 1 in the 7th. Bamber halfway towards his job in the power play. He's got 1. 2 is pretty much the target for him in power play 1. See if he can nip out a couple. 3 down by the end of the power play, and the bowling side are pretty happy. Batting side, well, again, 60 for 1 at the end of a 10 over power play. 2 new balls. Only 2 fielders outside the circle. That's been roughly a par score across the country, certainly in the games that Middlesex have played in this group so far. Group that Lancashire are hopeful of getting out of. 2 from 2 from them will secure their places in the knockout stage. 1 win might be enough. A win most likely would need to be against Nottinghamshire on Tuesday at Welbeck, but a defeat here would certainly open it up for Kent to go 2 from 2 and knock out Lancashire, even if they were to just take the 1 win, and that being over the team 1 place above them, Nottinghamshire. .34 for 1 in the 7th though. Here's Bohannon. 2 right-handers, a slip and a gully in place for Bamber as Middlesex look to attack. He's right up there, first ball, and Bohannon cashes in. Long chase for Higgins. Oh, look at that. It was always just outside the reach of Higgins. He was always going to go for it though. Just over pitched. 2 straight. Watch the face of Higgins here though. He wasn't giving up. Oh, agonising. Mr. Middlesex this year. Ryan Higgins, returning from Gloucestershire, it's where it all began. Be a wide. 9 off the over for Bamber, but a wicket. Let's get out of it. I want to talk over the movement of the tram lines for batter moves in the crease, where the tram line goes. There's a slight step inside of that one. Bohannon and I fully believe that that was a wide, but we have seen some interesting instances. Inside edge. He started to go up behind the stumps. Thick inside edge. So no bother for Bohannon at the end of the over. Bit of bother for Keaton Jennings though. He was the man to go. Really good ball this from Bamber. Just with the slope straight in and outstanding behind the stump. Simpson, as you see, he headed straight off to Stoneman there. In celebration, having taken the catch. Stoneman had a little word about bowling around the wicket to a left-hander at Lords, the difficulty that the slope poses. Over to Corshall, who's bowled well, had a little bit of difficulty with a couple of wides, left-hander, right-hander. Felt uppish for a moment from Bell as he was inside it. It's a good tumbling stop, but short fine leg. Josh DeCary's picking himself up. Another character, Richard, that one. Josh DeCary's, it seems, he's whenever he's on the cricket field, something's happening, whether it's bat, ball, or in the fields.
Yeah, very much so. Josh would probably like to think he's a bit of a comedic character at times, I think. Others might have a slightly differing view, but he's always good to entertain.
Is this the point where I ask the club psychologist about helicopter parents?
Well, funnily enough, we do actually do quite a number of sessions with parents for academy players, looking at how they can best support their sport children. Being a parent's obviously a pretty challenging role, not least when you have a talented child as well.
Is Michael Atherton in front of the class or back of the class student?
I wouldn't like to comment. He's not the only international parent that we've had within the academy, going back over the years as well.
Oh, go on. Who else am I missing? Sachin Tendulkar.
Well, no, you've got me on this one. I'm trying to think of the player's name.
That's all right. You got a moment. That's a nice ball.
Yeah.
41 for 1.
Jamie Eilert, who some people will obviously know his father, Mark, who played for Essex. A very talented bowler. Unfortunately had a few injuries throughout his academy time.
So you could have had a front row of Atherton, Eilert and Tendulkar.
Yeah, imagine that.
Leading edge goes safely in between backward point and cover point. It's cover point giving chase. That same point on the boundary, Higgins, where he went around a few moments ago off the bowling of Banbury. Won't get to this one either. Moves to 25, but closing the face early in the innings here at Lord's. 2 new balls, bit of seam movement, slope, just something to be wary of. Walsh has been good, his radar's been good so far, he's been there or thereabouts on the spot. Going at a better economy than Bamba. That's one for the collector's item. Not many do, not even Mercer nowadays. 46 for 1 after 8. Bell moves to 26, Bohannon 25, none for 20 or 4 from Corshall. Good return from him. Or for 26 from Bamba from 4. So yeah, parents, what is the best way a parent can be supportive of a talented youngster?
I think first and foremost it's to trust the system that they're in. I know there's been a lot of talk, a lot of speculation about sporting systems and duty of care across a whole variety of sports around the world in recent years, but I'd very much like to think that as a club, Middlesex has been incredibly supportive for its younger players, not just in terms of its cricketing provision, but also how we support them throughout their academic studies as well.
It's been a talking point in all sports. Dave Fulton manages a local kids team, football team, and he said he's often had to have a chat with parents and just say, look, right, leave it to us now.
I can speak from my own experiences, having run my own son's football team for the best part of a decade until about 5 years ago, and I think I actually had to have a few stern words with myself, which is somewhat ironic.
Oh, brilliant from Simpson. Has that hurt? That was a long way down the leg side from Bamba with the keeper standing up now. One thing we've said about Simpson standing up to someone like Bamba, he's not short on pace, as you'll see here, but look at with that seam movement as well. God, goodness me, that's some stop from Simpson. Come through for 1 on top of the wide. Goodness me, even standing back, there was a chance that could have gone for 4 on top of the wide. Brilliant from the Lancashire lad behind the stumps. Better from Bamba. Simpson standing back after that last one. but it was Bell in particular that he's been standing up for. So Bahanani was happy standing back, but it's Bell who's been batting out of the crease. Nicely run, just flying off to Careys. Was that a mirror involved then with the talk of yourself? How's that work for a psychologist?
Well, I think my wife had something to do with it as well, if I'm brutally honest.
So you got told off?
Yes. There's no hiding from it. And I think with parents, you're the biggest supporter and you're also the harshest critic. And obviously you love your child unconditionally, but you want to try and get the best for them.
When they're away in that team environment, I guess trying to back off and leave them alone, it's a difficult thing to do. That's the 50 up with that single 50 for one.
Yeah, very, very much so, and it's letting them develop their own character, their own personality. And I think that if I go back through the academy directors that we've had at the club, they've been exceptional at enabling players to be autonomous. And I suppose by that what I'm referring to is enabling them to go off and explore, understand what their boundaries are, how far they can push themselves, but also develop their own characters and realise that actually cricket is likely to only ever be their first career. And so we've always got to have an eye on, well, what other skills are they going to be developing? So cricket skills are pivotal, but lifestyle skills are key as well.
End of the ninth. Or is it? Yes, it is. End of the ninth. 50 for one. Again, that's another part of it. The sport has taken much more responsibility. Football more so than cricket, really. The players that fall away in football, making sure that through the early years they're prepared for that. If they do fall away, there is something else to fall back on. Cricketers are probably in a far better position, I'd suggest. If it doesn't work out from academy level onwards, but for footballers, you're so close to becoming multi-millionaires overnight, and then all of a sudden nothing. The clubs are better at dealing with that psychologically, aren't they?
Very much so. And I suppose at the outset, when a player joins the academy, we have 3 different things that we're trying to say to them.
Let's find a deep square. Turn for 2. In fact, didn't get through for the signal there. Surprisingly so, it is just the one. 51 for 1.
So just picking up on those 3 things, one of them is obviously their desire to be a professional here at Middlesex, and obviously we can see a number of them who have managed to achieve that. Second, it might well be that they don't make it at Middlesex, but they're able to make it as a professional somewhere else. And there are obviously a number of different factors that will influence that. And the third is the somewhat unfortunate but harsh reality that not everyone is going to make it as a professional cricketer, and therefore we have a responsibility to ensure that their experience with us in the academy is as good as it can be, that they have a whole variety of experiences to enable them to progress into other facets of life. And for all of the examples we've mentioned earlier about players who have progressed, some have done it here, some have done it at other clubs, and others have stayed in the game but haven't played as professionals.
That's good from Caution again. He's really bowling well here in his Lord's debut, young man.
And as disappointing as that might sound for a number of those players, that their dream has maybe been shattered, they can take with them an experience, a friendship group, a connection that they can then obviously take on to their professional lives elsewhere.
Now that's going to be an interesting one for the umpire. He signals wide. So this is a really, really interesting one for me on the rule. Let's have a look at the movement of the player now. Again, leg side is a wide in limited overs cricket nowadays, but if the batter's taken a step across, now in my opinion that's a wide, as we've just seen. I think the umpire's right to call that. This is really interesting instances where the batter having just taken a trigger movement, as Bohannon did there, it's almost deemed as though you've moved the tram lines by taking a trigger movement, which I think is wrong. I think that was perfectly legitimate from the umpire to call that as wide against Corshall, who I think for that reason felt a little bit rough, because we are seeing a slight inconsistency on that. It's open to a little bit of variation down the leg side now. Interpretation. It's a good stop by Holman. Tumbling to his right. It's everything behind it. They scamper through for a single. But yeah, as rough as Corshall may feel that one is. Interpretation being, if the ball goes down the line of where the batter was, if he stepped across, and the leg side, then it's not a wide. Big step outside the off stump. Similarly, moves the tram line outside off that little bit wider, but so there's a little bit of inconsistency in that interpretation now. Very, very good bounce. It's 20 over for Corshall. He's on form today, the young man. 10 overs done. It's the end of power play 1. Lancashire haven't won the toss. 53 for 1. They've had a couple of good overs in there, but Corshall has come back really well. That 1 wicket to go. Jennings caught Simpson, bowled Bamber for 11 off 13. That was a huge wicket to take early on. Strong batting line up at the top. Some big names in there still. Dane Billas in next. Jennings the biggest name of all though. But Hannon a very dangerous player. Bamber 1 for 30 from 5, Corshall none for 23 from 5, very impressive from him, and Bamber continues, which is no great surprise. 53 for 1, that run rate is a fraction down at the end of the power play. It suggests Middlesex are probably thinking if Bamber can nip another one out now, and all of a sudden Middlesex just out of the power play, in a good position then to go to the change bowlers to try and keep this rate down. Bohannon looking for a change of bat already. 7 off 12 for him. He'll just be setting up for the long haul here, you'd have thought. And again, the other thing in terms of that run rate, big boundaries here today at Lord's. Very central track position, so we'll be looking for something with a good meat on it. And you'll see the shortest boundary is to Old Father Time. Straight line running along in front of the scorer's box. Tavern stand down to the mound. Pretty well populated. And Tavern, the Warner stands open, so too the Edrich below the media centre where we sit to our left. Pavilion on a Sunday for a list day game. Looking in pretty healthy order as well. New bat. Just about to say immediate return, but cut off at mid-on by Jack Davies coming around. But yeah, Corshall, we're mentioning young players and academy players. He's the latest one to break through to the first team in this competition. Academy player, first appearance at Lord's as well. Brings its own challenges, not only the slope, but the surrounds. Lovely from Bamber. It's played the line perhaps for Hannon there, didn't quite follow it. Was wary that it might come back down the slope. To leave alone in the end. But yeah, he's played the slope and the surrounds pretty well so far, Ishan Corshall.
Yeah, very much so. When I was speaking to Isham before the start of the game, I suppose what you're getting out of him was excitement. Inevitably, like all players, there's going to be an element of nervousness about it, but he's taken to task very well.
It's the single down to Anderson. I guess it's a fine balance for working with young players as a psychologist, not wanting to, at any age really, psychologists try not to ever overstep, do they? Try and let the process be natural. With a young player, trying to gently direct it. I guess it's the very gentlest of directions. Simpson standing up again here for Bell. Inside edge on that one, rattles around safely into the offside.
Yes, very much so, and I suppose my overall role as club psychologist is to work with the players to enable them to understand their thought processes, how they feel, and ultimately how those two things influence their behaviours in performance environments, and helping the younger player understand, you know, what's a good feel, what's a not so good feel, what they want to think. And how to behave in certain scenarios is often a bit of a challenge, because they're always experiencing new things, and it's about trying to create good habits a lot of the time. A lot of young players obviously get very much influenced by what's going on outside the game, who's watching, am I being judged, and it's trying to just break those things down so that they're not confrontational all the time.
End of the over, 54 for 1.
So when we're looking at, for example, performance preparation, you know, have they done everything they can to ultimately give themselves the best chance of performing? We often talk about controlling controllables, or what things are positive information, or what things might be interfering type information. Where do we want our mindset to be focused, and how does that influence how we feel, and how we then take that out onto the pitch? You often hear people talk about thinking clearly under pressure, and understanding how they go through varying processes. You see the T20 game, for example, being a good example, where things happen incredibly quickly. So being able to have clarity in thoughts, whereas in the 4-day game things might happen a little bit slower. So being able to concentrate, being able to refocus and maintain that over a lengthy period of time can be incredibly challenging. And of course you've got some individuals who are, let's say, more active than others. You've got individuals who are incredibly laissez-faire at times. You've got others who very much overthink and are incredibly critical on themselves. But understanding how they approach situations is key.
Martin Anderson into the attack for Middlesex. Drops short first ball, punished by Bohannon. He's into double figures. Let's drag this one down. Anderson close to being a wide. A long hop to start up. Let's get that out of the system quickly. Better ball to follow up.
It's just things like last week at Radlett, seeing Martin, who's obviously bowling now, seeing him getting his first professional 100 was just brilliant. And you look at all the hard work that's taken place behind the scenes there, all of the hours and hours in winter training. For it to then culminate in what was actually a pretty difficult situation. We obviously had a good start at Radlett against Nott, just a couple of wickets, and Martin and Ryan put together a brilliant partnership. And to see someone be able to just keep going and going and reach that milestone was brilliant for him, and really pleasing for all of us.
Oh, lost on that one by Anderson.
And I suppose from that, you're seeing everything coming together, where he was able to kind of read the situation, understand what was required, and then kind of going through what his thought processes were, how he was going to behave, what he was feeling, to be able to then actually go and perform in what was a pressure situation.
Single for Bohannon. He's ridden that bounce nicely. To come of the over. Pretty good example, actually, probably Martin Anderson. Perhaps not, but 26 years of age now. That was his first century. He's a player who is in and out of the side midway through his career. Si at a stage where he really be likes to nail down a place. Uppish. Well played on the up anyway, but keeps control of its backward point into the 12th. 59 for 1. Right, there's a wide not been picked up in there somewhere. We're going with another delivery. Is this a 7 ball over, or have they missed a wide? I don't remember a wide being called. Maybe the full start has been given as a dot ball. Let's correct that on the scorebook. Maybe they thought it was a dot ball. I mean, they're square on, aren't they, the scorers? So poor old scorers, you can imagine. Psychologically, they're under the pump now, imagining where's that extra ball come from? Maybe they thought that was delivered by Anderson, left alone dot ball.
Well, funnily enough, going back many years, I actually did a session on the psychology of officiating, of which there were some quite interesting concentration issues from cricket umpires. We often think about players having to perform out in the heat. I suppose every environment now is an extreme environment, whether it's hot, cold, whatever it could be. But being able to refocus is not just something for players, it's also for others who are involved in facilitating the game. Obviously, umpires are pretty critical for that.
Side from Bamba. Fernandez honours it. My apologies, it is Corshall down there. It looks too short to be Corshall. That is him indeed. Single it is. 61 for 1. Yeah, I've seen a few examples of umpire. Well, we see many now in April, really, when umpires come off and say that is the coldest I've ever been on a cricket field.
And we've started to see the beanies being worn by players out there, and obviously that presents a different psychological challenge.
Stopped. Nice shot. Just a single to Holman though.
Because inevitably your focus is probably not going to be on the task in hand. It's likely to be on how you're feeling, or how you'd rather be feeling, especially when you're freezing cold. And interestingly, you know, there's, without wanting to go off on a tangent too far, we're seeing kind of the global warming news widening, and heat issues and heat illness, and players are now starting to be at risk of that too.
So that's something that psychologically, as well as the physio and the doctors, the biological side of it, psychological side of it comes in as well.
Very much so. When you think about the environments that you're going to have to go and perform in, yes, there's a challenge which is directly in front of you in terms of either the batter if you're a bowler, or vice versa, but managing your response to the environment can be a real challenge. And with that comes a huge amount of preparation, whether that's acclimatisation of some description, whether that's running through a variety of scenarios that you're likely to find yourself in. Just thinking, you know, bowlers who play test matches in the subcontinent, or even Australia now, we've had scenarios where we've had players who have had to take breaks through heat illness.
Through for the single. Opposite at backward point, trying to cut it off, but Cracknell doing the fielding in the deep.
And you've got your bowlers there who are thinking, well, I might have to come back for a third, fourth, fifth spell in incredibly challenging conditions. So from a psychological perspective, that can be quite a barrier. And obviously that helps then to tie in the physiological, or the conditioning, the athletic performance angles that we work on with other members of the support team, the psychological aspects, the physiotherapy components, the nutritional aspects. So our job then becomes very much a jigsaw, putting things together as a team.
Top also in the 13th. Bamba 1 for 34 from 7. Lancashire having won the toss. 63 for 1.
Yeah, so you think about some of those scenarios and how heat or cold can affect decision making, whether that's shot selection, whether it's reading of the situation. We hear a lot of players talk about scoreboard pressure, which can do bizarre things to you, irrespective to what the environmental conditions are like. But ultimately, we need to be able to identify what the key pieces of information are within the picture in front of us to then know how we're going to actually approach it. And I suppose that's something that players have to deal with on a ball-by-ball basis.
Deep square, deep point, deep third and long leg of the four-back. Play 2 at the moment for Anderson to the right-handers. Simpson standing back. I mentioned that, changing field for Bohannon. They've brought up deep cover, so only 3 back in power play 2. That's well bowled. Really good from Anderson. Single taken to Bell, comes back on strike and deep cover, drops back again. We were just going to Martin Anderson though, weren't we? That 26 years of age, hasn't nailed down his place in the side just yet. He has in the list A at the moment with Roland Jones and Mercer and Cullen and Helm not available. Drop short, just be a single. Coming around from deep square, it's a big boundary out there, so you really got to hit it hard to push away. But that's I guess another challenge, isn't it? Because he's at a stage of his career now where he would hope to be nailed down for his place in the side. So that is his challenge at the moment at 26 years of age, as he'll approach his peak now. Just a single more, and the reason why, you know, at 26 that he's in and out of the sides, at times you do see those wonderful performances like the century you mentioned the other day. 38 off 11 on his list A debut at Worcestershire still stands out, and some fine days with the ball as well for the all-round.
Yeah, and for a lot of players, there is that continual concern about, am I going to get my next contract?
Oh, gone! Backward point. Brilliant catch by Davies. Bohannon goes for 15. Second wicket falls in the 14th. Anderson, high fives all round. A little bit of width Bohannon thought he could go with. There wasn't enough though, and he couldn't get over the top of it. Good bounce in that as well for Anderson. Great catch by Davies. Glovesman by trade at backward point. Gets a high five from the man in possession, John Simpson. Just see it high up the outside edge on the attempted cut. Well bowled Anderson, well caught Davies. It's about as enthusiastic a celebration as you'll see from Anderson. He's pretty muted in everything he does, isn't he? Can't quite remember back to the century celebration the other day, but in interviewing him afterwards, he said, well, I wasn't really thinking about it, to be honest, into the 90s, but it was towards the end of the innings, so Middlesex had a job to do. 66 for 2. Bohannon departs for 15. Dane Villas, pretty useful batter to be coming in at 4. So Villas to take guard, experienced old pro. South African. Middlesex will hope not a formidable foe right now. Anderson has a slip in place for Villas. This would be quite the time to take a third wicket. it's so close. A second slip would have had it. Good ball first up. Anderson's putting it on a nice spot here. Look on his face there after that one. It's a good bounce again from Anderson. When he's at his best, he's absolutely nailed down of a first team spot at Middlesex, Anderson. End of the 14th, he's picked up a big wicket. Bell was dangerous, the opener. Gone for 33. 68 for 2 after 14.
So we're just talking there about the kind of the contract scenario, and I think that's probably one of the biggest things that I've seen with young players of late, the almost an obsession of I need to get a professional contract, whereas actually what we're trying to do is bear that down so if they just play well, there'll be the appropriate rewards given the three things that I mentioned earlier on. So it's about kind of having that rational view, and for a lot of players, getting that first contract is probably the easiest. You've then got to repeat it. Because once you've got that, you've then got a process whereby you're just actually doing your job, you're playing. You're not thinking too much about ultimately the things you can't control about. And that then becomes the interference that I mentioned earlier on, where you spend a lot of your time thinking about things that are actually quite harmful for you rather than the actual job in hand.
Oh, Bamba goes through him. Villas leaving a huge gate. Bamba powers through it. Third wicket falls. And he's done his job in his opening spell. 2 wickets for Bamba, 2 for 34. Lancashire winning the toss here. Spot a bother at the top, 68 for 3. Just nips it back down the slope. Look at the foot movement. Just wasn't there. Bat and pad nowhere near together. But Villasin immediately looked down at that, didn't he? Touches his pad after his bowls. Didn't go anywhere. You pay the price here at Lord's more than anywhere if you don't move your feet. That man knows it as well. Even at a tender age, he's been a wily old pro for Middlesex. Just Mr. Consistent on the off stump from the pavilion end.
And just seeing those smiles is brilliant. Knowing what he's done over the years in terms of the hard work. For many people, they might not actually realise that a year and a half, well, Ethan went away to Australia last year, but this winter before, pretty much every Thursday evening he came in to just spend with the academy players. Whether it was him doing some bowling, or he might have had a bat, or he might have just been there to talk with them about cricket. There's a huge amount that he gives back. So seeing someone like Ethan perform well and seeing him smile on the pitch is incredibly rewarding.
And he's one who talks openly about a psychological battle in the game.
Yeah, very much so. And obviously I've had the pleasure of knowing Ethan since he was probably 15, 16 years of age. And yeah, he's well, I suppose it is degree in philosophy. So he's a philosopher. He thinks a lot. He has his varying theories and views on bowling. But ultimately he just gets into a battle. He gets out there and he runs in, knows his job and does it well.
Well, for a young player coming through, I can't think of anybody that's ever been more consistent than Ethan Bamba. From the moment he stepped into the side, he's been Mr. Consistency. He had one slightly off year and was heavily critical of himself that year, too much so. But for a young player coming through, I can't think of a single one in all the years that I've watched cricket who've come through from a young age and just been Mr. Consistent. So for him to have had a psychological battle with a game where he's the one who's Mr. Dependable, Mr. Consistent, just turns up and does it over and over again.
And I think there's a lot to be said for role clarity and role acceptance.
First ball, Wilson rides it, runs it down to deep third for a single to get off the mark.
So Ethan's obviously worked incredibly hard at just understanding what his job is, and the flip side to that is being quite clear on what his job isn't. And if you have clarity about what you're trying to do and you accept that, you're going to be more at peace with what your thought processes are, how you're feeling, and ultimately how you're behaving. And as we can see this morning, how he's going about his performance.
I mean, the nicest of human beings as well. I've never met anybody like Bamber. He's such a good man, isn't he? Such a nice human being.
Yes. Yeah. Apologetic at everything, I think, is probably the way to say it. But yeah, just a real, genuine, honest, hard-working individual.
Credit to his parents, Ethan Bamber.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said for authenticity. It's often a phrase that's thrown around quite a lot, but one of the things that I've especially tried to work with some of the younger players is understanding what they perceive some of their values to be, and what their core beliefs are in terms of being a human being. And Ethan's got that. He understands what his values are, and I suppose what you see on a day-to-day basis is him living that out.
End of the over. 15 gone, Bell gone, and Villas gone now as well. Bowled Bamber 4-1. There it is. Feels good as a bowler, doesn't feel so good as a batter. Splattered those bails. 70 for 3 then, at the end of the over. I'm glad it's the end of the over for me to ask you about the, how did you just phrase it? The being a human being, the what of being a human being?
The core beliefs and values, you know, what we carry as ourselves.
It's back up the slope from Anderson. Bowling. Start of the over from Anderson again. It's the man who picked up Bell, 1 for 11. Or 12 indeed, off 2.1 now for Anderson. What are those? I mean, again, it's something I guess as a psychologist you're wary to push. It's kind of something that you want to bring out of the person.
Well, very much so. And obviously, without getting too deep into psychology, we all see the world in very different ways. And it's enabling those individuals to have a better understanding of themselves in terms of how they view the world, how they view themselves in the world, and how they're going to actually go about their business.
Speaking philosophy and core beliefs as a human being, hello to Alan Coleman, Director of Cricket, who's behind us. Steps into the commentary, looking suited and boosted today, I mean, goodness me. Free lunch. Is that all it takes? Why didn't anybody tell me? 19 seasons, I've only just learnt that. Good start for his boys out on the pitch, 71 for 3 against a strong Lancashire side looking up towards the top, so he'll be happy so far.
So with Alan here, he might be able to answer your question about the young players coming through with consistency, if there's any others that are on his mind.
Single, run down to deep third, 73 for 3.
So I think I think Coley was, like the both of us, stumped with regards to others who were on the pro staff already, but coming up through the ranks, there's a very good player called James Isbell who's worth noting.
Right up there, but watchfully pushed by Balderson. A reflection of the match situation at the moment. End of the 16, 73 for 3.
And James is an under 16 who just keeps churning runs out after runs out after runs out, and he'll be a really interesting character to see going forward. And just discussing again with Alan, he's someone who just keeps producing the goods. So there's one to watch potentially for the future. And I believe he's playing in a playoff game for the under 16s today in the ECB under 16 competition.
Bamber continues 2 for 36 to his 9th now. Mr. Consistent, as we've been saying. Bit of width, thick edge, but not in the air. It's nice again from Bamber. Just managed to Bohannon squared up by that one slightly. Big partnership this now for Lancashire, Bohannon and Balderson. Middlesex will know that with Bamber on the verge of bowling out here. He's got one over to come after this delivery. And another dot ball. A maiden for Bamber. He started with a maiden. His 9th is a maiden. He's got one to come. He's got figures of 2 for 36 from his 9 with 2 maidens in total. 73 for 3. Middlesex will be happy with this. Lancashire, it's not perilous. It is well, a man from the other side of the Pennines always used to say, and I'm sure still does, put 2 more on the board now. What does it look like? 2 wins guarantee Lancashire progress. 1 win might be enough. If they were to get 1, it would really need to be the Nottinghamshire match. Sam Anderson again. Middlesex settling into a rhythm at the moment, which Lancashire aren't particularly going to be able to disturb. With 3 wickets down, they'll just have to settle. Make sure that they're able to build a partnership and come again. Oh, leading edge. Chips over Anderson. It's Lords, it's the slope. Just got to be careful. Closing that face. Any little straightening of the ball. Just slow it up a little bit, coming onto the bat. Lancashire, well, wasn't required to bat the other day in the victory over Surrey. A 10-wicket win. 153 Surrey was skittle for. Balderson picked up 2 for 28 from 8. The 18th, 75 for 3. Wilson picking up Blake for 34. Lavelle. Bob McCurr for 5. Prior to that, Lancashire 11 run defeat by Hampshire at Old Trafford. Hampshire 234, looks a little light. Top score from former Middlesex man Nick Gubbins, 66 from him. Wilson 2 for 48 that day. And fine for a single down to deep third. Balderson top scored with, my apologies, he didn't. Lavelle top scored of 57. Balderson got 44 in the chase, but 11 runs short. Bowled out at the end of the 49th. 5 for Brad Wheel. So Bamba's last over, he's going to be bowled through. And that's why he's in a good spell here. Bamber, it's not the most economical that you'll see from Ethan Bamber even in this day. He's got a couple of wickets and Middlesex are sniffing a third from him in this 10-over spell. Solid from Balderson. 3 from 12 for him. He's got to hang in there. So yeah, 2 for 28 against Surrey, 2 for 48 against Hampshire with a score of 44 with bat Balderson. He's got 57 against Kent at Blackpool, took a couple of wickets in that as well, 2 for 32. Some more moves into 4. He also managed 32 against Essex in the opening match. Century not too far back for him as well in July against Warwickshire, and a 46 in the second innings as well. He's had a good little run. Northants for the 2nd July first class game for Lancashire. He managed 49 not out at Old Trafford against Northants. So only 22 Balderson. Bohannon on strike and wafting at that one. Still only 26, feels like he's been around for a lot longer. Josh Bohannon, Bolton born, through the Lancashire Academy. End of the over, end of Ethan Bamba's day with the ball. 2 for 38 from his 10, outstanding from Bamba. Picking up Jennings and Dane Villas. 2 of the biggest wickets. Bamba claiming them both. So 77 for 3 off 19. More work to do for Lancashire. We've been talking about 65 for 1 being roughly a power play 1 score. End of the 10th over as come to the end of the 20th after this. 77 for 3 does mark a slow progress at this stage from the side who won the toss. Anderson. He's got a good rhythm today. For 16 into his 5th. 1 over that was just a little loose. Started up with that rank long hop outside the off stump, but he just dragged down, cut away for 4. And after that, pretty good going. Number 19 as well, Balderson. Performances together. Bohannon's been in a decent run as well. Bad against Surrey again, that 10-wicket win at Guildford. Go back to the Championship as well. Those last few innings going backwards. Hampshire 28 against Leicestershire, just 10, but 105 against Kent, 35 against Essex, 128 against Northants. Championship match at Old Trafford. 43 and 25 at Birmingham, 44 and 68 at Blackpool against Essex. Oh, edgy again. 241 for Bohannon, but yes, it's say nobody really settled out there today. Bell's come the closest, I think. Middlesex been able to stay pretty much on top, as that run rate suggests. Just 4 and over in the 20th of the innings. But yeah, just going further back for Bohannon there. 44 and 68 against Essex at Blackpool. Got a run out for the seconds against Durham as well. He got a century in that. Durham seconds. Burnett Field, that's a new one for me.
So you mentioned Balderson was an ex-under-19 England international there. I'm sure members will be aware of Rhys Lewis, who's just been selected as well.
End of the over. 80 for 3, just the 3 off the over.
So Rhys is the current under-18 captain for the club. And just last week he scored a not-out double century against Surrey, which was a wonderful way to celebrate his call-up for the young Lions. And we've had a number of young players over the years who have progressed into that kind of Super 4 system with the England under-19s. And I think it's been a brilliant experience for them, because they then get to sample playing against other elite players of their age. They're taken out of their comfort zone at the county. They're having to integrate into a new team very quickly, and it's just a great learning opportunity for them to hopefully come back and integrate some of those skills within the club. So yeah, there's a lot to be said for other accolades as well along the way.
Threw me though with Rhys Lewis for a minute, because of course Lewis Rees played for Lancashire, now with Derbyshire. Warren Higgins into the attack for the first time, replacing the reliable Bamba. The star man Higgins can he do from the pavilion end?
And for those of you who really know his stuff, Reece's older brother, Rodri, was also in our academy a few years ago and is currently playing a few games for Berkshire. Left arm spinner. So again, another example of a player who is very talented, but for one reason or another, professional cricket at Middlesex didn't materialise. And I believe he's now studying at Cardiff Metropolitan University and playing some academy cricket down there.
Glorious shot from Balderson. Moves into double figures. Release a little bit of pressure for Lancashire. Higgins angling it across the left-hander down the slope, and Balderson seeing big enough to go at that one and penetrate that tightly knit offside field for a limited overs game. Mid-off, extra cover, backward point. That's a good follow-up from Higgins. Drive that. With somebody commentating the other day, I can't remember who it was, and they said mentally perhaps the strongest player they've seen, or one of the strongest players around at the moment mentally. Ryan Higgins, incredible competitor. Cast mind back who it was and was commentating with that day, because I remember asking them, the players you played with, who was mentally the strongest. So it was an ex-pro who was talking about it, and he is, because again, with the ball, with the bat, you don't particularly look at Higgins straight away and think absolute star performer, but that's exactly what he is.
Yeah, very much so. Ryan's a fantastic competitor. I remember when he was back in the academy, he was always driving the sessions forward, demanding more from the other players, really maintaining standards.
The sessions in the nets?
Not just the sessions in the nets, the fitness sessions, sessions where it might have been with myself, where we might have been looking at kind of batting or bowling unit aspects of play, but he was always trying to get the extra percents and wanting to maintain the highest standards. He was a fantastic role model to a number of the other players, and to have him back at the club now is brilliant, because you see that within his activities. I say I'm not around every day, but whenever I am here, you can see that he's continually trying to drive forward and get the best, not just out of himself, but also out of others. And that's the environment that we've been trying to create here, where we're kind of all in it together.
Oh, leg side from Anderson. Now again, that's going to go, and it's not signal a wide. There we go. So we were talking about this earlier with Ishan Kaushal, and a batter just stepped inside the line slightly. Now he started a fair way outside the leg stump, steps across. That's a harsh call, not to call that as a wide, in my opinion. Again, that's where they just opens it up to interpretation now. That batter, instinctively you do, if a ball starts to go towards your legs, you just step slightly inside the line, it goes towards your ribs. Onside delivery, you're always taught, get inside the line. Almost being penalised as a batter for doing the right thing in response to a delivery. If you then miss it and it goes through down that line, it's not being signalled as a wide. That's why Kaushal, a couple of deliveries earlier today were signalled as wides, and I think rightly so. Kaushal felt slightly aggrieved because of the current interpretation that's allowed of the ruling. So interesting that that one wasn't given as a wide. Short and pulled away. Oh, it's slipping a slide now. How bad is that? Joe Cracknell holds his right knee. You can see where the divot is left. Let's hope this isn't too bad. He's twisted that knee. Just saw the aftermath of it really, because my eyes turned back to the middle to see were they coming back for a second. Foot just trap. Yeah. Been jarring to say the least for Cracknell. Away it goes for 4. That's not remotely on anybody's mind at the moment. For Middlesex, 90 for 3, Lancashire. Physio's on his way. Cracknell is back on his feet. Let's hope it's not much more than damaged pride for Cracknell. I think I'm fine is the answer. It hurts, but I'm fine. I think the physio haven't got as far as he has. We'll have a quick chat with him to say you're okay. But he's wincing. Be a little bit of damaged pride as well. Cracknell's an outstanding fielder. He's often in the deep, fast around that boundary rope, reliable, high standards, exemplary in the outfields. So we're disappointed with the boundary. But Middlesex, they will just take him off for a moment. Tilan Walla-Luita just caught the player out of the corner eye. So Walla-Luita will come on. So quite rightly, Cracknell will take a moment. Why not? It's pause for Bohannon as well as he puts the gloves back on, gets everything adjusted and ready to go once more. Bonus boundary for Bohannon. And they have been a rarity in the last few overs boundaries for Lancashire. Middlesex have just been getting on top. They won't want to let that moment's pause affect them. Again, the biggest concern will be for Cracknell's knee at the moment to make sure he hasn't done any damage. A good spell, good rhythm. Big side from Anderson. Single taken to end the over. 22 done. 91 for 3 here at Lords in the Metrobank One Day Cup. Middlesex entertaining Lancashire, live stream from Middlesex here at Lords. Myself, Kevin Handrich. Thelwell's the club psychologist for Middlesex. Kindly up with us for this period to start the game.
Just seeing Joe Cracknell over there. You know, we were talking a second ago about Ryan being a mentally strong character. Joe is also someone who I would categorise as being a tough individual, and to see him down there still injured is a bit of a worry. He's certainly not the kind of person who would stay down if there was nothing wrong.
Two taken, Bohannon's on to 29. It's leg side from Higgins. 5 off his opening over. One ball driven away through the covers by Balderson. Richard Thelwell's been with me for the first half of this innings. Going to have Blake Cullen up for the latter stages. That is the end of the over. 23 gone. Richard, thanks for your time. I've got to let you go. You've got important things to do. A meeting.
There's going to be a coffee before that meeting, I can guarantee that. And you've just enlightened me the fact that there's some cake here, so I might have to enjoy some of that first.
I'm not sure it'll be out yet, so that might be what you have to come back up to. You might have more chance of getting some cake off that lot, to be honest, right now. No, thank you for your time. I mean, hugely important part of the game now. Psychology. It always has been, but it's probably recognised. I mean, obviously Middlesex probably had one of the greatest psychologists as a captain.
Definitely,
Mike
definitely,
Brearley.
yes, very much so. And yeah, thanks for having me up here for the first hour and a half or so. And no doubt see you a bit later on.
Thanks, Richard. Much appreciated. Spin into the attack. Luke Holman throwing the ball at the nursery ends. A bit of drift. The wrist spinner, maybe it was just a little bit of dip first ball. Just a little bit of late drifts, dipping in as well at the same time. Enjoy that. Luke Coleman. It's all about an off spinner. To get that bit of drifts. Change up at the field for the left-hander, it's all change. Backward point, deep cover. Extra covers in, mid-off in, long on back. Orthodox mid-wicket, deep square. The fielder at 45 as well. Stoneman at mid-wicket, no run. Partnership worth 27 at the moment for the fourth wicket. Squeezes through for a single. But yes, they'll need plenty more from this partnership and those still to come. 300 isn't quite a match-winning score anymore in List A cricket. Something far less may well be match-winning here, but past scores and general nature of batting nowadays. Single more out to the sweeper. Lancashire hit 270 for 7 for 36 overs in their opening match against Essex, and no result that one. Essex at 23 for 2. Conditions where play was done. Match abandoned at Yorkshire in the second game. Huge disappointment there for the Roses match. In the air. That's gone all the way, it has. 6 to end the over. Holman's first, goes for 10. It's 100 up for Lancashire as well. Not much wrong with the ball, into the slot somewhat. Bohannon goes with it. He's on 38 from 51. Balderson will have strike on 14. Over fairway in front of the Compton. It's a big six. Actually quite an angle across the front of the Compton. Let's have a look at it now. That's the 25th with Higgins. Just see in front of the Warner there, dimensions are quite interesting for this one at Lords. The rope really tightly below the Allen to the left of the pavilion, and then all the way tightly around the Warner and the Tavern, tightly around the front of the Edridge, but then big old boundary square off in front of the grandstand at the other side. Width and not signalled. Wilson, I doubt too impressed. Come back to an example of Higgins batting, going for a cut shot, stepping across with the back foot, which then seemed to move the tram line in the umpire's opinion. It seems to do the same there for balls, and it's not something I'm particularly happy with, as you may have picked up on the commentary so far today. Quite sure bowlers know where they stand on that. There you can see an example of that boundary rope that I was talking about. It's the Warner stand away to the right. So it's sectioned off over there down below. Sharp line runs from just in front of the bowler's bar all the way across to the grandstand. Similarly so at this end, from the grandstand across to the media centre, which is where that boundary was struck. That's a push down the slope. And when it goes down the slope, it generally keeps going. It does. Aldson's on to 18. He's around the wicket. He had one he angled across, which Balderson happily drove away. This one just a little bit fuller. Balderson liking the look of it and going with it. Gets full reward as well. Dot ball to end the over. 5 dot balls and a boundary. 6 to end the last over from Holman. Just starting to get the boundaries going again now, Lancashire. Halfway through the innings, 108 for 3. So they hit 328 for 5 against Kent, won by 125 runs. Leicestershire 411 for 6, won by 95 runs, with Lancashire all out for 316 in the 43rd. Quarter-to-1. Sunday list day at Lords. Many have made the trip down from Lancashire. It feels like a good little crowd in for this rare list day appearance at Lords for Middlesex. Lancashire fans making the most of it and getting in for it as well, hopefully. So the pavilion looks pretty healthy. Top tier, the Tavern is shut. Lower tier open, as you can see, busy Allen stand there behind the glass. Lower tier, the Middlesex room, be pretty busy in there with the stream on the big screens. Yeah, that innings against Leicestershire 161 for Patel. Well, he went after Middlesex from the start the other night. Ackerman 100 was unavailable for Leicestershire the other evening. Budinger 81 at the top as well. 159 for the first wicket in 20 overs. Leicestershire 411 for 6. Lancashire 316 all out. 127 from Jennings, 57 from Villas run out by Wright, 60 from Bailey down the order. Into the Hampshire game, where 234 was a winning score for Hampshire. All out in their 48th over. Lancashire out to the last ball of the 49th. 2-2-3 all done. 11-run victory for Hampshire, and then Surrey 153 all out, Lancashire 157. Without loss in the 23rd, wrapping up a 10-wicket win. Middlesex, on the other hand, we saw some big scores last year in particular. Middlesex hit 309 for 7 at Hampshire in their opening game. Hampshire were 238 for 5 in the 38th. They won by 18 runs on the DLS method. To Bohannon once more. The last ball that he bowled to Bohannon went for 6. Just drops a little short on that one, but gets away with it. Yeah, disappointed when the rain fell there. Middlesex felt they'd reached the tipping point in the innings where they were going to drive home the advantage, but the rain fell and Hampshire were ahead on DLS. It's better from Holman. Similarly to Lancashire, Middlesex had their second game washed out without a ball bowled, and similarly it was a rival match. It was the London Derby against Surrey at Radlett that was washed out. Much as Lancashire missed out on a Roses clash with Yorkshire. 298 for 9 Essex in the third game Middlesex had. Essex won by 3 runs, thrilling finale on that one. Run out to finish, run out of Bamber, did the rounds on social media. Incredible finish to that game. 295 all out in the 49th. Kent 288 all out in the 50th. Middlesex were 155 all out in the 37th at Beckenham. Brilliant piece of fielding and extra cover. Stoneman, the skipper. Lone spell with the White Rose County in T20 a couple of years back. Go from Holman. Just a single off it. For 11 off his 2 now into the 26th. 109 for 3. Yeah, then came the big one for Middlesex, 365 all out last ball of their innings. Century for Anderson. 88 for Higgins. 30s for Stoneman, Cracknell and Holman, all of them reaching 35 indeed. Nottinghamshire were all done for 231 in reply. And really Lotton and Harrison in the end actually topping that up, 44 and 41 apiece. Top scores of the innings. 3 for Higgins in that one, 3 for 40 off his 10. Still looking for his first today. Leg side with that one. Chase for Corshall. Taken 2. And into the 40s. Yes, this man's been the real star for Middlesex this season. More. On to 43. Settling in now, getting going. 13 for 3. Made his debut for Middlesex back in June 2014 in a T20, Higgins. His 10th professional season now. Been to Bristol and back. Some huge performances this season. 88, his top scorer in this competition. Did manage 78 at Hampshire in the opening list day game. For 33, his best bowling performance, that against Kent. incredibly turned out to be a defeat for Middlesex, despite the bowler taking 4 for 33. 3 for 40 against Notts. Oh, now, leg side. Went up early with the appeal, but half-hearted. Got a bit of a smile breaking on his face in the appeal, Higgins. Single 20 over, 5 off it. Lancashire 1, 14 for 3 after 27. Have a look at a few of the scores elsewhere today. Nottinghamshire are the team that Lancashire have their mind on. They're one place above them in the table, but they have played a game more than the rest, or the rest around them. So they are not in action today. The team immediately below Lancashire in the table that they have to keep an eye on are Kent. Kent on 6 points similarly from 6 as Lancashire. Slammed to extra cover where Stoneman stops it again. Brilliant from the skipper. Saved at least a couple there, long off back. Relatively wide, so probably would have had a chance, Martin Anderson, to get around to cut that off. Oh, now. There he went looking for that boundary again. Over to the Compton stand. Bahan, and he gets away with that. He's going to come back for 3. Inside edge. Safely past the stumps. Oof. Could have gone anywhere. On to 47 now, Bahanan. Good over from Holman this, just that inside edge for 3. Single to end it, Balls will keep the strike, he moves to 19. 28 done here at Lords. Lancashire winning the toss, 118 for 3. So yeah, going back to the table. Leicestershire comfortably top and qualified, 12 points from their 7 games. Looking to secure that home semi-final. On Tuesday, the final round of games. Hampshire second, 10 points from 6. Nottinghamshire 7 from 7, then Lancashire 6 from 6, Kent 6 from 6. Kent having won 3, lost 3. Lancashire 2-2-2, 1 lost and no results. 2 apiece. Yorkshire likewise, their net run rate has them 6th, just below Kent. 2 wins, 2 defeats, 2 no results. In comes Middlesex, his chances ended there on 3 points from 6. Victory at Leicestershire would have kept alive a hope of scrambling through. So games elsewhere, Kents are 138 for 3 in the 29th against Essex. Canterbury, 65 from Ben Compton. Jack Leaning's not out, 42 at the moment, with Finch, who's not out, 6. Glorious shot. Wilson moves into the 20s with a luscious on drive. On 2-2 for 3. Higgins around the wicket to the left-hander. Put up there. Stroked. Straight at mid-arm. Deep third coming around, a look for 2. Cultural gets there and they do indeed take a couple. Wilson's 25 and this partnership ticks along. 56 now the partnership for the 4th wicket. Oh wow. Thick edge wide of Simpson, standing up. Couple more. Wilson's 27. Just starting to tick again now. Can Middlesex find a response to slow them down? Mainly have to be a wicket. That slammed down the ground. Didn't quite have the timing, indeed, of the on drive, but it'll still get there. And Balderson, having moved into the 20s at the start of the over, moves into the 30s at the end of it. 31 for Balderson, 47 for Bohannon. He'll have the strike. And this one, giving a little bit more oomph. Not quite the same timing. Placement just as good. 30 for 3 after 29. W score at 30s. Again, it's not something that quite adhere to anymore in List A cricket. Certainly 280 you'd have thought would be the minimum Lancashire would want to come out of this. Regards the group though, Leicestershire, the league leaders, are doing Lancashire a favour against Yorkshire, much as Essex seem to be doing against Kent. Kent now 140 for 4. Himself a little bit of space, Bohannon, and he pulls it fine for 4. There's his 50. Step back, Holman went with him. Bohannon equal to it. 51 from 66. Crucial innings here. 96 minutes, 4 fours. That big 6 off Holman as well. 134 for 3 in the 30th. Bohannon's been holding it together for Lancashire. Supported now by Balderson, but it was Bohannon that really started to settle things first. Wickets full for Kent was Finch, caught Buttleman off Beard for 7. Leading still there on 43, 140 for 4, Kent in 30 against Essex. Yorkshire 90 for 7 in the 29th at Leicestershire. Come the over here, 5 off it so far. We'll have a look at that Yorkshire card in a moment. ball for Alderson, pushing up to mid-off, ending Holman's over. Number 20 off 4 for Holman. 135 for 3 after 30. Lancashire again, 280 will be really the minimum, they're thinking. So let's have a little look up towards that scoreboard. We'll rely on a fair bit more from this partnership to get them up there. So that Yorkshire innings, 91 for 8 in the 29th now. Leicester winning the toss, deciding to field, which they did against Middlesex. Middlesex got themselves stuck. Grace Road looking to go big, looking to go hard. Perhaps that's what's happened to Yorkshire as well. 28 from Bean, 26 from Wharton. 91 for 8 in the 29th. 3 for Wright, former Middlesex man, 3 for Salisbury, 2 for Davies. So that will do Lancashire big favour if Leicester can wrap that one up to keep the others at bay. Here's the son of a Lancashireman, Lancastrian even. Josh de Carey's into the attack from the pavilion end, the off spinner. Coming through as an opening bat, useful off spinner, but he's really kicked on in the spin department. Cut away down to deep backward point. Made his name scoring a century against the Yorkies for one of the university sides. Leeds Bradford, I think it was. Cheered a few Lancastrians. Hoping it doesn't upset them today, though. Son of one of the most famous Lancastrians. Surely at the ground today rather than watching at home. Beautiful shot by Bohannon. All the way it goes, long on trying to come around. Luke Holman didn't get near it. Wonder might they think of a change of ends here. Bowling with the slope, turning the ball into the right hander with the slope at the moment. Short of boundary to the onside though. Holman doing the fielding similarly from the nursery ends. His leg spin taking it down the slope away from the right hander into the left hander, but something maybe to think about to change their ends. See how it goes. Holman number 20 off his 4. De Carey's only going for 7 off his firsts. That run rate squeezes up over 4.5 for the first time really for Lancashire. Sharp start against Bamber, the third over. He's went for 12, the third over of the innings, his second. And Matt Six had a good control over the run rate. 142 for 3 after 31. Whoa, inside out and over the top from Bohannon. He's into the 60s. Slips out from Holman. Oh, wow. What a delivery that is. Bohannon's gone for 62, but Holman with a ripper. Glorious for the leg spinner. Big breakthrough for Middlesex, just as the partnership, or a partnership, was getting going for the first time for Lancashire. Beautiful line and length. Flighted, floated. Just nudges the top of the off stump. Glorious, the perfect delivery for the leg spinner to the right-hander. So a pretty decent delivery for a leg spinner at Old Trafford 20 or so years ago against Lancashire. Leg spinner rips one through. Parkinson, of course, is a wonderful spinner, a ball of this century, as it was described. Pitching outside leg and take the top of off. Holman will be pretty happy with that one. Not quite as spectacular in terms of the turn, but everything about it was right with that one though. And even the set batter, the man leading the way, Bohannon, was completely undone by it. 146 for 4 in the 30 seconds. Lavelle comes out. Single first ball for George Lavelle, 23 years of age. 5 first-class matches, 21 list day and 2 T20. His top scores come in list day, 61 unbeaten. Lucky there for Baldson's a nice looking shot, but splattered those stumps. Well, at the right end, stumps splattered, as long as Holden didn't get fingertips to it. Glorious that from Lavelle. I want to keep these boundaries the boundaries coming at the moment. Nice use of the feet. Hitting with the spin. Again, that slope. It's always coming into him. That's why I just wonder, is it that great ball from Holman at the other end? But I wonder if the carries would actually help him to come down to the nursery end. Up in the air again. It feels like that they're playing percentage shots against the carries at the moment. That's just why I wonder. Middlesex need to help out the off spinner here, just give him something else. That ball's only ever turning down the slope to the right-hander at the moment. He's got a short boundary to the onside and only a deep backward square and a pretty fine deep mid-wicket. So as long as he keeps it away from the mid-on, he's in business, Lavelle. 6 off the over. 153 for 4. Similarly, I suppose, though, in bowling to Balderson. Pose a different challenge. 4 to carries. Number 2. At number 13 off his 2. Go back to Lavelle for a moment. 57 against Hampshire in this competition this year. 5th match for him. To wait his turn throughout this season. Hasn't played first class yet this year, nor T20. Giving himself room. Balderson against the leg spinner. Take 2 over the top of mid-off. Away with that one, Holman. It's the pads of the left-hander Balderson. Cracknell back on the fields for Middlesex, got that knee injury earlier. Sweeping up out on the boundary. Finds a gap. Chase for Cracknell from long leg. Still in the balance this innings for Lancashire. It's 3 early-ish wickets. Certainly early in terms of the number of runs on the board. There'll be a couple more there. 160 for 4. Straight to Stoneman. An extra cover. End of the over. 160 for 4. So, Lancashire winning the toss here at Lords. Story so far. First goes Jennings. Caught Simpson. Lovely ball from Bamba. Catch by Simpson. Standing up. Gone for 11. Bell caught Davies for the bowling of Anderson for 33. That was a big wicket. Hannon 62. Keeping it all together, really. They were 68 for 3. It was in the 15th, but only 68 on the board when Villas fell. Bell Bamba for 1. Hannon last to go, 146 for 4. So we need to be a little bit careful here, Lancashire, though. Another couple of wickets on that board. They need a partnership again, just as Bohannon and Balderson are getting together. Certainly plenty of capable batting down the order. Bailey's the big name that jumps out. Ronnie could come in and have a real impact. There's a history of doing so. Change of ends for Anderson. He's on from the pavilion end now after a decent start at the nursery. On for 25 from 6. In the air. Just a single down to deep third. Chip back and gone. Anderson with another caught and bowled. He had a fine one at Grace Road the other evening. Seems to have a knack for it. 2 for 27 for Anderson. Balderson gone for 36. 2 set batters falling in quick succession for Lancashire. Could be a big moment in the match. Was it an off-cutter from Anderson? Leading edge from Balderson. Simple as you like. He plucked that one out of the air. Anderson made it look very easy. Thank you. Double fist bump. There's a little bit more of a response from Anderson on that one. It's usually as far as it goes, but then there was one more little punch of the air once he passed the batter. Century the other day. Bowling well at the moment, Anderson as well. Really enthused Middlesex that will, especially going into September. He can add a bowling option to Middlesex and lengthen the batting as he does as well. Could be a really crucial cog for Middlesex in the final 4 rounds of the championship season. 162 for 5. 2 relatively new batters at the crease, and Lancashire really have to mind their work now. Still 15 overs to come after this. 5 wickets standing, only 162 on the board. It's light at the moment. We need somebody to be the hero from somewhere with the bat. Bohannon's 62, the star so far. Balderson looking as though he may well go on as well, but Matthew Hurst, just 19 years of age, in under 19, 5 List A matches, top score of 21 unbeaten. That came against Essex Sebra, the opening game. Leaves alone, first ball. Slip in place from Middlesex with Anderson. Picking up 2 for 27 now, 35 gone, 162 for 5. Anxious decision to bat first there. I did wonder. Not quite as obvious looking down in that shot, but there was a bit of greenness on that grass. A bit of greenness on that surface earlier on. There's a bit of catch up on those chips. Hungry work, cricket watching. Those around them now, they'll be smelling those chips as well, thinking, oh, can I wait? Can I hold off till the interval? Certainly got the commentator thinking. Ishan Kaushal back on from the nursery end. Speaking of youngsters looking to achieve, Hurst also has 15 unbeaten, 2-1 against Leicestershire and Hampshire this year. Didn't need to bat against Surrey. Nice return for Kaushal. Number 23 off his first 5, opening with Ethan Bamber. Really solid start and more economical than the senior man, which not a real rarity for anyone to have a better economy than Bamber. Just came back up the slope slightly from Kaushal, tucked up Lavelle. 13 from 13 for him, Hurst on to strike. 21 years of age, Ishan Kaushal from Hillingdon. 38 at Chelmsford off 4, 1 for 62 with Beckenham. Pulled through, rolled out. Makes Knots 1 for 45. Radlett in the victory, and then at Leicestershire the other evening 1 for 26. Bowled 3 overs at Grace Road, first going for 17. For 45 against Nottinghamshire, came off 8. Up the wicket of Lyndon James. Bouncer caught by Stoneman at mid wicket on the pull. James gone for 7. Kent. He's 1 for 62, is off 9. Oh, now. What a catch that would have been by Robson. Well, he took a screamer at Grace Road. Lavelle gets a couple. 15 from 15 for him. Oh, just out of reach. It's Jack Davies, my apologies. It's a 17, not a 12 that saw on the floor there. Good from Kaushal again. He looked back at the umpire then, because again, that's not far off that wide earlier in the innings. The umpire signal as the batter steps inside the line. Stepping inside the line on this occasion, nothing doing. Umpire Long happy with that one. Into the over, 166 for 5, just 4 off it. Horschel's best economy in the list A so far. Can he find a wicket today? Number 27 off his 6. So 166 for 5. Anderson to Hurst to start the new over. Single taken out to deep mid wicket. 167 for 5. Down the ground again. Will just about go. Will's on to 19. Quite get hold of it all, smeared it back down the grounds. Interesting move from Middlesex, having a wideish mid-on with Higgins. He's gone a little bit straighter now. Good from Anderson to follow up. 171 for 5. Single scampered through. He's on to 20. Lavelle wants to come at the over as Hurst comes back onto strike. Bowled again to end the over from Anderson. He's in good form with the ball at the moment. Anderson 2 for 33 from his 8. That one boundary down the ground is a bit mistimed as well by Lavelle. 20 for 20 from him, 172 for 5. We've got 2 guests in the commentary box. Blake Cullen, well, again, delighted to have up here, but obviously for your own sake, wishing you're on the field. He's brought a stump with us. Can we see it? There we can. Luke Holman broke the stump in bowling. What was it he bowled again now? Bohannon, wasn't it? Bohannon. Signed at the bottom by the ground staff as well. Holman versus Lancashire. 20th of August 23 at Lords. Holman bowling Bohannon. And there is the broken stump from the leg spinner. Thanks for the ground staff delivering that one up to us for the interval. Thanks to them. Blake Cullen is alongside me in the commentary box. As I say, any broken stumps, broken bails over the years for yourself?
Nothing obvious from memory. Probably 1 or 2 of either of those at some point, but no distinct memory of it really.
Up in the air. Oh, goodness me, just out of reach. If he was on the rope there, Cracknell, he'd have had a chance, but rightly he stepped in. It's a big boundary out to the grandstands. Sore knee at the moment as well. Oh, soaring backwards. Let's see. A nervous watch on, just over. Cracknell bounces up and over that advertising board. Good follow-up from Corshall. Huge shot for 6 from Lavelle though.
Yeah, I don't think they've had any complaints about Cracknell's position there. He's still where he was for that 6 because it's a long way out there up the hill as well, so they're trying to save the 2 out to that long boundary, and if he clears him over his head, then I think they'll also fair play. That's a great shot, and he's got a good piece of that one, Lavelle.
Just commenting off mic how well Martin Anderson's bowling at the moment. Seems to have a good bit of rhythm. Similarly, Corshall's bowled well today, hasn't he? Have you been able to watch all of it, or have you been fitness training?
No, yeah, I've been in the gym for the last couple of hours, so I've not watched a great deal. I watched the first 5 or 6 overs probably, and yeah, they both look to start well. Obviously Bamber bowling all the way through and doing very well again, but Corshall made a great start today. There seems to be a good bit of carry for him today.
That's back on strike for the last ball of the over. At the moment, it's a little bit light for Lancashire, but again, you've got to wait until both sides have a bowl.
Yeah, it's been interesting. They've kept going, to be fair to them. They've lost wickets throughout, and that's credit to Middlesex, always looking to take those wickets in the middle. Just trying to put the brakes on a little bit, but they've kept coming at the bowlers and they've kept looking for those boundaries.
Mid on up, it's a safe shot going over the top. Come back for a third as it's mid off who gets there. Bamber so far advanced at mid on. This goes to show that Middlesex have a little bit of confidence at the moment, looking at the field placing, not everybody tight on the edge of that circle. Thinking about wickets. Trying to get through this Lancashire side, but 3-2 in the over, Hurst on to 5. 10 off Corshall's over, his most expensive. Had a really good day, 182 for 5. I dare say pretty much everybody here today having a good day at Lord's. Edrich stands. A real sun trap up there today, the top tier. And see a good number in the bottom as well. That's being as close as you can be in line to the players. You can see there, the pitch just to the side, the centre, the left side of the centre as we look from the nursery end where the Edrich stand sits. There's the man that broke the stump, Luke Holman. Spinners breaking stumps. So I need to check the quality of the wood for those stumps. I've enjoyed it, that's for sure, Holman. It's a cracking delivery to dismiss Bohannon. Top scorer of the day so far.
Yeah, he bowled really well in this first spell. A bit more of a challenge now with the shorter leg side for him, and hasn't quite got the same slope to work with bowling his leg spin as he would from the nursery end, but a bit of an ask, and I think this is a bit of a roll of the dice from Stoneman to say to the batters, look, take it on if you want.
Nice start from Holman. I was contemplating whether this actually would be a good change for De Carey's to get him on for the nursery ends. It seemed as though he was bowling from the pavilion end with the slope, with a shorter boundary in the direction of the spin. So it's a real challenge for De Carey's. Just a single down to long off.
Yeah, it's interesting debate with the spinners because you got the slope. Do you want them with the slope so that they can turn their leg spinner or their off spinner more, or do you want them against the slope so that if they do get one to turn, it's really by surprise for the batsman because they're assuming that it's just going to roll down the slope sort of with the arm if he's bowling leg spin here. If he gets anything to grip and go up the slope, it's going to be a bit of an ask for the batter to get much on it because it will be the best ball he could bowl.
Well, there we go. That was what we were talking about when you said the roll of the dice, the pick-up. It's the shorter boundary to the onside. Mid-on up, mid-wicket quite fine. The bell going big. Out to Cow corner.
So again, this little period before the 40th over where batting sides seem to just put the foot down a little bit before that fifth fielder goes out. In 2 overs time, you know, long on will be out there and that shot will be off the card. So they're really trying to cash in these last 2 overs.
Up there on this one. We saw him hit for 6 by Bohannon earlier to the huge boundary out towards Compton, which is shut today. We saw the shot of the Edrich a moment ago. The Compton sitting the other side of the media centre is shut off, as is the grandstand. Wasn't as big a shot from Lavelle, but similarly safe with the field up on the onside, but for quite a fine mid-wicket sweeping up. Yeah, the carries went for 13 off his 2 from the nursery, and I just wondered whether, from the pavilion, and I just wondered for him, would it be better from the nursery? May not get that opportunity. There's only 11 to go. The innings 189 for 5, 7 off that. Holman over, 6 doing the damage.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see who Stoneman turns towards the death here. I think ordinarily Bamber would probably be one of the 2 seamers to close out the innings, and him having bowled through, and Higgins coming under if he'll bowl through, because he's got what, 5 left?
5 for Higgins, 2 for Anderson, 3 for Corshall.
So I think that'll probably be the case from here, and then I guess there's Anderson and Corshall at the pavilion end.
Bamber went 3.8 today, 2 for 38, 2 maidens. Corshall, to say, his most economical performance in the list day so far for the youngster, number 37 off 7. He'd love to add a wicket to it before his day's done. Anderson 2 for 33 from 8. Higgins number 29 from 5. Holman 1 for 39 from 7. Carey's number 13 from 2. To upset any Lancastrians, but Kent and Yorkshire both recovering their positions. Kent 194 for 4 in the 40th now against Essex, and 140 for 4. And Yorkshire, who were 91 for 8, are 150 for 8 now. Best 32, code 27 against Leicestershire at Grace Road. Oh wow! Now, how? Where did that end up? Oh wow, it's just gone straight through, beating the outside edge. A little bit of movement off the surface for Higgins. Uppish, but gone fully through with it. Single to mid-on. Kent 206 for 4 now, leaning 70, 213 for 4, really powering on, leaning 75. Denley 37. Jaden Denley, nephew of Joe. Two teams that Lancashire have an eye on today. Nottinghamshire, Lancashire's final game, they've played one more, so not in action today. Hampshire, who should be in a good position to qualify. Single ends the over here. And it's power play 2. 192 for 5 after 40. So power play 3 about to be signalled. 5 allowed back. Pretty big outfield here today at Lords, the pretty central track that we've got. So still plenty to do. Fits and starts really for Lancashire so far. Just Pan's innings really of substance, but Lavelle in a position to push on. How much support will he have with Bailey at 9? Still some powerful hitting to come. Hampshire taking on Surrey today. Hampshire second in the group with 10 points in a good position after 6 games to qualify. Surrey 190 for 7. 78 for Patel at the top, but other than that, Blake 29. Everybody else making it to 20. 3-3 in Holland, 2 for Curry. Middlesex man Nick Gubbins not playing in that one for Hampshire today. Ben Brown taking on the captaincy, the wicket keeper who moved across from Sussex. Take 2. Throw comes in from Anderson. Sharp running. They were a little hesitant at one moment. I was just checking Nick Gubbins, he is out injured. 1 or 2 changes for Hampshire today, so the captaincy passes across. I was wondering whether the former Middlesex man would be able to captain his side to a final. Not at Lords anymore though, at Trent Bridge, the final for this competition. Delicately done. One chase for Bambutt, which he won't win. He's up 200 as well.
Lovely shot by Hurst, quite delicate in nature, but it's raced away and just kept going there. Good pace on it, just a little deflection, and it's beaten Bamber to the boundary rope.
I'll call a change of ends for the spinners has been a waste of time. It's gone for 8 off this one so far, Holman, but they are on the charge now, Lancashire. Down, but they can't really think about just batting out the overs and losing a couple more wickets in the process, which will slow them even further. They do need to start putting their foot down. Feels a long way short of a decent score at the moment. A single there wide of Holman. 9 overs to go at Lords. Lancashire won the toss. They're 201 for 5. So 280 really is the minimum that they'd have wanted. Anything below that, Middlesex will fancy their chances. But again, the dimensions here, we were just nattering off Mike about it. It's an unusually central pitch for Middlesex here at Lords for this.
Yeah, and I think that'll be interesting when they come out to bat. We're so used to targeting one of the shorter sides here, being on the edge of the square, that perhaps there'll be those twos to the short side, which there probably wouldn't normally be. It'll be an interesting aspect of the second innings. Well, it's just not having that obvious boundary option that you'd usually have here on one short side.
An unusually central pitch for Middlesex, an unusual List A game at Lords. First here since 2019, and the last List A game that Middlesex played at Lords was against Lancashire. It was the quarter-final of this competition. Lancashire racked up 304 for 4 batting first. Keaton Jennings with 96, Dane Villas unbeaten 70, Stephen Croft with 68. 2 for 51 for a youngster called Helm. George Scott, 1 for 65. Nathan Souter, 1 for 73. Middlesex are in heaps of trouble in reply when Saqib Mahmood threw him early on. 4 for 38 off 10 he ended with. Some fella called James Anderson, 1 for 35 off 9. Oh, he's gone. Simpson behind the stumps. Stumped off a wide. Ooh. He got back? Wow. Let's have a look. Down the leg side and yeah. Did well to avoid a serious injury at the end there, Simpson. Standing up for the most part today for Bamber and for Higgins. Did a fine job. Again, they're two that give the keeper at least the chance to stand up. That doesn't make the job any easier. And for a couple. Deep third coming around. Yeah, the consistency of Bamber, because he bowls at a fair leg. Consistency of Bamber, though, is what gives Simpson the chance to stand up. He just keeps hitting a spot, doesn't he? Higgins similarly so on that one down the leg side, though.
Yeah, I mean, he's a phenomenal keeper. I'm not sure the pace of anyone up would probably bother him. I think even sort of casually he might think about it, but the challenge you say with these two, probably just the seam movement. They're both so well known for getting. That's probably the biggest challenge. The lateral movement off the pitch as opposed to the pure pace of it, because I'm sure he's got the hands that are good enough for any pace, but it's how much that's moving and off of what length. Bit of a nightmare.
Use the feet again. Simpson standing back now, another wide. Game's on out in the middle. Lancashire need runs. Overs running out. Wickets running out as well, and that's the thing. Old adage of batting out your overs. Sides do tend now to go for the runs first, rather than worry about the overs. Get going and keep going. And again, at 5 down, a couple of deliveries, you're all of a sudden 7 down, and things can fall apart very quickly. So get what runs while you can. Seems as though certainly Lavelle and Hurst are going to try. So just up it a little here. Simpson coming up again for Lavelle. Good stop. Good point by Davies. That into a single. It's well done by Hurst. Steps across and scoops it over Simpson. Short fine leg retreating, told them to a couple. Higgins in a scrap now. Enjoys a scrap though, Higgins. Too perturbed by it all.
No, well, it's brought about a field change with long off coming up and fine leg going back to prevent that scoop. Wouldn't have thought he'd mind him playing that scoop shot though. It's a high risk, and you know he's not express pace, so he's not getting much value for it.
Over the top. Robson was going for the catch for a moment. In the end, he has to go to prevent the boundary. They've taken 3. Hurst moves to 22, 42 done. Another good over for Lancashire. Just went inside out with it. Robson for a moment was thinking, was there a chance to leap? 212 for 5. With 8 overs to go. Temperatures rising on and off the fields. A few cold ones out already. 5 to 2 on a Sunday, it's pretty acceptable, I think.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if it was there first, to be honest, on a lovely Sunday afternoon here at Lord's. Although the sun trap is the ground as the stand that's shut off today, which is a bit of a shame. Most people, I'd say, by now are probably in the shade, which I'm sure it's still early on. It should come around, and yeah, it usually does get that sun on that side later on tonight.
Shan Korshall from the pavilion end. It's had a good day so far. Number 37 from 7. His best economy in the competition so far. Can he keep it going? Can he find a wicket? Start up down the leg side with the slope. So 50 partnership brought up at the end of that last over. That boundary off Higgins. 13 for 5, 162 the fall of Balderson for 36. Ooh. Just kept a fraction low on Hurst, that one. But his radar's been good today, Korshall.
Yeah, I think he's just going to hit the wicket here. It doesn't look like he's going to go to any sort of funky wide plans with the longer side. He's just going to hit the wicket and ask the batsman to hit it over the fielders who are out on that leg side.
Advances to this. Steers a single. Deep backward square. Up in the air. Safe. Barely made the square leg umpire, let alone the boundary. There's the opposition balcony. Let's see if we can see Graham Onions on that balcony. I'm looking at the Lancashire team from that quarter-final here. Onions picked up 1 wicket. Jennings, as we mentioned, playing. Dane Villas. Josh Bohannon. Graham Onions featured. This one sweetly struck. Placed in between the 2 on the ropes. 4 runs. Swatted hard. Sweet connection. There he is on the left, Graham Onions. Didn't recognise him at first. Defying the years, thought he was one of the youngsters. Up in the air this one goes, but safely again. Good connection from Hurst. He's on to 31. 2:23 for 5 Lancashire. A good day for Corshall so far. He's going to be tested now. So Lancashire look to charge.
Long on now, go back and coming up into the ring. He bowled one slow ball earlier and it looked like it just stopped a little bit, so it wouldn't surprise me if he just changes the pace here, that long on back.
It's hit away hard, fine of the deep cover. Cracknell comes around, holds him to 2. 13 off the over from Corshall. So, 7 to go in the sun at Lords. 2:25 for 5. 63 the partnership. A couple of foundations at the top, never really got going. Bell had a decent start. He's 33 from 47 deliveries. Thinking back to that game again, 2019, mentioned who's still standing for Lancashire. For Middlesex, Robson scored 10. Simpson scored 74. James Harris, his first century for Middlesex, 117. It wasn't enough though, because Middlesex were reduced to 24 for 5 when Ross Taylor, in his overseas, was out for 6. Mahmood picked up Robson for 10. Max Holdham was run out by James Anderson for 4. Nick Gubbins, LBW Anderson for a duck. First ball, Saki Mahmood removing Ross Taylor, caught Jennings for 6, and then Eskenazi was caught Croft off Mahmood for 3. Middlesex in deep trouble, but Harrison Simpson put on an incredible stand. 197. Hooked away fine. 4 more. Sat up rather for Lavelle. Put it away nicely.
Yeah, nicely placed by Lavelle. Pace off from Higgins. Just steers it behind square, and with that being such a long side, if you just get your angles right, by the time it's reached the man on the boundary, it's 30 yards to his right. So lovely timing and a nice placement from Lavelle there.
Just bringing him around finer. Is that the move with the arms from Higgins? Chat with Stoneman before he goes again. Yeah, 24 for 5 to 221 for 6 when Harris departed. And at that point, you were just starting to think Middlesex had it, but Harris and Simpson falling. This one's fine, but it will be stopped. Bamba. Yeah, they both fell with the score on 221. Harris was stumped Villas off the bowling of Matt Parkinson for 117. Simpson run out James Anderson for 74. Second run out for Anderson of the innings. So the only players left for that one, from that one, are Robson and Simpson in this game. Eskenazi and Holden and Helm away at the 100.
Yeah, I think Eskenazi and Holden both on today actually, so keep a little eye out for that one later on.
He was chinned in the other day, Max Holden. He sent me a message, but I didn't see it till after. He was crediting you, Blake, though, on some excellent summary. We'll go in the middle. He wasn't so complimentary about Keith Touch, though.
Great work by Cracknell, steaming it. Just nicely nudged into the onside where everyone that's the place that would be too, but Cracknell's come absolutely belting in there with a nice throw over the top to stop them and stop them to 1.
Great stop again by Stoneman. He stopped a few in there now. 4, possibly 5 at extra cover that you think, well, may not have all been boundaries if long off or back, but he stopped a good few in there anyway. 8 off the over with the leg by. 2-3-3 for 5. 6 to go. 280 still on for Lancashire. Anything more and they would be delighted. Hurst and Lavelle getting it going. 71 the partnership for the 6th wicket now. I was also got Ross Taylor in the side. That was the year, of course, when Max Holden took the List A record from Andrew Strauss, who took it from Graham Barlow all those years ago. Strauss hitting the record at the Oval. Holden breaking the List A individual record for a Middlesex batter at Canterbury, and then Eskenazi took it off Holden last season in that incredible run that he had. Whoa, that's gone into the slot. Oh, dearie me. Steady, sir. Oh, the way back down as well. It was the disappointment that did it for him. I think we'd have all fallen off our chairs if he'd have taken the catch. Will he? Will he? Will he? No. Will he sit back down? No. Won't do that either. 239 for 5. Huge shot though from Hurst. He's into the 40s as well. 41 from 29. 2 youngsters standing toe to toe at the moment. What's Corshall got in reply? Oh, now just dips below the height. The hip. Oh, goodness me, that one slips out as well. No ball. Beamer and hit for 4. What a shot by Hurst. Swatted. We see it so often now, don't we? A batter just drops his head, takes the bat with him. It's almost an overhead smash into the onside. Oh, it was going right for the rose. On the head. On the helmet of Hurst. He's done well to steer that. Free hit. A warning for Corshall as well. Another one of those and he's out of the attack. He's only got 4 balls left of this over. One more over to come, but nonetheless, just has to be careful. The ball before slipped out as well and was close to a no ball on height.
Yeah, I think it's so tough when that case, because the right plan here is to go full and bowl a Yorker and shy away from that, having missed slightly full, let's say, on that one there.
Delay caused by what? Umpire and Stoneman having a chat. Thumbs up from the umpire. And he goes Corshall again. 3 hits for Hurst. Steps across, looks to target that onside once again. Long on comes around. Anderson will hold them to 2. So that ball as a whole costs 8 runs. 2 for the no ball, which was hit for 4 to the free hit.
He's got his deep point and sort of a fine deep third man out here.
Up and over. How far? Oh, it's 6, is it? Close, certainly. It's the 50 for Hurst. It's 4 runs. 51 from 33 deliveries. 5 4s and a 6, and he's crashed to it in no time here, overtaking Lavelle. Outstanding knock from the 19-year-old in only his 6th List A match, only his 5th innings.
I think it just demonstrates how easy it can be once you get going in a partnership. Both these batters about to run a ball to probably 25, 30 each. And since then, just both kicked on and now sort of striking at 140 mark.
Oh, the reverse paddle on that one. I think he's just saved a wide for Corshall as well. I reckon on the tram lines of that, it was probably going to be a wide if it had got through without touching the bat. Just smothered it. Welcome dot ball for Corshall as he tries to get out of this over. Started with a 6, swung hard by Hurst to the tavern stand. Goes again. How much has he got it? Low full toss. Oh, and put down. Long race around the boundary rope for Davies. Spills forward out of the bucket hands as he's on the move. Corshall misses out on the wicket. 2 for Hurst, moves into 53. Low full toss. Hard to really get the power. Let's go with the leverage. But the positioning was the problem for Davies on the move. Just got hands to it. Running towards the ball, always looking over his right shoulder as he ran.
Yeah, they do look quite comfortable with them on camera when like, try and judge the ball belting, you know, sideways like that. It's harder than it looks, but on camera, on replay, it does look like he's cracking through it. But speed he's probably running at makes it much tougher.
Davies, really reliable fielder as well, isn't he? Clubsman himself. Good pair of hands. It was a difficult chance. Big moment though. 253 for 5. Talks about 280 all the way through. Can they get to 280? Well, can they get to 300 now? 5 to go. Higgins has a big role to play here. Bamber's bowled out. Senior bowler now is Higgins. Slow ball dragged by Lavelle down to long on. Should just be a single. Hurst wants the second. Throw goes to the keeper's end. They're back. It's good running. Straight of Holman coming in from long on. Slow ball again, swept. Anderson a deep backward square. Slow ball bounce was hit down there for 4. Higgins just moved him slightly finer as a result of that. And what's he doing now? He's moving short, fine leg finer.
Yeah, I think with Hurst on strike, just in case he goes for that lap sweep or scoop shot, give himself a little chance of getting a catch there at short 45.
Shot for 1. It's a little bit of room. Stroking it to long off. Well, they've got something to bowl at now, Lancashire, and there have been points in this innings where you thought they may not. Recovered it as well. Not going to be out of sight, you wouldn't have thought. How did that get through? To the pads again, and that one's going to get fine of Anderson. Comes around, scoops it in. Scoops it so far that they're going to come back for a third. Had to go hard at it with his hands to make sure he got a good purchase on it. I think he was trying to scoop it back towards Bamber, who was running from short, fine leg, but he managed to push it along the rope, and that's the 50 for Lavelle as they do come back for 3. 50 from 42. Outstanding knock from him. 65 minutes, 42 deliveries, 3 4s and 2 6s. Brilliant from Lavelle. Low full toss, this goes again. 4 more. The century stand for the 6th wicket between the 2 Lancashire youngsters. Hurst moves to 58, Lavelle has 50. They came together when Balderson was out. Caught and bowled Anderson for 106 for 36, 162 for 5 that was, and at that point it looked like trouble for Lancashire, who'd won the toss today. Well, 4 overs to go. Where can these two take it? 300 definitely on. How much more for this pair? Just got it ticking at the moment as well now. Middlesex have a bit of thinking to do. Back to Anderson, who's bowling well at the moment for Middlesex. Praising his consistency. Looks as though he's in some good form, some good rhythm. 2 for 33 from 8 so far. So he bowls the last 2 from the pavilion end. Second best economy to Bamber's 2 for 38 bowled out. That's 2 for 33 from 8. He picked up George Bell. Caught Davies for 33. And the last to go, George Balderson. Caught and bowled Anderson for 36.
Really have got licence now, these two batters. Just the 4 overs left, 5 wickets in the bank. Don't think they'll be holding back at all.
Starts up with the wise. Little step across from Lavelle. The bowler's take on that. We've seen a couple today. There's a couple on Corshall that they were down the leg side and signalled a wide. Perhaps just stepped inside the line a bit. I actually thought, look, you can't really have it's a low full toss. Away it goes. 4 more. Lavelle's timed that well. Big boundary. Fine of Stoneman at extra cover. Wide of the sweeper at deep cover. Really well to get that one away for a boundary. But yeah, on the wise, any little movement by the batter moves that tram line. Goes again. That's a really brave move on the scoop on that one. There's 2 fine there with a short fine leg and a short third, but straight over the keeper's head meant that it landed safely in between them.
Yeah, he's done well there. Pace off knuckleball by Anderson, so he's done well just to get enough on it to clear those 2 fielders behind him in the ring.
Together for a chat with Stoneman. You know, the tram lines move now, don't they, if the batters move, and Corshall bowled a couple of short ones which looked like really good short balls. The batters just naturally step inside the line a bit, passes down the leg side and signalled a wide, even though the batters it's up in the air for a moment, but actually for a long way, but by 6 the fielders, they've taken 2. 273 for 5. Tough one for bowlers is the point.
No, I think it's an interesting one, especially that one down the leg side. I think the sort of thing that I see with it is if it happens whilst they're playing the shot, then perhaps it is a wide. But if he does that movement whilst I'm running in before the ball's bowled, then I think it's a slightly different story in that it moves with them. But I think if they're sort of moving whilst playing the shot, then it's sort of fair game.
That's a sweet strike. And it's 4 more. Lavelle overtakes Hurst once more. He's into the 60s. Second boundary of the over. 13 off it so far, and still 2 to come. 277 for 5. Lancashire looking to keep alive their hopes of the knockout stages, powering on here.
Great striking that by Lavelle, really long on and long off both backs, so to thread it in between them straight over the bowler's head is good placement, and he's got the power to beat them as well. It's not a short hit out that way. Changing the field with sort of deep backward point coming up and a man on the leg side going out.
Nicely done by Lavelle. Moves to 63. On to come of the over. Whips that one down to deep backward square leg. Just a single. Slightly tighter boundary down there. Carries makes no mistake. One to end the over. 15 off the over. 279 for 5. 3 to go. 18 deliveries. 21 to reach. 21 runs to reach that 300 milestone. What are the players? Well, power plays roughly have been around 60 for 1, 65 for 1. Seems to have been a good power play this year. It's roughly a par score nowadays in List A. It seems as though it certainly has shifted somewhere very close to 300.
Yeah, we were just having a bit of that discussion in the change room before I headed over, actually. I think there's not a lot of grounds where you bowl first, and if someone said, you know, you're chasing 280, you're unhappy about it. I think even here, where perhaps not too much pace in the wicket and reasonably big boundaries, I think walking off with 300, they'll think that's, you know, more than chaseable.
Higgins, this could be a big over. First one reversing over the 2 up inside the circle. It's clever cricket from Hursts. Coming back for 3. This moves to 62. Good start to the over for Lancashire. Really clever from the youngster.
Yeah, he seems to like flipping his feet around and trying to get it over that short third or scooping over the keeper. He's got both sides of the wicket for sure.
Slow ball, well bowled. Oh, goodness me. Almost had a natter halfway down the track about whether they should run or not. Up in the air. Oh, just out of reach for backward point. Robson get a fingertip to it? I think he did. Just taking the pace off slightly. Nope. Just out of reach. Good stop by Davies, scampering around on the boundary rope. Going to the boundary. I thought Robson had just taken some of the pace off it, that it didn't race away. Swinging at everything now, single 2. Robson at backward point. 6 off the over, 2 to come. 6 need a wicket to break this pairing. This is Higgins' final over. So Anderson to bowl the 49th. Slow ball. That's a good stop out on the boundary rope by Anderson. Big old boundary out there. It's sweetly struck on the hook.
Yeah, Higgins just giving them no pace to work with here. There's such a big gap on the leg side, deep square and deep mid wicket. 2's probably a given. You hit it hard right between them, you might get a boundary.
Oh, wide signals.
just trying to outfox him there a bit, giving himself a bit of room to try and access that offside, and he's gone for that wide line Yorker and missed it, unfortunately. But
go again for his final ball of the day. Hit back past him down the ground. Chase on here for Holman. Let's have a little dive and a scoop at it. He does. Taken 2. None for 72 off 10 for Higgins today. Rare costly one for him. Rare wicketless one as well. Almost throws the ball away in disgust there, doesn't he? 11 off his final over. 290 for 5. 12 deliveries left. How much past the 300 will Lancashire go? They'll get there now. Talked about 280. Could they double their score from 30 overs, get to the 280 mark? Again, that adage has just gone out the window now. Double your score at 30. You do far more than that generally now. About 20 really seems to go.
yeah, 1 over left from the nursery end after this one, with Kaushal, I guess, has got the 1 over if he wants to turn seam, but with the big leg side boundary, potentially the leg spinner might be an option. It'll be interesting to see where Stone goes for the last over.
Oh wow, it goes up in the air. Is it going to land safe? Davis absolutely racing in. He hasn't held on to that. No, he hasn't. Wow, that would have been some catch had he have taken that. The sprint from the boundary from Davis, full pelt the whole way to the edge of the 30-yard circle. He had no right to get hands to that. Goodness me, if you'd have held on to that, that would have been one of the finest catches I'd seen.
Well, usually he just likes to give himself a couple of slower steps so he can get that dive in historically, but fully needed there, and a good sprint in and a great effort.
Up in the air again. Bamber underneath it. Bamber holds on. Middlesex needed that. Hurst has gone for 66. 293 for 6. Anderson has a 3rd wicket of the day. Nearly had it the ball before. Nearly picked up Lavelle. He gets Hurst instead.
Big wicket for Anderson there. That could be the sort of 320 for Lancashire, and 305 is probably what Middlesex would be hoping is the best case now. So it's come, well, at a decent time. I'm sure they would have liked that one a bit earlier just to break it up, but nonetheless they've got 8-9 balls here to really squeeze and see what they can keep them to.
New batter will have strike, of course, even though they crossed. And all change. Seeing to that. Well done, Bamber holding on. Would have been just a little bit of pressure on Bamber, even though it was what he'd expected to take. You can see Anderson watching closely. Thank you. The pressure of the moment adding to it all.
Yeah, and a couple going down before. It's funny how teams, we know 1 goes down, then 2 go down, 3 go down. But if the first catch is taken, then it seems to be a clean day all the way through. It's interesting how it affects everyone out there if a catch goes down, not just the man who's put it down.
A few disappointed fans there. England women losing the World Cup final today to Spain. Euro 96 shirt. Is he old enough to remember Euro 96? Another great disappointment for English football. Semi-final in that one. Final today, not to be. I don't know if it was being shown this morning inside Lords somewhere, actually, the World Cup final. I'd inquire. Single short fine leg gets Aspinall off the mark.
Yeah, I was in the gym and we heard a few awes and ahs from out the front, and it must have been coming from downstairs because we watched the stream back and we thought there was an edge or a drop or a 6 or something, and we were so confused what was going on, but it must have been on all the tellies. Yeah.
Huge heave again from Lavelle. It's an important over now. Aspinall back onto strike. Can Anderson get out of this over for Middlesex? 3 left. The new batter on strike, the one to his name. Apparently it was shown all around the ground by the MCC. Oh, they come through for the leg bye. Quite told where that ball had gone at first. Anderson charging after it, gone past the batter. I thought there was going to be a chance for a run out. It's come. Anderson's over, just 5 off the bat. Leg bye now as well. It's a good over from Anderson. Middlesex needed this again in that 49th over.
Yeah, great finish from Anderson here in this set, and it'd be good to keep him to a dot here and keep the new batter on strike for the next set.
Mistimed for a single, then he come back for the second. I thought Lavelle would keep the strike. Back they come for 2. Interesting call that from Lavelle. He moves to 72. 298 for 6. 6 balls left of the Lancashire innings. Who's to bowl the final over? It's Shad Corshall. So Stoneman goes for pace. Bowl at the stumps will be the order here, won't it? With a bigger boundary to the grandstand.
Well, exactly that. I think the boot or the head, I'd imagine, would be the plan to make sure that nothing gets threaded through that offside. He's got a good back of the hand slower ball as well, which I'm not sure if he's brought out yet really, but that could be used to good effect as well with that longer leg side boundary in this final over.
First ball's outside off and dragged to the onside. And they'll get 2. This one keeps the strike. .300 up. Always a nice milestone. There's a slower ball through to Simpson, shy at the stumps. Lavelle's gone. Brilliant from Simpson. Threw down the glove, threw down the stumps, and the big batter is gone. That's a huge help in the final over for Middlesex and for Corshall, who equally takes credit for that slower ball.
Yeah, great work by Simpson there, just collecting it and throwing down the stumps, all 3 to aim at. Yeah, and getting rid of Lavelle with 5 big balls to go is certainly going to help what Middlesex can keep the score down to.
Outstanding from Simpson. Middlesex needed that. Berry Boy hurting Lancashire in the final over here. Keeping well, throwing well as well. 300 for 7. So the 2 set batters gone, 4 balls left of the innings. Imagine it'll be Bailey. Surely it'll be Bailey that comes down. He did some damage in that quarter-final here, or playoff I think it was called. Bailey it is. What damage can he do with 4 balls left? Slow ball, first up to Bailey. Look for 2, back they come, yes, no. No is the decision in the end. Usman will have strike the 19-year-old. Slow ball again. This is a brilliant final over from Ishan Corshall.
Great back of the hander. As I said, it's in his repertoire. I think he's probably ruining that he didn't bowl it a bit sooner and a bit more, because it seems to be very effective on this wicket. And when the batters are swinging from their hip as they are, just outfoxing them with a bit of dip, and a change of pace.
21-year-old to a 19-year-old. Local lads, Hillingdon for Corshall. That's when all a youth product at Lancashire as well. From Lancaster. Slower ball. It's fended to the short fine leg. Almost could have let it go in the end actually, Aspinall, that one. Just held the bat in the air and watched it trickle down. Just about to say before that, it's a big final couple of deliveries here because it almost feels like an escape for Middlesex. 302 for 7 now. What can Bailey do last ball? As you said, that wicket would have revised it in Middlesex's mind from 320 to try and hold them to 305. Last ball of the innings. Slow ball, slammed to Stoneman at extra cover and just a single. That's a brilliant final over from Corshall. None for 75 off his 10. He's unlucky. He had a great start today. He's had a brilliant finish for his county. Simpson throwing down the stumps to remove Lavelle for 72. For brilliant slow ball from that man. And he's really done a good job coming back to bowl that final over. Stoneman will be delighted with him there. 303 for 7. Well, it's in the balance, I'd say, that score. There were moments where Middlesex would have hoped to keep it well below that. Equally, though, Lancashire winning the toss and batting would have hoped for a lot more.
Well, exactly that. I just think partnerships are key, as we saw when they're 5 down. It's taking a bit of time to get good partnership together, and then anything's possible in that last 10. And I think Middlesex will know that going into this second innings, not to panic and to give themselves a chance going into the last few overs.
Blake Cullen, thanks very much. It's not much of an innings break, so we'll maximise it, make the most of it. Good luck with that return from the injury. I didn't even have a chance to ask. You actually got on very quickly. How you doing?
Yeah, all good. So I played yesterday, club game. So yeah, going well. It's just about getting match fitness ready and being fit to get through a whole day's play.
Good man. Blake Cullen, thanks so much. Right, we're going to depart on the stream very quickly. Go and grab some lunch. Back at 3:05, as you can see. We'll be back just before the live stream. Middlesex set 304 to win.
Taunton Wales, Sunset Wales and Morgan, Sunset Valley first, 298 for 7 there in the overs. And that means which was Anna Reid to 160 in reply, not going well, 13 for 2 in the third over. Northampton in good form, Northamptonshire against Derbyshire, Northampton dismissed for 201, Derbyshire 19 yard loss in the fourth over. Canterbury came from Essex, and this one went to hand first, 287 for 8, and the overs Jack Levy, 137. Yorkshire against Lancashire at close road, Yorkshire back to the first, as it dismissed for 194 to Lancashire, the team that makes a run in the competition. And at Birmingham, Edgbaston Durham are in a good game to back by the way. Durham Valley first has made 338 to 152. David Birmingham with the 3-4 Macintosh as well. And Lancashire taking place with Worcester against Worcester and over batting for Middlesex. Number 11, Mark Stoneman. Number 48, Joe Craig.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Lords, where the chase is about to get underway. And Stoneman and Cracknell out in the middle. Two slips, deep third, deep square set back. And it's going to be Williams. Fall for against Surrey the other day to open up from the pavilion end. Not quite off the mark with a 6 today, Stoneman, as he was at Grace Road the other evening. Extraordinary start. Still waiting on a response on that one as to whether there's ever been an instance of 6 first ball of an innings, but nobody thereafter is hitting a 6 in a completed innings. So 304 the target. Middlesex coming up short at Chelmsford. Set a target of around 300, similarly Beckenham. Ricochet around on that one for Cracknell. Williams and Bailey, who'd pretty much been on rotation for this competition, both in for a day out at Lords. And Nottinghamshire's come to try and take Lancashire through to the knockout stages. Single to get Cracknell off the mark. Who wants to come with the opening over? Two slips as well for Stoneman. Defence final ball of the opening over. 2 without loss there, Middlesex. Williams done. Over to Bailey at the nursery end. 304. It's a steep enough target now for Middlesex, with the pitch pretty central here at Lords. I'm Kevin Hand, bringing you the live stream from this one. Delighted to say Robbie White's alongside me for the start of the chase, which at 162 for 5, Middlesex would have been hoping a lot less, but equally Lancashire winning the toss this morning. As I was saying with Blake Cullen, they'd have been hoping for a lot more than 303.
Afternoon, Kev. Afternoon, everyone. Nice to be up here. Beautiful day at Lords. Yeah, it was a weird sort of innings. I feel Lancashire got off to a decent start, and then Bamber bowled really well, bowling his 10 through, and took crucial wickets to sort of pull them back. And Lancashire sat in for a while there in the middle, soaked up some of the pressure, and then had a great finish to get up to 300. So it sort of swung around a bit. Yeah, it'll be a good chase for Middlesex, but they'll be confident that if they bat well, knock them off.
Oh, it's a glorious delivery to start up. Beautiful from Bailey. Thought he'd nicked it at first.
It's moved away late there to Cracknell, working with the slope. Bailey, so very good red ball bowler as well, so he's utilising that same good length.
Oh, such an experienced bowler, isn't he, Bailey? A real test for Cracknell. Ball at either end. Bamber bowled well and Corshall to start. Power play this morning for Middlesex. Bamber bowling through. Width and put away. Punished by Cracknell. He was beaten by a Butte first ball. That was a beautiful shot to get him off the mark on the boundary count.
Beautiful shot from Joe there. Imperious. Beautiful cover drive to get off, well, not quite off the mark. Get him to 5. It's a lovely confidence booster, that.
again, Bailey. Well, it was a light power play from Lancashire. They're only just past 50. 1 down in the power play. So Middlesex shouldn't be too concerned in this top 10. Probably more wary, I'd suggest, of Williams and Bailey. That's an outstanding delivery again. It's Cracknell making a little signal, nipping away down the slope from him. Probably as good an opening pairing as Middlesex have faced in the competition this year.
Yeah, the 50 over comp brings in the red ball bowlers, particularly those sort of high quality seam bowlers who you see, you know, with Ethan Bamber for Middlesex, is relentless with his line and length and can prove as effective in the 50 over format as he does in the 4-dayers.
Nice shot again, good stop at backward point. We're trying to place that one more and power it through the covers. End of the second, 7 without loss. Cracknell will keep the strike, 6 to his name. Quick look at those scores elsewhere. Kent posted 287 for 8, so they doubled their score really from the loss of the 4th wicket. 140 for 4, I think it was. 140 for 4 when Finch fell. That's 37 Denley, 137 unbeaten from leading from 127 deliveries. Almost single-handedly keeping Essex at bay, 10 fours, 4 sixes. Lancashire with a real eye on what Kent are doing. That's why 2 from 2 is what Lancashire really need, even though their final game is away at the team 1 place above them, Nottinghamshire. And 7 with a single. Reminder that Nottinghamshire not playing today, they've played a game more than the others. In reply, Essex have Benkenstein and Kushi to open 31 without loss after 4, Kent, so a bit of a flyer there. In reply, Yorkshire were 184 all out, having been 91 for 8 when Bess came together with Code. 40 for Bess, 45 for Code. Push from Stoneman. Is it put down? It is. Lavelle at backward point. I think it carried. Yeah. Tight. Disappointment for Lancashire. Goodness me. This is a test at the moment for the Middlesex opening pair.
Tough workout for these two top order Middlesex players. Relentless line and length from the 2 Lancashire bowlers. It's just been a little bit of movement. It's looked like that all day. So yeah, the bowler's really extracting some movement out of the wicket. So it'll be interesting to see whether they try and ride this out and knuckle down, or whether they go the other way and really try and put pressure back on the bowlers.
Back inside edge. Oh, now Cracknell called him through. Stump struck, but Cracknell safe. Couple for Stoneman from 5 faced. Pair come to have a chat. Generally, Stoneman will err on the side of positivity in most circumstances.
Absolutely, yeah. Particularly in this competition, he's really gone out and tried to impose himself onto the opposition and got us off to a couple of really fast starts, which has helped the rest of the guys coming in.
So Yorkshire posted 184 at Leicestershire. Yorkshire, another of those teams, hoping to topple Lancashire. Leicestershire 15 for 2 in reply, so it could be tight. Tell gone for 1, Buddinger gone for 9. Hill and Code with the wickets. Nice shot from Cracknell. Be another boundary from him.
Lovely shot from Joe again. Standing nice and still and punching it down the ground for 4. That really is just what you want as a batsman. Shows you're in a good order, good balance.
End of the second, 13 without loss. End of the third, my apologies, 13 without loss. Hampshire looking to solidify their place in second spot. Mind you, I suppose they could overtake. If Yorkshire go well against Leicestershire, then they could be looking to go to the top. Hampshire 42 without loss after 10, chasing 204 to beat Surrey. The injured Gubbins not there to skipper Hampshire today. Middleton 23, Weatherly 16. Five for Holland, 5 for 35 as Surrey was skittled for 203. Tucked away nicely by Sloman, just fine of mid-on. Pick up a couple. Those are the pertinent scores to this game, or to Lancashire. Essex have lost their first wicket, 33 for 1. Benkenstein run out by Denley for 14. Many of your old Essex teammates still there from the loan spell you had there?
Yeah, there are a few still around. There's a few that have moved on. Obviously, captain was Ryan Tenderscarter when I was there, who retired, I think, at the end of last year. So, yeah, he was the senior figure. Was a great leader for them for a number of years. So he's obviously moved on now.
Oh, Stoneman using the feet to Bailey. Not going to let him bowl at him.
Yeah, Essex have had a really good group of core players who have helped them compete for a lot of trophies in the last sort of 5-6 years, and they've probably been as successful as any county, particularly from a club who's, you know, wouldn't be considered one of the bigger sort of test match venue grounds. They've had an outstanding record in all formats.
Edge fine of the wide slip. Stoneman ask him, yes or no? Yes, says Cracknell.
On the slips just came out to mid-wicket a few balls earlier. Probably a result of some of the good stroke play from these two, which has meant only one slip's there. Could have made the difference.
I was going to say, if slip were there, would second have been a fraction more advanced?
Yeah, he might have been. It still obviously didn't carry it. Maybe if there was a second one in there, might have had a chance to get across him and try and take it.
Stoneman quickly through. Cracknell's going to have to be alert today, isn't it? Stoneman's clearly looking to rotate that strike as often as possible.
Yeah, he's a great runner, Rocky. He's very quick. Sometimes puts the younger players through their paces.
Josh de Carey's came a cropper, didn't he, against Nottinghamshire last year? Luke Holman throwing down the stumps.
He did, yeah. Luke Fletcher.
Luke Fletcher, indeed. Holman's a good fielder as well, though. 17 without loss after 4. The highlight of your Essex time. I know from memory anyway, I remember you scoring some runs at the Oval, holding up Surrey in a match that cheered everybody up here.
Yeah, that was my first game for them at the Oval, which was it was a really good game to be a part of. Ended up in a draw, but sort of ebbed and flowed a bit. A really good wicket there. Harmer taking, I think, 6 wickets on the last day, and they just batted long enough to secure it. So yeah. I mean, there was a fantastic team to go into, the Essex side then. They had a great mix of really senior players, Tenderscarter, as I said, Bapara, Cook, Wesley, and then, you know, really top-notch young players, Dan Lawrence, Sam Cook. So it was a great environment to go into, and I learned a lot from just being in that team with some really high class players, and obviously they went on to win the championship that year. So it was great to have played a few games for them.
Down the track comes Cracknell. Leverage. Oh, just about distance as well. Cracknell on to 16.
We've seen a few signs of aggression from the Middlesex batters. I think they realise there's not many loose balls coming their way, so they're having to force the hand a little bit. And Rocky Mark Stoneman's played a couple of big hits that haven't quite come off, and Joe's just come down the wicket and played that beautifully over the top to a pretty respectable ball.
We're just crediting our cameraman Greg with that piece of action. The pavilion end there, zooming in tight at the end. Really on top of the action. That's a good shot again from Cracknell. Square of the wicket, he's timing it nicely so far today. It's a test out there at the moment, but when they've given him a chance, boy, has he responded. He's on to 20.
Another great shot. Absolutely not a half volley. Good length ball, just a little bit of width, and Joe's just leant into it and punched it square. Get pretty good value here at Lords. Even though it was up the hill, it's raced away. He's getting off to a really good start here, Joe.
I think 2 hit, finding the deep square, but they come comfortably. 22 for Cracknell. It's usually Stoneman that's been the aggressor at this stage. It's unusual, Cracknell with a T20 opener now, and has been at number 3 prior to that before Holden dropped down to the middle order. 27 without loss. Yeah, he's kind of had a little bit of a back seat in the power play to Stoneman so far. 31 at Leicestershire, 35. Victory against Nottinghamshire. Straight of the bowler. Just straight of mid-on as well. A single scampered to end the over. Wow, he had a sweater on out there as well as the top. It looks extremely hot out there, I'll be honest. I haven't ventured out from the air-conditioned media centre, but it looks like a scorcher. 64 to start at Southampton for Cracknell, 48 for Cracknell at Chelmsford. It's their 6, just 2 at Beckenham, 35 at Notts, 31 at Leicestershire. Consistent starts. He'll be keen for a big one though, won't he?
Yeah, he's made some really good, consistent contributions all tournament. Yeah, he would like that one really big score to sort of match-winning contribution would be a great effort here.
Appeal, but that on leg side from Bailey. Finished the blast with 36 at Chelmsford and 39 at Cardiff. Feels like a really big contribution from Cracknell. That's 64 at Hampshire. Well, I mean, certainly set them on the way. But that really big knock from Cracknell, which I don't know, maybe his reputation goes before him a little bit now. His ability to hit the ball is quite something. Said a few times of all the Middlesex youngsters that have come through over the years in T20, he's been the one that really, Sterling again wasn't really an academy product, was he, nor Milan or Morgan. But out of the academy, I think Cracknell's been the one who's been able to come in and make the biggest impact in T20, which has notoriously been a difficult competition for Middlesex.
Yeah, I think it was quite clear early that Joe's strength was in white ball. He's always been a really good striker of the ball. Even from 16, 17, 18, he was very powerful. Hits the ball at the top of the bounce. I think that was his sort of main focus. A lot of us other guys probably focus more on the red ball side. So it was always sort of a preference for him, and that's where he sort of really stood out. And actually his red ball games come on leaps and bounds in the last few years.
Clipped by Stoneman. Quite a straight line, but gets it square of the wicket for a single.
And actually technically he's very well organised, Joe, which I think you see some of the shots he plays in white ball cricket at the top of the innings. They aren't sort of big slogs and hacks across the line. They're good, strong, proper cricket shots, and he has sort of effortless power. So, yeah, he's been a really good inclusion in white ball over the last few years, and I think he'll turn that into red ball form and runs as well.
Thinking two. Yep, Stoneman wants a second. Throw to the keeper's end. Cracknell's through. Speaking of academy prospects, I think we saw a future one on the screen just a moment ago. That's lovely by Cracknell. Timing seems to be perfect today for him. Seems to be seeing it big from the off. Who was that face for? Glorious shot. Between cover and point.
Another imperious drive from Joe. Seen a few of them so far in the opening 6 overs. Just stood tall, punched it down the hill, and raced away.
36 without loss after 6. Good start here from Middlesex. Particularly Cracknell, 29 from 23. Now Stoneman's in on the act. Moves to double figures. A similar drive in between cover and point. Right, I'm over to a left-hander here at Lords with the slope and a little bit of width. Particularly in white ball cricket. And the left-handers are certainly going to go hard at it.
Just advanced down the wicket. Those last couple of balls, Mark, he got that bit of width on the first one to get the boundary, and then the bowler tucked him up a little bit more there and just managed to nudge it in the leg side just to rotate the strike. I think these two have worked really well in partnership. As you mentioned, the last few games Mark's been the aggressor and got off to a fly. I think the first game Joe was the one who started quickly, so they're really working well as a pair.
Back down the slope to Cracknell, just tucking him up, equal to it. And Lancashire here will be hoping, much like with Bamber in his opening spell, can he winkle out 2 in the power play? Looking to Williams and Bailey between them. Try and get Middlesex 3 down by the end of the 10th, which is a tall order now. Certainly take a couple at this stage. Ball at either end, just keeping this white ball that little bit firmer for the bowler, a little bit longer. That man's been equal to it all so far though, 29 from 25.
Interesting to see how the wicket plays out over this innings. It's obviously been used for a couple of 100 games, so I wonder whether it will get a bit more tired, and the Middlesex plan to try and get a bit ahead of the rate. A nice looking shot from Joe, straight to the fielder. Yeah, I wonder if they're just going to try and get ahead of the rate and make it easier for themselves. The wicket, just a couple of balls there, just look like they're holding in the wicket a little bit. As this ball, the two balls get a bit older, might get a bit harder to time.
Through that one, Cracknell. Big swing, big arc. Inside of the bat, out to deep square.
That was a slower ball. I don't think we've seen one yet. I think that was an off-cutter from Williams. Joe just threw it a little bit early. Yeah, I think that was the reason Lancashire won the toss and batted. Trying to get runs on the board, and then hoping that the wicket gets a bit slower and deteriorates for the medium pacers and the spinners come into this second innings, making it tough to chase down.
Good crowd in. Should be treated to a good match here. Let's get anywhere near or indeed get to their target, 600 runs in a day. It's a lot of cricket, a lot of runs. Oh, I had to check that one, Cracknell. Saw that a few times in the Lancashire innings where they had to be wary. Let's check their shots. Just about get the bat face open. It's 31, Cracknell. This fella's been some competitor over the years for Lancashire. Sharp again from Stoneman.
It's great running. These two have got really good understanding. Probably shouldn't have been a run. I think the bowler might be a bit annoyed there, but it's a great running from these two, and it just frustrates the fielding team as they rotate the strike, the left-right hand combination. It's not what you want to be doing. So yeah, great work by the two Middlesex guys out there.
For the second, Stoneman to the non-striker's end, putting the pressure on the fielder. It's outstanding. Running again. 32 years of age now. Tom Bailey, Preston born. '95 first-class matches, 31 list A, 35 T20. First-class average of the ball of 23 for his 350 wickets. Oh, and there's one in list A. And a big one as well. Cracknell's looked good out there today. 33 from 29 prior to that. Bailey strikes back for Lancashire. Big wicket. Cracknell has a look back at the surface. Just a little bit of movement. And Lancashire find their first wicket in the 8th over. Middlesex 46 for 1.
Looked like a beauty that from Bailey. Classic red ball dismissal. Look at that. Just held down the slope. Top of off stump. Not sure there's too much Joe could have done there, to be honest. Absolute cracker.
Similarly, Lancashire will have felt they'd have needed that. Cracknell and Stoneman undoubtedly would have really tried to open up in the last couple of overs of the power play. Having had such a solid start, none down, you wouldn't want to feel like there were runs left out there. Speaking of red ball cricket, here comes Robson, reunited with Stoneman, his first-class opening partner in Championship cricket. 50 at Leicester the other day. Gave Middlesex a start, but they couldn't go on. Job to do here to set up this chase. You know, the skipper, That's not a bad ball first up for Robson.
Does have a little bit of a red ball feeling to this match-up. Two high-class, first-class cricketers going at it. Funny, you get periods of this that feels very much like a red ball game, and then you'll have a couple of shots that show you that you are playing with a white ball.
Singles getting off the mark. Oh, Stoneman was coming back for the second. Robson screamed no. This will be an interesting conversation at the end of the over. Two good mates. They've got a bit to talk through there. That was nearly a horrible mix-up. 47 for 1. Cracknell's gone. Bowled by a beaut from Bailey. 8 overs done. And well, if Cracknell was still there, I dare say that would have been 2. Stoneman turning for the second. But Robson with him at the other end wasn't quite up to speed with the script today so far.
Yeah, I think Sam's not probably blessed with Crackers' pace off the mark, so Rocky might have to adjust his judgment slightly here. Or maybe Sam just wanted the strike at the other end.
A long Sam Robson run in an outfield is a thing of beauty, isn't it? It was one we had on the stream earlier this season. I can't remember the game, where his head was dipping up and down as he was running after the ball. But Angus Fraser making an unkind comment on the stream about it.
Never fails to entertain Sam in most things.
Balderson into the attack, replacing Williams. So 4 overs for Williams. Bailey's 1 for 21 of his 4. Also one of the pair who looked as though they were going to set it going for Lancashire. It wasn't until the youngsters came together. Lavelle only giving it a thump. Taken by Hurst. Wellington up top scorer though with 72. Balderson 36, Bohannon 62. The other scores a real note. Bell did get 33 at the top, but it was the partnership between Balderson and Bohannon that settled things down from 68 for 3 in the 15th when, well, 68 for 3 doesn't sound great, but equally it was in the 15th, so there weren't so many runs on the board by that point. Relatively deep into the innings. This wicket. Slow Middlesex up though, through to the end of the power play, 49 for 1. Lancashire with 34 on the board when they lost their first wicket. Keaton Jennings, 6.3 overs, 34 for 1 when Bamba picked up Jennings. Excellent catch by Simpson. Must be, you know, in some ways, obviously it's difficult to watch, but what a man to be watching with the gloves for the likes of yourself, Joe Cracknell, Jack Davies, all glovesmen watching John Simpson. He's an absolute master behind the stumps, standing up so much through that innings. As I say, picked up the catch off Bamba to remove Jennings.
Yeah, he's absolutely incredible at what he does, John. I think sometimes we probably take him for granted a little bit. His skill, you know, particularly you see it up to the stumps, but you know, in general, his glove work is outstanding. And I think, yeah, you see it up to the stumps in these games. It's a very difficult job.
End of the ninth, is it? No, still one to come. No, it is end of the ninth. 49 for 1.
Yeah, he makes it look easy, and it's a really difficult role, particularly bowlers like Bamba and Tim Murtagh and Ryan Higgins. You see it in the red ball as well as this format. The ball's moving around. You know, there's a lot going on in front of you, and he does an incredible job of commanding that area. He's taken a remarkable amount of catches stood up. So yeah, as a club, very lucky to have him. And I've obviously been around for a long time and done a lot of work with him, and it's been yeah, he's a great man to have as a role model. He gives a lot of time to the other guys, and yeah, a really good person to learn off for sure.
Cut away hard by Stoneman. Deep third coming around with a slip, a slide and a flick. 50 up for Middlesex. Stoneman ticks along to 15. Middlesex 51 for 1. Equally frustrating though. He's a bit too good, John Simpson, for the other keepers at the county. And great longevity as well.
I think that's the nature of sport, and obviously the keeper, there's only ever one spot. I think one of the things that's remarkable about him is his longevity and ability to not be injured. For a keeper who's played pretty much every game for probably a decade now, to not get injured, that's a testament to how hard he works, and also to the quality of his glove work, because you see keeper after keeper break fingers. Those injuries almost come with a job, but he manages, through hard work and skill to evade them.
Hard to believe he's 35 now, John Simpson. In particular, the mobility that he has. As you say, the lack of injuries, not just breaking fingers, but knees, hips, back, all seems to be doing pretty well for him.
Yeah, he's still youthful. He's got a youthful look to him, and he moves very well. So. Yeah, he doesn't look 35, and he certainly doesn't play like it. Yeah, he's been a great man to have behind the stumps for a number of years now.
He's on the books with Lancashire, of course. John Simpson. Debut came when joining Middlesex though, 2009. TD State Cricket. Sedged fine. Deep third will collect just a single. My apologies, it was actually in T20. Sussex at Lords, June 28th, 2009. Played as a batter indeed in his debut. John Simpson. Ben Scott had the gloves. 13 from 14 deliveries. So it's 127 for 8 against Sussex in that one. Sussex by 6 wickets with 6 balls to spare. There's a T20 side for you. Billy Godalming, Nick Compton, Owen Morgan, Darvin Milan, Tyrone Henderson. Beautiful ball. Bailey to end the over. Power play one's done. Middlesex 52 for 1, so neck and neck with Lancashire at the end of the power play. Cracknell Mansfield on 33, bowled by Bailey. He's 1 for 24 from 5.
Yeah, I think I was lucky when I was coming onto the academy and then getting onto the staff at Middlesex. John worked with Jack Russell very closely, and I was fortunate to go to quite a few of those sessions and work with them and try and pick up things about how they went about it. But I know John had a very close relationship with him, and some of the sessions they did, Finchley, and we went down to Gloucester and did some work there, and they'd be catching balls for 5-6 hours. It wasn't we'll turn up and catch balls for half an hour. It was proper, long, intense.
That's good from Balderson.
Yeah, and that sort of huge amount of hard work has meant that he's been able to perform the way he has for a long period. And we're chatting to them, and they said, well, if you're going to keep in a first-class game, you're going to be keeping for 6 hours, so why not train that way? And they do a couple of hours, have a break, another couple of hours, and then do the final session. So it was great to watch and see that sort of level of training.
Trying to jog my memory back to 2009, Middlesex winning the T20 in 2008. My memory of it was the defending champions the following year. They were a little unlucky to go out in the group stage in 2009 with a couple of, I think it was washouts. I thought there were games that Middlesex would have won. Just missed out on the knockout stage. Trying to get through as defending champs that year. Quite a change up from the team that won it though. Godalming, Compton, Morgan Milan played in the final. Henderson played in the final. Simpson, Berg, Scott played in the final. Edel played in the final. Chris Silverwood was the unused bowler. I'm guessing it was Dirk Nannes. Dave Burson. It's released a backward point by Robson Mayram.
Tim Merton, what was he doing then?
Just looking at that side, and I'm wondering, was it the last group stage match or something in the T20 Cup? As it seems like a really changed up T20 side. So you mentioned no Tim Mercer, no Dirk Nannes.
Steve Finn, whether he was.
Yeah, Finney was in the
GT
squad,
league?
wasn't he, in 2008, but didn't play. Robson was around in 2009, but wouldn't have been a T20 player. Single for Robson, that's deep backward square. And just looking at the Sussex side, and of course Ed Joyce, who captained Middlesex to the 2008-2020, joined Sussex at the end of that season, scored 41 not out for the Sharks, racking up that 6-wicket victory. For 24 from 5, Bailey. And they bowl him through at this stage. Because of the nature of the way the white ball is, as he said, it's almost a red ball match-up at the moment. Bailey to Robson. 2 slips in place. Single, just wide of mid-on. There's a huge gap between keeper and slip there, actually. Bearing in mind there was 2 in, you can imagine a gap like that if it were just 1 slip.
It looks like they're spreading out there, just hedging their bets of trying to cover as much ground as possible. Yeah, it'll be an interesting decision from Lancashire here, how long they keep Bailey going. Middlesex, obviously, in this game and the last game, letting Bamber bowl his 10 all the way through to try and gamble and take a couple more wickets to put them under pressure. So it will be interesting to see if they keep him going or hold him back. Seen that wicket of Joe Cracknell there has just put the brakes on a little bit, and you can see that they know a couple of more wickets and it'll be rebuilding phase for Middlesex. So important part of the game this. After Middlesex getting off to a great start in the first 6-7 overs, Lancashire have done well just to reel him back. Yeah, setting this sort of middle phase up nicely. Pretty neck and neck from where Lancashire were at this point.
Shot by Stoneman, ushered down the ground. Oh, flicked up and just in. Wow, that was tight. Double teapot from Bailey.
Beautiful shot from Mark there. Again, a bit of a classic 4-day good length from Bailey and just punch down the ground. Again, high quality shot, good balance. Picked up 3 runs.
That's a glorious shot by Robson. We're talking about first class cricket, red ball cricket. Classic Robson back foot punch.
Again, that wasn't a particularly bad ball, just a little bit of width. Just punched away. Didn't time it perfectly, but got enough to race down the hill.
Loves his cricket. Sam Robson. Be delighted being in this list A side. We were mentioning T20. He was always hopeful of breaking into that side. The odd go now and again, but he's never able to win truly a place in the T20 side. 62 for 1, end of the 12th. Run rate just over 5 required, creeping up to 6.5. And there you go. As you can see, neck and neck at the end of the power play, as I said. Those 2 wickets just slowed Lancashire up, as they were 3 down, approaching the 15th over. Again, at that point, they only had 68 on the board, so it's just hold their nerve here, build a partnership with these two. Yes, they saw the launch pad at the end for Lancashire, but an early partnership you fancy required in this chase.
Keeper up now. Lancashire just trying to pin Mark back in his crease. It's tactic used by Middlesex side with Bamber and Ryan Higgins to try and stem the batsman and put the pressure on that way.
Run led by a signal by the umpire, long leg. Bailey coming in, led by him, and it just pace off to him rather than clipped off the bat straight to the fielder.
He's warmed up now. Sam Robson scampering down and back for 2. Very well run.
Led by Essex are 87 for 2 after 15, chasing 288 to beat Kent, so 201 more from 34 overs. 3 down. Bekenstein run out for 14. Wesley caught Finch, bowled Stewart for 2, and Webster caught Blake, bowled Denley for 26. Pushing it out for 42 for Essex. Sharp work behind the stumps. And John Simpson, who was something like 4th in line, I think, when he left Lancashire for the gloves at that point. An extraordinary number of keepers. Came down to the MCC Young Cricketers before Middlesex snapped him up. The succession of keepers looks good at Lancashire as well. It's chipped just out of reach. Stamen on to 25, 70 for 1. I'd say that dive was for the cameras, but I think it was more just to make sure he didn't have to get up and go and chase it. We all know that feeling. 70 for 1 after 13. 234 more to win, 222 deliveries left. With a helpful scoreboard on the far side. Gloves look to be in good hands at Lancashire. He's just looked pretty competent behind the stumps today, standing up a fair bit. So Bailey's done. Aspinwall into the attack. Wow, what a ball, what a start. Aspinwall to Robson, first ball. Robson's gone for 8. The youngster strikes from the nursery end. A real wobble on that one up the slope on Robson, who's completely undone by it.
It might have stayed a little bit low, that.
It did, it grubbed.
Just went under the bat there.
We saw a little bit. Do you know, to the naked eye watching that first up, I just thought it was wobble, but as you say, exactly that, watching it back now. Bottom edge. Onto the stumps.
First ball from the new bowler. Often trying to get a cue. I don't think he would have played against him before. And it's just sort of shot through him. It's just a shame. Sam was looking good and just sort of started to get going.
There's a chat from Stoneman to Higgins as he walks out at number 4. Exactly that, kept a fraction low. Two grizzly old scrappers coming together. Less of the old, they'll both say to me. Stoneman on 25, Higgins just seems like he's been around forever, scrapping and fighting.
He's a tough little cricketer, Ryan. Very gritty, very competitive. He's been a fantastic addition since coming back to Middlesex after a few years at Gloucester, and he's really lifted the side and been a fantastic performer.
Oh my goodness me, that one goes way down the slope and beats Higgins. This one all went up.
Ryan just coming down the wicket there, trying to negate the skiddy bounce from Aspinwall. It's a bouncer in response to Ryan coming down the wicket. It's been called a no ball over head high.
Keeps the feet, wraps on the pads. Well, he's been positive from the off all the way, Higgins, in this competition. Looking to be so again here. Just checking to see who made their debut first. Your Higgins, actually. He's 28 now. He's got a year and a half when you by the looks of it. You were a 2015 debut for Higgins. Oh, he's beat you away, yeah, 2014. Debut at the Oval in the T20.
Yeah, had many years with Ryan in the academy, playing age group cricket, and yeah, he was always such a great man to have in your team. Very aggressive, very positive, and it was a big shame when he decided to move to Gloucester and to get more opportunity. But I mean, it worked out really well for him. Had a fantastic few years down there, and he's come back as a sort of top quality senior player here.
Away for a single. Let's get off the mark. Got 44 in his debut. It's not a bad top four. Joe Denley, Darvin Milan, Owen Morgan, Ryan Higgins. 0 for Milan, 7 for Morgan, 44 unbeaten for Higgins, and Denley opening up with an unbeaten 98. Middlesex beating Somerset in that match at the Oval, where Lords were unable to host the game, so Middlesex switched it to the Oval. So taken back at a point for Stoneman. He's on to 26. So Robson gone bowled, first ball of the over. Kept low. 74 for 2. He'll remember the first ball that he bowled at Lords. Top of former Test opener. Under the 15th, there were 68 for 3 Lancashire, so again Middlesex just ahead at this point. As ever, it's the wickets column. Really keep an eye on partnerships required to chase down something like 304. It's edged. Dick Third will hold them to 2.
You see Ryan's come in at 5 most of the tournament and been very aggressive from the outset, really trying to add some impetus into the innings. So it'll be interesting to see how he plays this coming in at 4. Really important time of the game. His method so far has been to put the bowlers under pressure and go hard. So more the same potentially.
In the air, down to deep third, just a single on this occasion. Stoneman to 29. I was just looking at that Somerset side when Higgins made his debut, so it's not a bad top order. Keysvetter was playing, Trigo, Peterson, Hildreth, Craig Mesheder. In the bowling attack, certain Dirk Nannis. 1 for 24. Picked up the wicket of Owen Morgan. Called Craig Overton. So it's come of the over.
Keeper coming straight up for Ryan there after a couple of dashes down the wicket last over.
Oh, we just mentioned when Simpson departed Lancashire, the list of wicket keepers ahead of him was a very young keeping all-rounder at that stage. Similarly now, Salt's away at the 100. Turn the over, 79 for 2. And a real contest for the gloves out there in his place as well. Salt was the keeper for the last championship game against Northamptonshire. Bell and Lavelle Also glovesman.
And Villas has done it, I think, for Lancashire as well. So 4 keepers out playing today for Lancashire, plus Salt, so that's 5 keepers on the staff. So yeah, quite the selection. I think nowadays, you know, keepers are all-rounders and they're competing for batting spots as clearly they are here. So it's a lovely shot, square drive from Mark, just beaten back with point, and raced away for 4. Bit of width. Just throwing his hands through it.
I feel like there's more keepers around than ever, though. So to cover Middlesex, there was Nash and Scott, and that was it really, battling for the gloves. A few of those incapacitated for whatever reason. Ed Joyce had thrown the gloves on. Just a single there for Stoneman. Maybe it's just these 2 counties in particular with a whole load of glovesmen on the books.
I think now with white ball cricket, particularly guys who aren't, you know, haven't got an option with the ball, it's a way in which you can force your way into the team. So you're seeing more and more guys now picking up, keeping late. You know, Salt's the one who picked it up late. Cola Cadmore, I can just think of him off the top of my head, who have picked it up late as a way, you know, to improve the balance of the team. And particularly in T20, when, you know, often the amount of balls you actually get are very few. It seems like teams are often going with the batsmen and the lineup that they want to go, and a lot of the guys are sort of going for the keepers who have picked it up late. So you're getting more and more players now trying to add a string to their bow with the gloves.
Sharp again from Middlesex. He's through 3 from 10. Yeah, perhaps that's what it is. I mean, T20 saw the rise of wrist spin, didn't it? Once again, all of a sudden, batters trying to hit out, wrist spinners became very popular once more. It's given us a wide on the leg side. That was something we were debating a lot earlier as well. The movement of the tram tracks for the leg side wide and also outside off. But yeah, similarly for keepers perhaps. Become a bit more fashionable to be a keeper again with the amount of keepers required, and as you say, giving the balance to the one-day sides. It's the modern day version of the Duncan Fletcher 3-dimensional cricketer. End of the 16th, 86 for 2. Jamie Dalrymple going into the England side for exactly that reason. He was seen as a 3-dimensional cricketer, bat, ball in fields, but it's hard in his off spin. Having been a batter all the way through. He was liked by Fletcher for that reason.
I think now you see very few cricketers who just do one skill. You see batsmen now, you know, if it's not an off spin or something that they can do with the ball, then often it is turning to wicket keeping and trying to give themselves another option. But you know, again, the likes of Josh DeCaires, you know, he wouldn't have bowled a huge amount in previous years, and he's really shown what.
Go down. Going back is Stoneman at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, he's really shown what value he can add with the ball, and you know, he's worked very hard at it, and you know, now he's had a real positive impact. So I think, yeah, guys aren't able to just stick to batting now. It's not that's not enough, and guys are working hard at another skill to try and push their case and add something to the team outside their main skill.
Nice shot by Higgins. Pierces the offside field. Picks up 4. His first boundary. Middlesex 90 for 2.
Again, not a bad ball from Balderson. Just forced through the offside, and Higgins, no man out there, so he gets full value. Another one's Nick Gubbins, thinking he's worked really hard at his leg spin we saw when he was still at Middlesex, and he's, as a captain now at Hampshire, he's giving himself a fair few overs. Good to see Sam Robson's leggies appeared quite a bit in this competition. Always good for a wicket.
I was wondering what word you were going to use to finish that sentence. Guy's worked hard on his leg spin, hasn't he? Used to give a chuckle or 2 in the early days. Wide signal again down the leg side on that one.
He puts a lot of revs on it, Sam, and he's always a threat, you feel. In the 4 days as well as this format, he can be a threat. Sometimes when not much is happening, bring on a leg spin who gives it a rip and create a chance.
Good bounce on that, but Higgins rides it well. Single to deep third. Quite get hold of it, Stoneman. Extra cover, got a finger on it as well to take the pace off. 36 for Stoneman, 93 for 2. TLS par score, interestingly, is 100. For the end of the over, Middlesex 93 for 2. You particularly have said that. Target 304, Middlesex very nearly a third of the way there. 8 wickets standing. Single taken then, 94 for 2. So 7 or 6 behind the par score. 7 away from being in a winning position. Weather isn't going to play its part today, but DLS is an interesting one to keep an eye on when you're weighing up the score. I guess we are just over a third of the way through the innings of Middlesex and just under a third of the way through the chase, the number of runs required.
Yeah, I'd say pretty even at the moment. I think the next 5-10 overs, important period. Middlesex looking to sort of consolidate and keep the ball ticking over. Lancashire obviously hunting wickets. 2 wickets now puts Middlesex on the back foot.
Good shot, put away. Good shot by Higgins. He's on to 13. 98 for 2.
It's a great shot. Quick hands from Ryan. Very good square of the wicket. Just on his hip, and he really got some power into that shot.
Sharply through.
All good running from these two. Been some terrific running so far in the first 17 overs. Putting pressure on the fielding side. Board's kept ticking over, which is a really important part of this chase, with just over 6 and over needed.
single. It's deep cover and the 100 up for Middlesex. 100 for 2. Sun's starting to belt through this window. In the media centre. Glorious day at Lords. You forget how oppressive that sun gets up here through the glass. For 2 balls to go, the 18th.
Partnership going really well now for Middlesex. Soaked up the pressure for a few overs and they're ticking over nicely now. Run rate for the Middlesex innings creeping towards 6 and over. Not let the scoreboard stand still, which is really important. Left-arm spinner's warming up, so you could see a little bit of spin and change of pace. See what effect that has on the Middlesex innings.
Thinking about the single, it's not there. End of the over, 18 bowls, 101 for 2. Ins 18, Stoneman on 37. Who are they keeping an eye on with the block? Oh, all got the binoculars out. What have they spotted? Hopefully not us. We're sitting back, slouching in the commentary box under this heat at the moment. Set up straight because we'll come to comms cam in a minute. Yeah, it's a glorious day out there in the sun, but it is just starting to beat through onto us in the commentary box. Robbie White alongside myself, Kevin Hand in the commentary box.
It's warming up in here. Looking forward to Tim Murter, I think, coming in for the evening stint. He'll be enjoying the sun soaking in through the glass. Bit of left arm spin from the pavilion end. Interesting to see how Middlesex play this. Ryan very aggressive normally against the spin.
Off and long on back, deep square and deep cover. Go. Swept hard. Mid wicket for 4. Deep square won't get anywhere near it.
It's a strong shot of Ryan's there. Wicket fairly central today, but that is the shorter side down towards the mound stand. Plays that slog sweep very well. Wonder if we could see it again this over. Looks like he's forced a fielding change. Deep backward square going in front. Pulled his length back a bit there. Trying to force it off the back foot and a dot ball into the offside. It's nicely pushed into the offside to the deep man for a single. Keep that strike rotating.
With a chat. Left-handed Stoneman comes on strike. I think Stoneman was quite keen when Jennings was on strike to make sure he was talking to the bowler as well. What to do to a left-hander.
It's one of the big advantages of the Middlesex team, a lot of left-handers in the lineup. Be interesting to see if they try and keep the right-left hand combination going forward. Can be a bit of a nightmare for the bowling team.
Inside edge onto the pad, very fine inside edge indeed. From Stoneman on that one, 5 off Morley's first over, 106 for 2 after 19. Empty grandstand behind Higgins and Stoneman. That's an Edgerich shut today, everywhere else is open. See some good crowds for the One Day Cup this year. Sponsors, Metro Bank will be happy, so too the Treasury officers at the counties. Beckenham and Chelmsford had good crowds in. So too this one against Lancashire. Oh, down the track comes Higgins. Now with the slope, there's always a chance that's straightening, but leg side, in the opinion of umpire Long.
And the advantage come down the wicket. It's very difficult to be out with a few strides down, bring some doubt into the umpire's mind.
Dad's lost some money down the back of the seat. Son's helping him to find it, allegedly. Four more. Nicely put away that by Higgins. On to 24. 110 for 2 Middlesex. 40 the partnership for the third wicket now.
It's beautifully timed that from Ryan. Just straying onto his legs. Just clipped that beautifully between the two men out there in the deep. Raced away to the long side.
Worked by Higgins on this occasion, just a single.
Again, good use of the feet. Taking it to the bowler there, Ryan. Yeah, the Chelmsford in the game at Beckenham had really, really good crowds. It was almost sold out at Chelmsford. Great to see a good atmosphere for these games. You get some pretty strong sides out, so it's been good to see some good cricket and some good crowds.
Yeah, you've been in the squad for all of them. For Middlesex's strength of having Higgins and Simpson this year rather than at the hundreds. It's away into the onside by Stone for a single, and indeed Joe Cracknell at the top, who was a first-year 100 player, wasn't he, under O. Morgan at the Spirits. But no call-up for Cracknell, Simpson or Higgins this year, which has actually hurt your chance in this competition where you'd have played all of those games otherwise.
Yeah, I think it'd be, only losing 3 players to the 100, something as a club I think we've talked about wanting to have more players in that competition, and that's sort of where we want to get to. And those guys will be pushing as hard as they can next year, and obviously that would be good for the other guys to get opportunity in this competition.
Single sending over, 20 done. 113 for 2.
Great to see Max Holden get picked up this year as a wildcard pick for the Manchester team, having had a fantastic T20 blast. So he, really, having had a couple of decent years, really took it by storm this year. Was a standout player for Middlesex in the blast, and had a very well-earned call-up for the Originals. So hopefully we have a few more of them in coming years. I think it's a good sign for the squad in our T20 form if we are getting more players picked up for that tournament. So that's sort of what we want to see.
Good to see on the Manhattan there that the Blues starting to overtake the Reds at this stage of the innings. Just standing a little taller, a little bit more consistent after those wickets fell It's the 15th over for Lancashire. Oh, in the air for a moment, just finding a mid wicket very nearly. Creating a chance for Lancashire. That felt almost like election night looking at that. The Reds are just falling behind the Blues there. Is it in the north, the red wall, isn't it? Middlesex ahead of the DLS, which is 1:14 for the end of the over. That being the pass score, so they're 3 ahead of the pass score as Stoneman takes a single. 4 off Morley's second over, he's gone for 9 off 2 now. Stoneman's on to 40, Higgins 28.
Yeah, pretty neck and neck now with the DLS score. It does feel like this partnership is swinging Middlesex into the favourites position. So I feel like, yeah, a couple more overs of this partnership developing, I think Middlesex will be in a really strong position going into the second half of this innings. Lancashire equally a couple of wickets and they'll be feeling like they're right back on top. So still a really important part of this middle phase of the innings. A lot of batting still to come for Middlesex, about right down till 9 really. I hope Ethan won't get offended by that, but I think, yeah, batting stops at number 9.
Well, that's the other thing, it's an extraordinary number of batters, isn't it? Middlesex has been able to put out in this competition with the all-rounders. 2 spinning all-rounders, 2 seaming all-rounders. So I'm thinking about 2, it's just a single, 118 for 2. Short and hooked to mid-wicket.
Yeah, I think Josh is carded at number 9 today. Played as an opening batsman this format and the 4-day format, so yeah, it shows the strength of depth of Middlesex's lineup. Martin Anderson was at, I think, carded at 9 for the game at Radlett when he got moved up and scored 100. I think he's earned a promotion up the order.
Number 10's opened the batting as well, hasn't he, Ethan Bamber? Stoneman at Merchant Taylor School.
Not sure he can claim to be an opening batsman though, Ethan. Though he was hogging the strike at Leicester, wasn't he? Turning Ishan Kaushal down at the end of the over, saying it's over to me. Backfired a little bit when he got out next ball. Great running there again from Mark, scampering back for 2.
Championship game recently, I think there's something like 9 of the top 10 had all opened the batting for Middlesex, with Bamber at 10. Josh Carey's at 9.
He actually got a great 46 not out. I think Ethan got here against Surrey.
Yeah.
And Tim got a nasty bumper at the start of the day, which ended his chances of his maiden first class 50.
It's an unusual regulation dismissal for Tim Mercer.
I think a few of the guys were saying he stayed in line rather more than he does usually, which meant that he was in the way and ended up gloving off.
Yeah, there's plenty of chat about that one. See, I do it like you tell me to, and look what happens.
Ethan saying it cost him 100.
As I say, that's always been one of the things for me watching Middlesex over the years. That's the end of the over. 22 gone, 1-2-2 for 2. Mercer arrived at Middlesex. He was batting at 7, or he batted at 7 for Surrey as well. Was an all-rounder at that point. Batting fell away over the years to the point where, as each year went by, he thought there's a chance Mercer's never going to score a century, and he hasn't. But at one point, you'd have thought it was ridiculous that he'd go through his whole career without scoring a century. Well, barring something quite amazing in September, or perhaps next year, if he still fancies it, then unfortunately it doesn't look like that will happen.
Yeah, very natural stroke player, Tim. I wasn't able to see him at his best back in his early days, but you can still see some nice... Oh, that was close.
Outside the line, is it? No, it's given. Sloman's gone for 44. Left arm over to the left-hander. Close for sure. It's just going to be a call of did it strike him outside the line of off. 44 from 56 for Sloman. Solid start for Middlesex. Looking at the replay again, I think my early feeling on that remains the same. Was it outside the line of off?
It's a tight call. Might feel a little bit hard done by, but it did straighten a little bit. I'm staying on the fence, I think.
You most certainly probably need to. Ben Debenham putting up the finger. Good. Stoneman has a look at the replay. He'll line that up and feel that he probably is a little hard done by there with the ball striking outside the line of off. Brings John Simpson out at number 5. Jack Davies drops down the order today. We've seen a fair old change up from Middlesex. We've seen Anderson go up ahead of Simpson. Now Simpson can be put back up ahead of Anderson. And Friday, Leicestershire now goes up the order ahead of Davies, who indeed dropped down below Higgins.
That's a good mullet, isn't it? Blimey.
Which one? Mullets are us.
Remarkable lid, that.
It's an American TV show, comedy. Some guy with a mullet like that. .122 for 3, so Simpson out to the middle. Reversed in the air and taken. What a catch. Simpson's gone third ball for a duck. Middlesex 1-2-2 for 4. That's an amazing catch. Morley has 2 in the over. 2 big ones as well. 2 of the senior players, Stoneman and Simpson. Thought he was relatively safe with that. Just managed to scoop in the end, get underneath it. Bell with an outstanding catch out on the boundary.
Bit of a top edge there from John. I don't think he expected to get it that well. Carried down the hill. And he sprinted in as a great catch. It's a shame for Middlesex.
One, 2-2 for 4, and Jack Davies comes out at 6, was down on the card at 4, drops down to 6. This has settled down alongside Higgins there. It keeps that right-handed, left-handed you were talking about as well. Sure whether that played a part in Anderson going up the other day. His elevation certainly worked. Right up there. Single to end the over. 2 off it though. Stoneman and Simpson out. Morley with a couple for 10 off 3 now. Higgins has 29. Davis has 1. 1, 2, 3 for 4. Robbie White, thanks very much.
Cheers, Kev.
Good to see you again.
A pleasure.
Time.
Absolute joy. Have a good rest of the afternoon. Unfortunately, you'll be listening to Tim Murtagh, so enjoy it. Cheers all.
Welcome to the mic, Tim Murtagh. Your first comment on the stream.
That is a good Barnet. I'm enjoying
There was 2
that.
of them. There was 2 of them a minute ago. I don't know where the other one's gone. He scampered.
Got to be Australian, surely.
Looking up an American comedy series now. Kenny Powers, Eastbound and Down.
Yeah.
Shot from Davies up to mid-off, no run.
How are you, Kev? You alright?
I'm doing well. Doing very well. Yeah.
Just been moved from the dressing room and we've lost 2 wickets as I walked over, which is not ideal.
Single for Davies. Yeah, it was good from Stoneman, wasn't it, at the top? He's a little unlucky on that LBW. Just outside the line.
Was it? I didn't actually see it, but yeah, I think the way him and Crackers started the innings was really positive, and unfortunately we've probably lost 2 more wickets than we ideally would like at this stage, but good chance here for Higgins and Jack Davis to start and rebuild and build a nice partnership.
Just purely for the purpose of bringing you up to speed, I can show you the wickets. Stamen, Morley left arm over to him. You can feel a little bit aggrieved that it's perhaps just outside the line. Tight, not an absolute shocker.
I'm giving that. I'm a bowler, sorry.
Tough luck, skipper. Ooh, I think a pigeon just flew across right through the centre of the track at that point. I think Williams has actually apologised for releasing the ball. Just sure, yeah, there we go.
Good timing from Pidge.
Worth a go.
It's the kind of thing that winds you up as a bowler. That's a wasted effort, wasted ball's effort, that is.
Billy Godleman did your hamstring doing that, didn't he?
Did he?
Didn't you? Wasn't that how you picked up the hamstring injury start of last season against Derbyshire? You're midway through the run-up, and Billy did one of his standard pull-outs at the. You pulled up in your run-up, hamstring gone. We were blaming Godleman anyway.
No, I don't think I can blame him. I think it was just at the start of my run-up. I think I pulled out first, and then he pulled out because he could see that I'd done something. So yeah, unfortunately, I can't blame that one on him.
If every batter pulled out when they thought you were slowing up in your run-up, we'd be here all day. Sorry, Mertz.
That's why I go for the short run every now and again. Need to kind of keep half an eye on this rate. We don't really want it creeping up to 8. Shot.
Right on cue, Davies listening to the coaches.
Yeah, it's one of those. Obviously, we've lost a couple of wickets, but you can't really allow, chasing 300, you can't really allow too many quiet overs. You've got to try and keep the intent, which Jack has shown there, coming down the wicket, trying to perhaps get long on back, just so there's an easier single there if he needs it later in the over.
Davies, he's in the mood for it today. 4 more.
Yeah, it's good batting. It's good kind of calculated risks. It's something that a shot that he plays pretty well, and just not letting the spinner's bowled pretty nicely at us, and obviously picked up a couple of wickets that last over, so not letting him settle.
That's why it's chance, Davies, but there have been a few cameos this year where he's really shown what he's capable of at the Oval in the T20.
Yeah, he has. He's added a bit more sort of power to his game this winter, which the coaches have worked hard on him with that, so that's good to see. Being a man of short stature, shall we say, he can use that to his advantage and sort of build quite a low power base and hit well from there.
9 off the over. 2 wickets in his last, so Davies has changed Morley's run for a moment. Single to win the over, 10 off it, 134 for 4. Just looking back on some old scorecards a little earlier, the debut of John Simpson came up, which 2009 it was. Didn't realise though it was actually T20 in 2009 that he made his debut, and that was the year after Middlesex won it. It was an odd looking Middlesex side that next year though, couldn't work it out. From the team that won the T20, Godalming, Compton, Morgan Milan, Henderson, Simpson, Berg, Scott, so Simo played as a batter, Udall, Silverwood and Dave Burton. Where were you? Where was Dirk Nannis? Where was Morley Kartik? Everyone was still together the next year.
What?
And Joyce had gone.
That might have been at the back end of the tournament, and maybe a few guys were missing, resting / dropped.
You can't drop title winners. I seem to remember Middlesex had been a little unlucky in the group that year, the following year though. There were a couple of washout games that Middlesex probably would have really fancied, and he walked away with a point or two and then just missed out on qualifications. That's why it even surprises me, even back end of the group, the side was changed up so much.
That's good memory from you. What's that, 14 years ago?
Well, actually, because Middlesex went into finals day as underdogs, didn't they, in 2008? In 2009, as defending champions, there's all eyes on them then, so Women's World Cup final today, wasn't it? Not quite the 1970 side that they say was better than the 1966 winning side, and they were unlucky, but even still, the 2009 side was pretty decent compared to 2008 for Middlesex.
Yeah, it was. It was kind of, that 2008 team came together quite nicely, all kind of a couple of good overseas signings, as you say, with Dirk, Tyrone Henderson, I think was maybe a Kolpak player. Murali Kartik and Sean Udall were you know, the best, probably two of the best bowlers in that tournament the whole year. So yeah, kind of, and then the batting, we had Oace came back for that finals day. I don't know how many games he would have played in the group stages, but I think he was in and around the England team at that point, so he made a big impact in I think both the semi and final. So yeah, we had a nice blend of experience and then some youngsters as well.
Single for Davies, 2 to come at the over. Other scorecards we were looking back on. The last List A game here at Lords for Middlesex was against Lancashire, quarter-final, or playoff as I think they called it. The Harris century.
Harris got 100, yeah, I remember that. Simo get some runs as well?
Yep, 74 for Simpson. Where were you?
I was in Ireland. I remember watching it from the hotel bar in Portmarnock. Only because they didn't have Sky in the rooms, otherwise obviously I wouldn't have been in the bar.
Still a mint tea at that point in the bar. Dragged through the onside by Higgins, into the 30s he goes, 139 for 4.
Yeah, nice shot again, sort of a calculated risk. Keeper stood back, so no sort of danger of being stumped. He's used his feet nicely and not kind of looked to overhit too much. And as I said, these two, I think their plan will be to try and play a couple of shots like that, so the field then does spread and try and get the Lancashire guys thinking about where the fielders are and protecting different parts of the ground from which they are at the moment. So good sensible batting.
Into the 26, 139 for 4. Yeah, the bowling lineup for Lancashire in that game. James Anderson, Saqib Mahmood, Matt Parkinson, Graham Onions, who's on the opposition balcony coaching today, Liam Livingston, Rob Jones, young Josh Bohannon. Middlesex.
Yeah, how many did we fall short?
20 runs, yeah. Middlesex were reduced to 24 for 5 in a partnership to 221 for 6. Harris fell and then Simpson went in the same over, run out. George Scott, Nathan Souter and Toby Rowland-Jones, the last 3 to go. Wide start up, big wide as well. They'll get through. 141 for 4. Yeah, Harris 117, Simpson 74. Scott and Rowland-Jones actually didn't go badly. 26 for Scott, 26 for Rowland-Jones. Just got to the point with Harris and Simpson that you thought they had turned it around and ready to go, but both falling in the same over. And 41 for 4. Keeson Jennings had hit 96, Stephen Croft 68, Dane Villas 70. Rowland-Jones, Helm, Harris, Scott and Souter.
What year was that?
2019.
19.
Sweet pick up. Oh, look at that. Into the box, I think, as well, was it? Pretty sure. No, it's gone just down the side. They were ducking for cover in that box, just below the old score box.
Yeah, good shot again from Higo. He's been our best batter, I think, in all formats of the game this year, and nice pick up to the short side. As you say, that's gone further than you thought originally. Where's that gone? Up near the score box?
Just below the score box, the old scoreboard. Not out. He's looking to open up to the onside again. Run signalled.
Yeah, he's ticking along nicely here, Higo, isn't he? Sort of going along at a runner ball. Important that, as I said, we build this partnership. Need these two really to bat for another 10, 15 overs, ideally.
Just finding the deep point. Pick up a couple. There's the old T20 shirt, remember that one, Mertz?
I think that was, yeah, that was the 2008 winning side shirt. Crusaders, to change our name after that.
It's the Panthers, now just Middlesex again.
Are we not the Panthers anymore? Did I?
No,
should
that's gone now as well.
How many years ago was that?
About 6. Essex aren't the Eagles anymore.
We're still the Panthers in our team song that we sing when we win, so maybe we should change that, update it.
Pantherettes have gone as well.
That was the only reason you used to come to the games, wasn't it?
Single more. Davies on to 15. A decent touch today.
Nice little setup in here you've got, Kev. Nice aircon on, nice and cool.
Inside edge on that. 19 seasons in, they finally look after me. 19 seasons.
Do they feed you at all these days, or just still have to bring your packed lunch in?
Yeah. Shreddies. Weetabix if I'm feeling lucky.
We had a nice rump of lamb today for lunch, I'd be pleased to hear.
What was the dessert?
No desserts anymore. Just
What?
Yeah, no desserts. Well, I say that there is ice cream.
Hey. What was the mud pie thing they had or something? Was it Mississippi mud pie or something like that? Louisiana love bite.
That's the one, or the chocolate lumpy bumpy.
That goes back to the 2008 side. I remember Nick Compton eating that all the time, and Ed Joyce saying I can't eat it because I'd have to run 5 times as far as Compton to run it off. Speaking of run, they do get through for one. I didn't think it was going to come there, but they did.
Yeah, it's gone out the window. S&C coach came in,
He needs sacking, doesn't he?
took all the desserts away. I mean, if you hang around long enough, sometimes they might find something for you. So I've been told.
It's an expert talking there. 19 seasons, Matt. I've seen off Stephen Finn. So have you. Davies back over the bowler's head. Boundary to end the over. Davies moves to 19. Middlesex 157 for 4.
Yeah, nice shot again from Jack, just skipping down the wicket, getting a bit of momentum into the shot. Almost took the bowler with him. But yeah, as I said, we do need to keep this run rate in check. What are we, 6.6 required at the moment, which is manageable, but when it gets up to sort of 7s, 8s, that's a place where we don't want to be. So yeah, it was sad to see Finney retired, wasn't it?
You had a chat with your old mate?
I rang him twice, but I've managed to miss him. I think he was commentating on the 100 when I called. But I'm going to catch up with him at some point this week, see how he's doing. And yeah, he obviously had a sort of long and illustrious career for both Middlesex and England, really.
Dove's fine at the short third. 2 at least. Slide goes in. Gonna settle on 2. It's the first time you saw him. The first time I saw him was 2006 at Colwyn Bay, his Middlesex debut. And was it? No, not Colwyn Bay. Ebervale. It was the year before you joined. Ooh, big heave ho, Lakeside. So did you first see him playing against him for Middlesex or playing alongside him?
I think playing alongside him, 2007. I think he might have only just played a couple of games.
Gets through, back at a point. That'll be 4 more for Higgins. He's on 48, 163 for 4.
Yeah, nice shot. Just used the crease there. Played the big slog sweep earlier in the over, but sort of sat deep and used the pace on it. And it's not a bad ball at all from Morley. He'll feel a bit aggrieved that that's gone to the boundary, but nicely timed from Ryan. Yeah, I saw Finney. Yeah, it must have been 2007. Big. Over the year.
I remember if you two were sitting at the breakfast bar arguing over who'd be 10 and 11 that day.
There was never any argument. Did you see him bat? Although we do share one batting stat in common.
Both got more international 50s than Ed Joyce.
I didn't actually. No, he got 100, didn't he? He got an ODI
Did for
100.
England, yeah, he did for England, of course. If it's for Ireland where you did him, wasn't it, on the runs? Single down to long one. Weren't you leading average or something ahead of Joyce? Did Joyce ever get 50
Maybe
for
Test
Ireland?
cricket.
Test
I don't
cricket?
know if he. No, I don't think he did. He only played
That's it. So
one game.
Finn got a well, exactly. But it's not like you to let something like that get in the way. Didn't Finn get a Test 50 as well?
Finney did, yeah, against New Zealand as night watchman.
Poor old Joyce. He should have played a lot of Tests for England, shouldn't he? 165 for 4 into the 29th.
Yeah, it was always entertaining batting with Finney. We had a fair share of fun out there, but usually ended up with one of us getting run out or one of us trying to get away from the box bowler at the other end and trying to get down the non-striker's end and barbecuing the other one.
What was the stat you shared with him?
No, just so we've both got Test 50s, which
Oh yeah.
I like to remind some of our lads in the dressing room when they batting technique apart.
There's a technique.
No, there's not much of a technique anymore, to be honest. You're right.
I was telling Robbie White earlier, when you arrived at Middlesex, batting at 7 as an all-rounder. Ricky Clark was bringing this up again the other day, wherever we were sharing the mic.
I did. I started at Surrey as an all-rounder, and I mean, it's a nice pitch to bat on there, but sort of moved here and ended up having to do a lot more bowling than I'd done at Surrey, and sort of I think my batting went, yeah, down the other way, whereas the bowling went the other way, which it kind of, that's how it worked out. But always enjoyed my batting.
Signal for Davies, brings Higgin on strike on 49. I'd always said as each year ticked on, it will be ridiculous if you get to the end of your career and don't score a century. You averaged something like 25 when you arrived at Middlesex. At about 550s already under your belt.
30? Yeah, I don't think I'm getting 100 now. I've gone for a few hundreds when I'm bowling, but I'm not going to get one with the bat.
10 for this year against Kent. 1,000 up for Middlesex.
Yeah, that was a nice week, a nice moment. Nice to kind of feel like I could contribute to the team still. Yeah, and a good win. And you know, we've got an important last month of the season to go in the championship. 4 games left. 4 games left, and sort of we've got a game in hand on Kent, haven't we? So, you know, if we can get a win in that first game, that would be ideal. But yeah, it's going to be tough. We've got to go to Chelmsford, then Old Trafford to play these boys before coming back here, I think, against Warwickshire, and then Notts away last game of the year. So 3 out of the 4 games are away.
There's the 50 for Higgins from 53 deliveries. 167 for 4, raises his bat around the ground. 53 deliveries, 6 fours, 1 6. Outstanding again from Higgins. Been a real star for Middlesex this season.
Yeah, its consistency's been remarkable, really, hasn't it? As I said, in all formats of the game, perhaps didn't get as many in the T20s as he would have liked, but I think he's leading run scorer in the championship as well, and I'm sure probably leading run scorer in this tournament for us. This is where I need you to pull up the stats and prove me that I'm completely wrong.
I'm still looking up Finney's debut.
You
were playing, there we go. So his List A debut. Bowling, opening bowlers, Chaminda Vass and Chad Keegan. First change, Tim Mercer, Stephen Finn. Spin from Morley Castle.
He's gone in the bush there, Finney. 4 overs for 32.
Top ball to end the over, 167 for 4.
I hope he's listening. Be unlikely, but... Was that when we were called the Panthers back in those days?
Quite possibly. This is a decent batting lineup. Owen Morgan and Ed Smith opening. Owe Shah at 3, Ed Joyce at 4, Jamie Dalrymple 5, Chad Keegan at 6. Pinch hitter sent up at the end, obviously, overs running out. Oh, mind you, well, hold on a minute. Chad Keegan got sent ahead of you. Ben Scott, then Stephen Finn, Tim Merton, Morley Carter, and Chaminda Vass. Now I can see why Keegan went in there.
Yeah, that's a bit of a tale, isn't it? Fast, Kartik, Merter, Finn. Finn would not have been batting 8 either, that is for sure.
Even Scott and Keegan batting ahead of you at that point. Must have been a bit of a grumble there.
Not a fan of these Lancashire kits, by the way. Do you know, they're just a bit grey and a bit meh, yeah. Not much imagination's gone into them, I don't think.
down to deep third. Higgins on to 51. There we go. See the front of it now. So the front's grey, fading up to blue, and then the rest of it's blue. Oh, there we go. No, it's just all grey on the front. Must be something to do with the sponsor, is it?
Looks like a training shirt.
It's been the criticism of one-day kits, isn't it, in this country, that everybody's navy blue. 6 with pink trim, or the pink accessories, as it was called the other day on commentary by Richard Ray. Oh, it was up in the air for a moment from Davis, put the safe down to deep back with square leg. Actually, the Leicestershire kit was quite decent. It was a throwback, that, wasn't it? The red and green.
Notice how all the benches have been painted green around the ground, and I don't know why we're talking about colour schemes here. Must have something better to talk about, don't we?
Well, you were just hammering the oppo, so I thought I'd change the subject.
Yeah, they might beat us, but then we've got a nicer kit.
Still got to play them at Old Trafford in an important competition as well. Not that this isn't important, but that one there's plenty to play for. It's quite a dynamic top actually from Middlesex, the blue as well. Trying to get off the subject now, aren't you?
What about the umpires' kits? What do you think of the umpires' kits?
Longy sports the green well, doesn't it?
They've been like that for years. They need changing as well.
Is this your post-playing career? Oh, big from Higgins. 6 into the tavern. Bounces back off the executive boxes. Higgins to 57.
Another great shot. That's gone a long way. Used his feet again. Dispatched over mid-wicket. Really good batting from Ryan Higgins.
A real what if Higgins had not have gone to Gloucestershire. He was an outstanding performer down there. Middlesex delighted to have him back.
Yeah, he's just a great character to have around the dressing room. He's a fighter. Never thinks the game is done, and always believes that he can help win the game from anywhere, whether that's with bat or ball.
No full toss from Bailey on this one. And a single out to deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, just smart batting. He's unselfish. Realises he doesn't want to leave, the lower to middle order too much to do later on. So recognises that we've still got to find the boundary, which is, usually a necessity when you're chasing 300. So good batting. Hopefully he can continue longer.
Chipped, but checked by Davies.
How was Robbie White in the commentary then? You have anything interesting for you?
He was good, he was very good.
I mean, the pause says it all.
I'll tell you what you asked me, what did he bring? It was good, expert summary. Wicket keeping insight, a number of wicket keepers out there today, including Davies on strike. Cracknell, Simpson, White, 4 glovesmen. Lancashire similarly, Lavelle, keeper in possession at the moment. Salt away at the 100. Dane Villas is kept as well, and Bell. All of a sudden it's becoming pretty popular being a wicket-keeper batter. 177 for 4. We were saying that could have been the advent of T20. Sides really want those batter wicket keepers. So if you're a pretty decent batter, add that extra string to your bow of being a keeper. .77 for 4. He's been in the squad all tournament long, but he's been hurt. Probably why by the fact that Simpson, Higgins and Cracknell didn't get the call up this year. Oh, that's a miss Phillips. Through for the single.
Yeah, I was just going to say it's been tough for himself, Tellan, Nathan have sort of travelled around with the team a lot and not got their opportunities yet, but credit to them, they've worked hard in and amongst the games, often had to sometimes train and net by themselves, but they've done it with good enthusiasm, and hopefully they'll get an opportunity at some point.
Ireland playing today, of course, taking on India. T20 international in Dublin.
Score?
India 185 for 5, Ireland 20 for 2 in the fourth. Sterling duck, Tucker duck, Balbirnie has 14, Tector with him now.
Yeah, I think they got close the other day. Oh, this could be out.
Gone at mid-arm, punch of the bat from Davies in frustration that he didn't get to it. Got right underneath it. Davies gone for 24, 179 for 5. These two just managed to push this partnership past 50 and push Middlesex into a decent position to launch in the back 20. But Davies departs, Balderson strikes. Morley with the catch. And Lancashire get the breakthrough they need, needing 2 wins from their last 2 to be guaranteed a progression. Comfortably holding on in the end.
Yeah, smart from Lancashire. I think, as you saw there, the keeper was up, so Jack couldn't get down the wicket and use his feet and get a bit of momentum into the ball. So he's tried to hit from the crease and tried to clear mid-on, and he's obviously got it quite sort of low on the bat by the looks of it. Yeah, I think he realised straight away, as you can see from the replay there, that it was nowhere near the middle and was going to be a fairly regulation catch. But yeah, shame, because those two were just starting to take the game away from Lancashire and put us in a good position. But yeah, we've got Martin Anderson coming out now off the back of the 100 that he scored at Radlett, which, you know, was exceptional. It was great to watch. So hopefully he can get himself in and stick with Ryan Higgins and build that next little partnership.
It's probably been the story for the One Day Cup a little bit, that there's been a lot of starts and cameos for batters, but probably not enough big scores.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. Probably played on a couple of tricky wickets. I think the Leicester game on when was that, Friday night, was a bit of a throwback to an old school 50 over game, wasn't it? It was quite turgid at times, but you know, the wicket dictated that. But I think this wicket's, you know, definitely a better pitch than that. And although I feel we were sat up on the balcony thinking they might have got 20, 30 too many, I think we kind of thought all the way through 275 would have been a decent score to have kept them to.
Their first ball from Balderson, Anderson in behind it. Yeah, it's a big job now, isn't it? 5 wickets standing, 125 more to win. 110 balls left.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a deep batting lineup. We've got Martin, obviously, who should be fairly confident after that score at Radlett. Still got Luke Holman, Josh Secares, who are recognised batsmen in their own right.
Run away down to deep thirds. That's off the mark. Higgins the key to this innings now.
Yeah, we need him to go on and get 100 really, and a couple of guys back round him, and yeah, to take us over the line. But yeah, we don't want to put too much pressure on him either. Martin's got to get himself in, you know, obviously take a few balls to get himself adjudged to conditions, but then look to go as well.
Single 20 over, so Davies gone. Caught Morley off the bowling of Balderson for 24, 181 for 5. I was thinking about the championship. It was a big old win up at Edgbaston for Middlesex, puts them into a better position going into September with 4 to go. Kent played a game more, but game here to come against Warwickshire. A trip to Old Trafford, trip to Trent Bridge to finish.
Yeah, it was an important win, set up by bowling out Warwickshire for 60, was it? 60 in the first innings.
22.5 overs that first innings.
Yeah, it was exceptional. Ethan, you know, especially throughout that whole game, was top class.
Ooh, inside edge. It's a short fine leg for Higgins for a single. He's been incredible, hasn't he, Bamba, since he broke through into this side. Just Mr. Consistent.
Yeah, he is. He's always wanting to learn. He's a great kid. He's got some really good skills which he's developing now. Always, you know, he's very ambitious, wants to push himself as much as he can and take his game to as high a level as possible, which is great. So yeah, he's been a revelation really since he's come in.
Ooh, it's on the pads, but a long way down the track. Anderson looking to clip. Conversation there with Bailey, an appeal that turned to a smile that turned into a, well, you know. It's a long way down. With a single more, takes him to 2, 183 for 5.
You on any football comms yesterday, Kev?
Madam Two Swords, followed by theatre trip to see Wicked last night, yesterday. Wish I was for football comms.
All of your own choosing, obviously. And by yourself,
Yeah,
I'm
it was on
guessing.
mine, yeah. So I mentioned afternoon tea with Charlie in the Chocolate Factory. Oh, wide of mid-off. Oh, just out of reach. 1.875.
Yeah, another good shot. Down the track again. I'm surprised they haven't had the keeper up for Higo, to be honest. That's playing into his hands, really, allowing himself a bit of momentum. Another good shot.
Single more, 1.88 for 5. Want to come the over. Don't know when the next football commentary is actually. Crystal Palace, Seville in
Bit
Detroit
of Palace.
recently. Yeah, Crystal Palace against Seville in Detroit. Wasn't in Detroit for the commentary, sadly. Would have liked to have been.
My local team, Palace, or they were growing up sort of around Croydon area. I should have ended up supporting them, really, but I don't.
Win for your boys yesterday.
Yeah.
Double.
Shocking red card decision on McAllister.
I haven't seen it back yet.
Did you
I've
see
heard
it?
about it? No, I've heard about it. 1.88 for 5, ended the over. I haven't seen it back yet, though.
Yeah, not great.
London Derby taking place today, isn't it?
Yeah, I think West Ham were 1 up, weren't they?
1
1 all now.
Is that still in the... Can't still be in the first half, is it? Yeah, it is.
Chelsea probably spent another couple of 100 million, have they, since we've been on air?
I think one's joining the squad midway through the second half.
My son's a Chelsea fan, which upsets me quite a lot.
How did that happen?
His favourite colour was blue when he was really young, and his best mate at school supports Chelsea. So his dad, being the good bloke that he is, bought him a full Chelsea kit for his birthday just to wind me up. So he's pretty deeply entrenched as a Chelsea fan. And the other one is a Spurs fan, which isn't much better either.
Richard Johnson have an influence there? How did that happen? Harry Kane.
Harry Kane, yeah. So he's only 6 years old, so he watched the World Cup during the winter, and obviously watched Harry Kane, and basically sort of said, who does he play for? I'll support him. So he's now a Bayern Munich fan, yeah.
Apparently that's the way kids follow footballers now. They think they do anyway, that kids follow the player rather than the team.
Yeah, I kind of said to him, you kind of need to pick one, because he used to support Chelsea as well and Liverpool, so he sort of needs to pick one at some point and stick with it. But Jono's all positive now about Ange Ball. He won't shut up about it in the dressing room. He got stuck into Toby Roland Jones, who was in earlier.
Is he in today, Rojo?
Yeah, he had a bowl this morning. Good to see him. Just had 3 weeks holiday in the Maldives. No, he hasn't really. Just dropping him in there.
prescribed rehab for September, I'm sure. Oh, that's got through.
That's got through. Go on the ball.
Everybody went up with the appeal. Pulled up just inside of the boundary. It was the umpire's signal. Umpire Long looks like he wants to signal something, leg byes.
Yeah, as you see, rates just creeping, hovering around that 7 mark, isn't it? So that's fine at the moment. It's when it starts getting up 8 and 9 for any longer than 10 overs that start to be a bit more concerned. Has he missed that?
It's starting to sound like Gus.
That is worrying.
How's he missed that?
It's when I start to look like Gus that's would be even more concerning.
Joint owners of a bar together.
Yeah, that's a problem. I might start looking like him fairly quickly if I spend too much time in there.
Drinking the profits.
We'll be at Radlett on Tuesday. Just thanks for bringing it up. Yeah, if anyone fancies a nice cold one, yeah, Vinny and Ted's down the bottom end.
Where'd you get the name from?
Come and say hello.
What middle names? Angus, Vinny,
No,
Fraser?
no, the guy who's the main kind of partner in it all, his nickname was Vinny when he was younger, and his dog is called Ted. So he didn't decide to name it after his wife or either of his 2 children. You can tell where his priorities lie in the in that household.
That's more. Ooh, a long way across outside off Higgins, so it won't be a wide. Yorkshire, the visitors on Tuesday. Well, you'll be hoping they have something to play for. 184 all out. They're Leicestershire 145 for 4 in the 36th. So 40 to win with 6 wickets standing. Who's still there? Mulder and Kimber. Higgins steps across, scoops and gone. Short fine leg takes the catch. Higgins gone for 66. 191 for 6. And that required rate pushing up, just pushing the pressure to Middlesex. Higgins trying to come up with the runs. Shake of the head and a smile from Higgins. Another 50 from him. Might not be enough for Middlesex today, though.
Yeah, shame. He tried it the ball before. Didn't manage to get it away, but it's a perfect ball, really, that you want to play that shot. Just managed to pick the one guy out there. He did his best to drop it. Unfortunately, he clung on the second chance.
Paulson. Yeah, you see the moment's pause from the bowler and the keeper. End of the light for Lancashire.
Yeah, you feel that's a big wicket for Lancashire. Ryan Higgins played beautifully there. What did he end up on? 66 off 68 balls. So yeah, tough ask from here, but as I said, we've still got some batters to come, so keep the faith.
Luke Holman making his way out at 8. Just going quickly back to that Leicestershire score. Hanscom got another 50, 60 he went for. Caught Duke Bob Bess, Mulder 39, Kimber 12. And still Evans, Walker, Wright, Salisbury and Davis to come. Chris Wright, he'd just left Middlesex by the time he joined, so didn't overlap.
No, he was here when I started, yeah.
2007?
Yeah, played with him 1 or 2 years maybe. Then he went to Essex.
Yeah. Richard Pybus was coach, wasn't he? And then Pybus left halfway through the season. Might have been 2008.
I think it was about 1 month, yeah. 2007 that would have been, yeah.
Oh, so that was your first season? Change of coach after a month?
Nothing to do with me coming, I hope.
That's what also Holman. Down to long leg for a single. Yeah, so Leicestershire looking to hold on to top spot. Yorkshire trying to scramble above Lancashire. So too Kent, and they are on their way to victory. Kent 287 for 8, Essex 199 for 9. Collapsed away. Bottleman's still there on 35. Last wicket pairing still 89 runs shy with 9.3 overs, so it's done. Certainly should be from a Kent perspective, which means if those matches continue the way they look to be, then Leicester will be top tonight with 14 points played out. Hampshire have won today, so they've moved on to 12 points from 7. Nottinghamshire are 7 points from 7. Lancashire 6 from 6, Kent 6 from 6, and Yorkshire 6 from 6. So Kent could be moving to 8 points from 6. Yorkshire look like they will stay on 6 from 7. Which means it's a long shot for Yorkshire on Tuesday to beat Middlesex, unless they can turn that match.
We'll have plenty of bitter available for any Yorkshire members that come down. Nice and warm as well.
I was trying to call it the Angus Fraser Derby. This one, Lancashire against Middlesex. See if we could get Vinny and Ted's in here for the Angus Fraser Derby. He wasn't having it though, born in Lancashire. Middlesex through and through, he said.
Yeah, he'll be pouring the pints, I think, Tuesday, if you want to head down and have a 5 minutes of grumpiness with Gus.
Is that meant to be pulling the punters in?
Yeah, a pint of sarcasm. With a topping of cynicism. Yeah, the problem is he starts just chatting to the bloke at the front of the queue, and the queue starts building up, and there's about 20 people waiting. I'm like, Gus, just do your chatting elsewhere. You need to serve some people. Did you? I've got to tell you this.
Please do.
So
he
was
digs
down,
out enough other people on the
I think it was for the Surrey game. He was in charge of the bar down there, and he'd bought a load of crisps, which is his favourite thing in the world to do, eat crisps. So he bought a load of crisps to try and flog down there. And so that sneaks through in for one, yeah. So on the bit of paper which advertised all the drinks and sort of told you where they're brewed and gave you a bit of spiel about each drink, it at the bottom written crisps 50p or 2 for £1. I walked over and said, are you serious? Written crisps, 1 packet for 50p or 2 for, and I kind of assumed it would be a bit of a discount there, 2 for 80p maybe, 2 for 90p. No, just 2 for £1. Exactly the same price.
Does that just mean you weren't allowed 3? You can only buy 2?
I said you might as well have put 3 down for 3 for 150 down as well. Funnily enough, he didn't sell many.
That's up in the air and gone from Holman. Big shot over mid-off. Holman's on 7.
Yeah, speaking of the man who likes his crisps, Luke Holman. No,
He
good
must have thought
shot.
it was a bargain. This is Gus, who absolutely hammers everybody else's ability at maths. I have to clip that from earlier in the season when he was hammering everybody's ability nowadays to do basic maths. That's probably what he was hoping he'd get it through. Look, they won't get it.
Maybe, yeah. It was, yeah, it cracked me up though.
What was his response?
Oh, just with an expletive in there. I think he was a bit damp because he was putting up and taking down the gazebo in the hammering rain. So he wasn't in the best of moods that day, funnily enough.
That day? 201 for 6.
He's looking very smart today, Gus. I think he's been in the committee room, been schmoozing people. Been on.
Coleman suited and booted as well.
Yeah, they're all in there today. Having a nice lunch, I saw.
Do they get pudding?
They'll definitely have had pudding, yeah. And a few glasses of red, I would imagine. I brought 20 mates with me today. They're all in a box. Actually, Ollie, maybe you can find them on camera. It's E and F. Chalfont St Peter Football Club. Sort of our kids go down there, so I kind of help on a Saturday mornings in the winter, which is all good fun. But yeah, all the parents put in a bit of money at the end of the year as a gift for the coaches, and they decided to have a day out at Lord's, which Middlesex kindly helped with the box hire. Unfortunately, I'm sat here with you, Kev, instead of being over there with them.
It means they're tuned in listening to you, Tim. That's what they want.
Although I did see them all disappear from the box for about 2 hours around lunch, so I reckon they've gone out to find some lunch somewhere.
Didn't pay Lord's prices.
No, there wasn't enough in the budget, I don't think, to feed 20.
Food Village open out the back today, I saw. Flayed away by Holman. He's into double figures. Middlesex 205 for 6.
Yeah, nice shot from Lukey there. That's his kind of area. Plays the ball really well through backward point. Sliced it uppishly. The fielder thought he was in with a chance of catching it for a while, but it flashed past him fairly quickly.
Short, whipped away. Oh, slight fumble. Only get the single there. 98 to win from 79 deliveries. 4 wickets standing. Still Josh DeCary's to come.
Yeah, the runs are a problem here. It's just the fact that we're 6 down means that these two have got to look to push on, but not recklessly.
So 6 for 6. Have you enjoyed the bowling coach role?
Yeah, it's been good. Really enjoyed it. It's been sort of different, an opportunity to help the youngsters as much as I can, pass on a bit of knowledge. So yeah, really enjoyable, especially during this phase. Yeah.
Oh, here we go. No, is that there?
Oh no, a bit to the right.
To the right.
There they are.
Panning across.
Fine Fettle men. Look at them enjoying a Corona there. Or
It's Graham Onions in the middle, isn't it? Shouldn't he be on the opposition balcony?
they all look a bit slightly worse for wear. They might be in need of a nap there. A couple at the back. There we've got Mark and Keir. I coached with them the Chalfont under-9s, discussing tactics for the upcoming season. Who we're going to select in the A team and the B team.
Anderson using his feet, quiet to the pitch, picks up a single. What's more stressful, under-9s, kids teams,
Yeah.
or Middlesex bowling coach?
We've got the parents. And it's all good fun, really, although I do question myself on Saturday mornings sometimes in the winter when it's hammering down with rain at 9 o'clock. And I'm stood there and the kids have got boots full of mud and can't even run, let alone kick a football. But yeah, all good fun.
The days to come. Sunny day here at Lord's, though. If only it were like this all year round, eh?
Yeah, it's been a bit miserable, hasn't it, recently? But I think the next couple of weeks should be quite nice.
Good September. Middlesex will be hoping for that on and off the fields. Been good to be back in Division 1, first time, of course, since defending the title in 2017.
Yeah, it has. It's been tough. It's been hard. I think we've all found it fairly difficult at times. I think the standard has improved a lot since we were last in that division. So, yeah, we found it difficult, no doubt.
Circle for Holman, 209 for 6.
But I just think, you know, if we can scrape our way to safety this year, recruit a couple more players in the winter maybe, depending on budgets and overseas players and the like, then, you know, hopefully we'll be in a better place next year. So it's important that we throw everything we can into staying up in that last month.
Good slow ball from Balderson. Yeah, it's interesting that the standards lifted a lot. I thought Division 2 actually the standard lifted a lot, and that's why it took a bit for Middlesex to get out again.
Yeah, it took us a few years, didn't it? But it just felt last year we were building. Obviously, with Richard Johnson coming back in as coach has had a massive influence in that.
Oh, yes, no. They settle on the no. 209 for 6. Of course, Jay Dernbat was bowling coach last year. He's gone back to Surrey. Richard Johnson, who was formerly bowling coach before going to Surrey, now head coach. So how does that, you slip in then as bowling coach as well?
There's lots of bowlers around. I was obviously sort of captain last year. We've had Toby as a bowler captain this year. Richard Johnson head coach as a bowler.
Chairman.
Yeah. Gus, you know, always giving us his 2 penny worth, which is sometimes needed and sometimes not needed. Well, mostly not needed, but...
Do you get a discount if he gives you more than 2 penny worth?
Yeah, he gives you 2 lots of advice for 4 penny worth. But yeah, it has been tough. It's, you know, as I said, that win against Warwickshire in the last game was important because it's given us a really good chance of hopefully staying up now, but we're going to have to play some good cricket over the last month. As I said, we've got 3 of the 4 games are away, so we don't know what kind of conditions you'd guess at Chelmsford and Old Trafford they'd be turning wickets. With Harmer and the way Lancashire play their cricket and the way Old Trafford generally is, so yeah, it will be difficult, but it's all kind of all hands to the pump really. It's all of us doing what we can, every point that we can pick up, every bonus point, every draw that we can scrap from, you know, seemingly a losing position is going to be really, really vital given that position of the table and where we are.
Goodbye for Anderson. Right, just over 8 and over now. Current just below 6. Below 5.5 indeed now.
Yeah, I mean, if you go into the last 10 needing 80, it's, you know, fairly, well, not going to be easy, but it's within hand. But yeah, just those 6 wickets are going to be the issue for us, and whether these two can keep continuing their partnership. Martin's, you know, 4 off 16, struggling a little bit for a bit of rhythm.
Hit hard, sweeper back, just a single.
It's quite difficult to pick up the ball now from here, isn't it? Maybe that's just me being old in my eyes from here, but as that sun sets over towards the Warner stand.
Not as easy up here as it looks.
Oh, it's definitely easier than bowling, that is for sure.
Not when you have to work with Gus.
You don't have to work with Gus, do you? You can tell him politely to do one.
Go back to Jono though, it must be an interesting one for you though, because you've kind of got the head coach who you effectively will be learning off as well in terms of as a bowling coach.
It is, it's great, you know, there's no one better around technically to work of and bounce ideas off, and we have a good relationship. We've known each other for a long time now.
Single down to long leg. Indeed, he'd have made his second Middlesex debut with you, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he came back in 2007, so we shows how old I am really, that I played with him and now sort of helping with the coaching staff with him. But yeah, really good with Rory Coots around as well, and then sort of Mark Ramprakash and Ian Salisbury. It's worked quite well, so I've enjoyed picking their brains and seeing what happens on the dark side, I guess, as you might call it, away from playing. But yeah, you do. It's just constantly trying to learn from these guys who have been doing it for a number of years now. Jono, obviously, as a sort of bowling coach and assistant coach here, and then at Surrey, and now having taken over as head coach. As I said, no better person to learn from.
Just a single out to deep square. Middlesex need boundaries at the moment, not desperately. An 80 off the back 10, as Tim Mercer just saying alongside me. It's pretty standard nowadays, isn't it? It's mad how it's changed. Almost 100 off the back 10 is the kind of expectation.
Yeah, it is. The game's moved on, and we've spoken about that in the T20s, trying to adapt to move with the times, and especially with the batting, trying to be a lot more proactive and positive, and trying to transfer that into the 50 over game. Because we know sort of teams against us come hard, whether it be 2020 or 50 over cricket now. So although there is a bit more time in 50 overs to kind of build an innings and set up a game and have sort of ebbs and flows and still be able to win it at the end. But yeah, as you said, we don't want to be chasing too many more than 80 in that last 10, because the field goes back, you get an extra man back as well, so picking up boundaries might be a bit tougher.
Dragged away by Anderson. Field well set at the moment though, Middlesex can't really find a way through.
Yeah, we've got to target one bowler here. Balderson, this is his last over. He's bowled nicely, he's bowled disciplined, been hard to get away. So at some point over these next 10 overs, we need to really target someone and go for them.
Single again for Holman, one to come of the over, 4 off it. Just looking at that last Middlesex side that Johnson played in. Strauss, Godleman, Shah, Joyce, Ed Smith was captain, David Nash keeping, Jamie Dalrymple, Tim Mercer, Richard Johnson, Alan Richardson and Murray Kartik. Trent Bridge in May 2007. Something more for Anderson to end the over. 40 gone, power play 2 is done. 218 for 6. So Middlesex ahead. Is that charge at the end? Partnership for Lancashire that did it. Can this partnership do it for Middlesex?
Yeah, it just shows that we're quite a long way ahead, aren't we, at the 40 over mark. What were they after 40 overs? Anyone know?
There. Just below Middlesex. There's the Manhattan. Well, you can see the climb.
Yeah, they set themselves up nicely, didn't they, for that last 10 onslaught. We were sat up there as a coaching staff thinking things are going quite well, but we needed to break that partnership, because otherwise they had sort of given themselves that platform to be able to go as hard as they did in those last 10. So yeah, I think you're right, we need to have equally a good finish to this innings to get us over the line.
Lancashire after 40 overs were 192 for 5. Anderson with an edge. Finally, the short third, and the boundary it is. Anderson's first, he's into double figures. 2-2-2 for 6.
Useful. Not exactly where he meant it, but boundary very welcome at this stage.
Single for Anderson on 2-13, 2-2-3 for 6. Beautifully swept for 4. Anderson on 16. Two, 6 for 6. So 9 overs to go. Thank you to Tim Murtagh. He's going to head back to the dressing room, be back in the dressing room for the final throw of this innings. The final throws now, really, 77 from 54. Middlesex won't want to leave it till the last over. They'll be looking at 8 overs here, 4 wickets, 77 runs. As Mercer said, they'll target a bowler. Two. A disagreement in the scoreboard at the moment. One says 2-2-6 for 6. I'll go with the one that you guys can see at home. Oh, right into the block hole. Beautiful. Masvidal. Pads led by Taken. Where do Middlesex take their risk? So bowling figures so far. The economy, the heaviest economy for Lancashire. Morley 6.22 for his 2 for 56 from 9. Bailey's gone at 6.12 for his 1 for 49 from 8. Will Williams 5.1, number 36 of 7. Balderson 4.2, bowled out 1 for 42 from 10, and Aspinwall now 4.7, second most economical, 2 for 34. Okay, a couple here, deep third coming around. Holman's 24, 230 for 6. Welcome to you wherever you're tuned in this Sunday evening. Middlesex live stream here at Lord's. Lancashire 2 from 2 secures them a place in third spot. And in the knockout stages of this competition, Middlesex already eliminated. Middlesex fighting for a bit of pride here at Lord's. Put another win into that column. Wangled across and wide signals, 231 for 6. 73 to win from 51. Run rate 5.6. 8.6 the required. Manageable, but the wickets column a problem. Josh DeCarey still to come. Up there, driven back to mid-off. Middlesex just struggling to pierce the fields since the loss of Higgins. 66 from him, caught Balderson off Aspinwall. Block hole again. Good bowling. Anderson only able to dig it out. Single ball for Holman. He's on to 26. End of the 42nd. 2, 3, 4 for 6. Tight here. Let's have a look at the other games in the Metro Bank One Day Cup today. Kent have won by 60 runs. Essex all out for 277. And Leicestershire have beaten Yorkshire. So Yorkshire won't have much riding on that game, coming to Radlett on Tuesday against Middlesex. Lancashire delighted to hear of the Leicestershire win. The Kent one's problematic for them though. Final game away at Nottinghamshire. Kent will climb above both Nottinghamshire and Lancashire as things stand. They go to 8 points from 7 played, Notts are 7 from 7. So Lancashire, to keep it in their own hands, they need to win this one. Superior run rate to Kent. Kent on Tuesday are away at Hampshire. Hampshire a lot to play for. They have consolidated second today, both Leicestershire and leaders Leicestershire on 12 points at the top. Single for Holman, they're thinking two, but it's just the one. In fact, that scorecard hasn't updated. Leicestershire play out, I think, today. So I think they've just moved to 14 points. I'll double check that. Yeah, Leicestershire not in action on Tuesday, so that table will update. And Leicestershire will move to 12 points. Leicestershire will move to 14 points. Hampshire are 12 points. That one to play, so they need to overturn the run rate to get above Leicestershire. Anderson with the use of the feet just to single out to deep cover. 14 from 30 for Anderson. Strike rate of 50. Holman 27 from 24. Big peel. Nothing doing. Holman had to get through quickly. Anderson takes the single. Well, a run of ball doesn't do it for Middlesex, but it will put them in a position to launch at one particular over. Let's try and tighten it up. How close will they try and take it before they launch? Tumbling stop. Holman frustrated. It does feel as though they keep hitting the fielders. Singles, but nothing more. Step across from Anderson, trying to access that shorter boundary. 2 set back. Pretty tightly knit at square leg. On the boundary, open deep mid-wicket. 240 for 6 after 43. 7 to go. Right in the balance, this one. Other scores in the Metro Bank One Day Cup today. Hampshire won by 8 wickets. Mentioned their position in the table. Bowled out Surrey for 203. At Guildford. Derbyshire beat Northamptonshire by 4 wickets in the other group. That's all out for 201. Glamorgan need 2 runs from 3 overs with 2 wickets standing to beat Somerset. 298 for 7 Somerset. Glamorgan have done it. 301 for 8. Rook with 74, Carlson 75, Byram 108. There was then an almighty collapse from 249 for 3 to 286 for 8. And they were virtually there. They got there in the end. Warwickshire needs 79 from 9.2 overs with 5 wickets remaining. Durham 338 for 8. No Edgewortham. Barnard with a 130 unbeaten opening that inning, still going. And Worcestershire beat Sussex by 8 wickets. Sussex 190 all out in the 46th over. 51 from Ibrahim. Oh, slow ball looped up. Anderson looking for the reverse to it. Bailey, bold stuff from him back into the attack to start the 44th. 2 to come from him, 1 for 49 Bailey. Worcestershire in reply, Roderick 41, has a 74, Kashi 53, and Waite 10, the 2 unbeaten at the end. Here's Bailey. Slower ball again. Anderson hooks him away to deep backward square. Pace off from Bailey here to the right-handed Anderson. Big boundary to the onsides, asking him to really heave it. To Holman, it's a shorter leg side for the left-hander to old Father Time. Jennings comes up to have a chat with Bailey. There we go. Shadows of the turret creeping out onto the playing field here at Lord's. As Bailey's about to set off again. Slapped away, just to cover. Again, it's just a single for Middlesex. Lancashire are relatively happy with this at the moment, but they know one big over and Middlesex are back in it. Slow ball right up there again. Anderson whips it away into the onside. Single ball. Middlesex nudging the singles, but they do need the boundaries now. Just having a look back through recent overs. 2 4s. Morley to Hawley, Morley to Anderson in the 40. Oh, right up there. No ball calls. Holman knocks off his feet. Let's have a look. Slow ball into the block hole. Angled across. No ball calls. Holman. Well, that says it all. Just kept going down. So no ball and a free hit. Could this be the delivery that turns it for Middlesex? Bailey with a double teapot. Could be costly. Holman eyes the onside boundary. Deep mid wicket back, long on back. Holman steps across and then flays at one. Into the offside, just a single. Middlesex still struggling to get it away. 1 for 55 from 9 for Bailey. It's been good for him. 44 done, 246 for 6, Middlesex. So yeah, Morley to Anderson and Morley to Holman, 2 boundaries in the 41st over. Those the only boundaries since Holman hit Aspinwall for 4 in the 37th over. And even before the fall of Higgins' wicket, there was a real drying up in the boundaries since Higgins hit Bailey for 6 in the 31st. Davies was out in the 32nd. 4 from Higgins in the 33rd. And then Higgins was out in the 35th. It's been just 4 boundaries since Higgins departed in the 35th over. They're going to have to break that, Middlesex, if they're to win it. As we said, this is a unusually central surface for Middlesex here at Lord's. It's a short boundary particularly to go after. Williams is back and back with the wicket. Slow ball. Holman was through the shot, dabbing at it. 30 from 30 for Holman. Frustration for him. Wasn't really able to get going. Went on to run a ball at least. But a big wicket for Williams, his first. Roll of the fingers, an off cutter from Williams to the left-hander with the slope as well. Holman can't believe it. He's done by the off cutter. That's beautifully bowled. Really, really good stuff from Williams. 2, 4, 6 for 7. Well, something had to give. It's the wicket. Over to Josh de Carey's. Middlesex needs something. It'll need to be pretty special as well from de Carey's, making his way out. As we said, son of one of the most famous Lancastrians. Can he hurt Lancashire's chances here of reaching the knockout stages? Radlett boy through and through. He's a cricketer himself, one of Middlesex's outgrounds. 2, 4, 6 for 7. He's got a lot to do. 58 to win. Anderson 19 from 35. 2 right-handers. Tasked with seeing this over the line. Bamber and Corshall to come. These two, the last recognised pair, really. First ball of the 45th, 246 for 7. 58 to win, 35 balls remaining. Block hole first up to Carey, slide tackle from Williams. He took out Anderson, coming through for the single. So they have one more, 247 for 7. Right up there from Anderson, single taken. Oh, stepped over. I think they were going to come back for the second actually anyway. It's not too costly. 249 for 7. If they were setting at this stage, I'd probably say, would Middlesex take 280, 285 from here? And the answer would be yes. It's the task that lies in front of them with 3 wickets standing. Just gave himself a little bit of room there, Anderson. Umpire Debenham deciding that with that little step it's not a wide. It's just a slight movement backwards here from Anderson. Just there. As a result, it was close on that tram line anyway, but it was the wrong side of it had Anderson have stood his ground. Oh, block hole, through it goes. That's a great stop. Brilliant behind the stumps. And he was a star with the bat. Hurst. His strike rate comfortably the best of Lancashire's innings, 157 for 66 off 42. Lavelle 72 off 53, 135. Bohannon 62 off 75. Balderson 36 off 60. Bell 33 off 47. Anderson chips that one up over the offsides. Could be a boundary, is a boundary. Right underneath it. Scooped it up. Had to work hard for it. He snaps it up over the offside. 253 for 7. 5 overs to go, 51 from 30. Anderson 3 for 55 with the ball. Can he be the hero with the bat? Carey's only got a couple of overs, number 13. It's Anderson's second boundary. His 39th delivery. Middlesex just not quite getting the timing out there in this chase. Made a good fist of it. 300 is a lot of runs to chase. 253 for 7. Still be in with a shout now. Well, mainly it's to do with the length of their batting lineup. At 7 down, you'd pretty much say in most circumstances it's done. Slow ball again Full toss, slap to mid-on, long on. Good again from Bailey. Anderson defence, slower ball. They've really mixed up the slower ball as well here, Lancashire. Cut off for this innings. 6:38, comfortably clear. Thought Lancashire, no problem with that. Slow ball driven away. So his big shots, Anderson the drive. So it's really need him to start finding the gaps here somehow. They're up Manny. They have to make some, Middlesex. Just 2 off this Bailey over. Slow ball bouncer. Lancashire seem to really have the pace of this at the moment. They're going to get 2. That's not doing the damage. Slow balls have been the order of the day. These Middlesex need to hit out and need to find boundaries. Last ball of the 46th. Last ball, much like the rest, a slow ball and a single. 5 off the over. Bailey is bowled out, 1 for 60. Brilliant day for him. Good economy, outstanding finish. Picked up the wicket of Cracknell early on, first to go. 46 for 1 it was in the 8th then. 300, as it almost should be. It's proving a very difficult chase yet again for Middlesex. More often than not, 300 should be a winning score. It's just become a batter's game, and you may as well have bowling machines. Lancashire defending it well. 280 was roughly par, you thought. I think Tim Merton mentioned that. Player coach at Middlesex now, just before he departed back to the dressing room. They were thinking 275, 30 over mark, saying that they'll be hoping for 280. Lancashire, but managed to get up to 303. 20 or 30 run margin. Seems as though at the moment it's going to be enough to be match winning. West Middlesex can find something special here at the end. Williams to De Carey's. Slow ball, swung back down the ground. There's a boundary. De Carey's is first. He's on to 9. Can De Carey's break the shackles? Not far from no ball, that one. It'll be a wise. Thought about it for a moment. Umpire Debenham. De Carey's looked nervously to see if it was going to be awarded. So 5 off the over so far. 1 legitimate ball. 1 big over will bring Middlesex back into this. Just crank a little bit of pressure back towards Lancashire. Looking to go for the same shot again. Mid-off sent back to long off, so he had to make sure he was going straight with it to Carey's. Makes no contact on the big swing. Slow ball again, low full toss. Single out to deep cover. This is good. They have been so effective with the slower balls. Middlesex not been able to find an answer to it. Not yet anyway. De Carey's comes down to have a chat with Anderson. So strong down the ground, so strong on the drive. Through the offside as well. That's what he was looking for there. Slightly outside of his crease, Anderson. So he uses his feet. Stands his ground, toe into the bat. Single to long off. They'll think two. Back they come. De Carey's. Good call. Back comfortably. 38 from 19. To a ball required. I think two again here, just wide, long off, back they come. Big enough boundary out there. Better over for Middlesex. 10 off it. Wide helped. 36 from 18 to a ball for Middlesex to win for the last 3 overs. 3 wickets standing. Middlesex live stream with fan craze here at Lord's. Middlesex are out, eliminated by that defeat at Leicestershire. Lancashire will still have it all to play for on Tuesday, even with a defeat here, but 2 for 2, 2 from 2 from the final couple of rounds. Lancashire will be through to the knockouts. Trip to Trent Bridge on Tuesday. In fact, it isn't Trent Bridge, it's a trip to Nottinghamshire, but not Trent Bridge. Back on Tuesday for Lancashire. Middlesex entertaining Yorkshire at Radlett. Here's Aspinwall. Would be the youngster that Middlesex target. Leg side, De Carey's turns it for a single straight to deep mid-wicket. 11 from 9 for him. Table on the BBC website has now been updated. Leicestershire played 8, 14 points. Hampshire played 7, 12 points. Kent played 7, 8 points. Nottinghamshire played 7, 7 points. Lancashire played 6, 6 points. Anderson on the walk, this way and that. Only a single to mid-off. Lancashire bowling extremely well at the death here. They are not giving Middlesex an inch. Middlesex need to find some sort of creation here. Short ball, hooked away, just a single, deep square set back. Long off, long on. Deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, long leg, deep point. Bowling from the nursery end at Lords. Shorter boundary to the offside, it'll be kept straight. Anderson and De Carys will know that. Block hole again, it's really good. Thinking two, back they come, this is tight and gone. There was never really two there. They tried to put the pressure on the fielder. But the pressure's on the batting at the moment. Running a second that just wasn't there. 271 for 8. Block hole delivery again. Dug out. Should have only been one. It was only one. Two 7-1 for 8. De Carys to pass for 12. Back to Anderson. 31, 32 for him now with that single. Bamber, Ethan Bamber out to bat. Well, his last innings here at Lords, he scored a magnificent unbeaten 46. Take some of that right now. That was against Surrey in the Championship. This was one of the overs you fancy that Anderson and De Carys would have said, right, Aspinwall, got Williams, Bailey. Bailey bowled out, Williams only one more to come, but this over against Aspinwall, is this the one that they thought this is the one that has to go? 3 singles, first 3 balls. Did that build the wicket? Build the pressure of the wicket? That's hit big, hit far. There goes Martin Anderson. We know what he's capable of. Powerful batter. His first 6. Short ball. First one that sits up to be hit. Anderson hits it. Oh, just. For a single, which means Anderson will keep the strike with 2 overs to go. 278 for 8. That 6 keeps Middlesex in it. This was the over, no doubt. They thought they needed to go for it. 10 off it, but the wicket of De Carys means Anderson really has got to try and do it all by himself now. Has been there a couple of times at the end now to be the last to go for Middlesex. A run out at Chelmsford, out the other night at Grace Road. Much like the T20 Blast, Middlesex will be frustrated with a number of results where they know they should have done better. Right now, as they're squeezing this one right to the last. The 1 game to come, they'll certainly look back on a couple of games. Chelmsford in particular. Grace Road the other evening against tabletop in Leicestershire. A couple more points along the way and they'd have had something to play for in the final game. But they've got a lot to do here from the last 12 deliveries though. Williams cranking up the pressure, pulling out. Smile on his face, little chat all around. By Debenham inquiring as well. Anderson on the move outside the off stump. Williams not releasing. Big smile. Here we go again. Oh, now that could be a full toss. It's a backward point. Good stop. Singles taken. All eyes on the umpires. Nothing doing. Everybody looking for the waist high full toss. Let's have a look. Oh, he's got away with the one there. Really got away with the one there. Lancashire knew it as well. You could see it on the face of the fielders. Anderson took the single as a result. Well, I say as the result. He takes the single nonetheless. 24 from 11, Bamber. Single down to long off. For 55 from 9.2. Aspinwall 2 for 51 from 9. Brilliant from him. He's 19 years of age, Aspinwall. Big job alongside Williams and Bailey. Low full toss again. Dragged to the onside for 4. He's bisected them. 19 from 9 needed. Anderson to 44. Gets that one away well into the onside. The low full tosses, the slower balls, so well deployed by Lancashire. .286 6 for 8. 2 balls to come at the over. What does Anderson say to Bamber? Don't swing off this one because that leaves Corshall with the strike for last ball of the over if he's out. So let him play out this ball and see what last ball of the over is. 2 singles, leaving 16 off the last over. Slow ball is away for 4. Scooped over the field, up inside the circle on the offside. No deep third. Boundaries have been so hard to come by, but Bamber goes up and over. Only just. Morley wasn't far away. 14 to win off 7, and I guess this effectively is a free hit for Bamber now. Even if he's out this ball, Corshall will not be on strike for the final over, the number 11. It will be Anderson. What can Bamber do to help his mate at the other end? 11 off the over. Middlesex taking this right to the wire. Deep third heads back, deep square comes up. Long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep cover and deep third. Anderson comes to have a chat with Bamber as a result. Part of that chat will surely be we won't be taking a single. Although Bamber does have a boundary in his first 2 deliveries. Swings hard into the offside, deep cover, heading around, deep cover with the slide. Flick back in, they'll come back for a second. That's more than useful for Middlesex. 12 to win off the final over. Bamber 7 from 3. Well, it was Bamber there at the end at Chelmsford. It was Bamber there at the end at Grace Road the other evening. And with a little bit of support at the other end, Bamber has given his mate Anderson a chance. He's given his team a chance. 45 for Anderson. Can he be the hero in the final over for Middlesex? It will really break Lancashire's hearts if this gets them over the line. It will put Lancashire up against it in the final round. Middlesex are out. Lancashire are the team under pressure going into this final over now. They sit 5th. A win would take them joint 3rd with Kent with 1 to play. In fact, it would put them 3rd, bettering Kent's run rate. It's Aspinwall with the last over. Anderson on 45. 12 to win. Up in the air, up and under. Just a single off that one. Anderson turns away in disappointment. Bamba's got to lay bat on this next one. Aspinwall to Bamba. Well, Bamba's been a hero so far with 7 from 3. They just need him to get a single here. Oh, onto the stumps. That's brilliant from Aspinwall. Absolutely brilliant. 3 for 52. He knew what to do. Put it on the stumps. Bamba was under pressure to get off strike. Had to try and find a run from somewhere. Backed away, showed in the stumps. Aspinwall, like the Lancashire bowlers all day, he's been outstanding. The 19-year-old's coming up with the goods for Lancashire at Lords. That's a big step towards victory. Big step towards taking 3rd spot tonight. Fair size step towards the knockout stages for Lancashire. So, Ishan Kaushal. 4 balls to go, 11 to win. Could have a tie, of course. Crucially, Kaushal needs to lay bat on it, get off strike. Two, 9, 3 for 9. All the way to the wire. How close can Kaushal and Middlesex take it? That's it. It's LBW and Lancashire have won it. Full and straight again from Aspinwall, and the 19-year-old has been a real standout for Lancashire. 4 for 52 at Lords. Be a moment he'll remember. He's given his sides a fair old chance of getting through to the knockout stages now. They'll be 3rd tonight with a trip to Nottinghamshire to come. Kent and Nottinghamshire will groan somewhat at Middlesex, losing it in the final over. The number 10 and the number 11, bang bang, gone in consecutive deliveries. Kaushal disappointed. Anderson left not out on 46, took the single last ball, first ball of the over. Maybe he thought there was 2 there. You could see his disappointment when he only had the single. He knew what Bamba was up against. He knew what could happen. It's exactly what happened. Aspinwall, 4 for 52. Outstanding. Absolutely outstanding from the 19-year-olds under pressure. Here at Lords, Middlesex mightily disappointed not to get that one over the line. Anderson, 46 from 52, was really starting to go through the gears. You thought that he was teeing up for the end of it, not to be. 66 from Higgins, the top score. They just couldn't match what Lavelle and Hurst and Bohannon managed for Lancashire. Well, good luck to Lancashire at Nottinghamshire on Tuesday. They're in possession in 3rd spot. They'll be the favourites to go through with Hampshire and with Leicestershire from this group. For Middlesex, well, it's a similar story really. So close yet again. Very similar to the T20 as well. They went down and out through that T20. Came back. They came back with 3 from 4 at the end. And this one got the victory against Nottinghamshire. Couldn't back it up at Grace Road. Likewise coming up short here at Lords. Well, for myself, Kevin Hands, and the team bringing you the stream here at Lords with Fan Craze, thanks very much for your company wherever you've been tuned in. The stream will be back on Tuesday at Radlett before Middlesex then will head off into the championship finale in September. For Lancashire, they'll be hoping to extend this one-day cup campaign beyond Nottinghamshire on Tuesday. They've given themselves a very, very good chance with victory here at Lords. Wrapping this one up to win By a pretty tight margin, just the 10 runs in the end for Lancashire as they pick up victory. But on a sunny Sunday afternoon from us here at Lords, it's a very good night to you all.